The European Cricket League is brought to you by HCL Software, Dream 11 and Andalusia European Region for Sport.
Welcome to Group D, Day 2. Been such a great day of action yesterday. Forfs and Dreux setting the pace. We've got the robot here. He's hyped up and ready to go, and we are too, because the other three teams, they're playing catch up. Somebody's got to make a move. This is the European Cricket League 2023, and it starts right now.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Buenos dias. Welcome to another big day in European cricket. It is Group D, Day 2. It's the final day of group action here, the fourth of 6 groups in this ECL. Remember, only the winners of each group get to return. So it was the Scottish side, Forfarshire, as well as the French side, Dreux, that took all the points yesterday. Vienna CC chipped in with a win at the end of the day, but I do feel there's two teams that are on the chopping block, and they'll meet first up, starting in Group D, match 6 today, and it is Bruno taking on the Helsinki Titans. So we've got the champions of the Czech Republic and the champions of Finland going head to head. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Rob Kemming has the two captains.
Your call. X. Hits called? Yep. And it is hits. Okay.
It is the Titans that win the toss, and their captain Aniket Puste has decided he wants to field first. Interesting one for me. I think they just want to know what they're chasing. And Bruno, we haven't really seen them batting first, using their 10 overs. Maybe that will help the Czech champions, because they won't really be encumbered by any particular target. They can just go down and try and get as many as they can, see if they can defend it. I do think their bowling has been their strength so far, so they'll get to try and defend a total. But first, they got to get there. I think that you'll probably see that their batting order might change a little bit. But of course, it does feel like a must-win for Bruno, because their other game is against the Scots a little bit later in the day. Helsinki Titans, though, I think they want more out of Gulam Abbasbat, the man I affectionately call the golden butt at the top of the order. He could fire at any time. Also, I really like the work of Khalid Mungal. I think he's batted well. He's very good in the field. And so we're two teams that really need these points. The Titans, of course, they will play a little bit later on in the day as well against Vienna CC in their final group match. So let's talk about the conditions today. It's going to be a beautiful day, about 25 degrees. Probably the warmest day we've had so far. Currently, it's about 21 to get this one started. It's Peacock Friday as well. And here's a man who's always bright and breezy. Andrew Ryan is in the commentary box. Rhino news from the toss here. Group D, match 6 is it's the Finns that have won the toss. Helsinki Titans, they want to bowl first. It's over to you. Let's get ready for Day 2.
Vinny Sandu, thank you very much for that introduction, for all of our viewers to catch up on what our Day 2 of Group D looks like here at the gorgeous Cartama Oval here in the Andalusia region of Spain. And it certainly is a big clash to get us going here on Day 2 of Group D. An absolute must-win contest for both of these teams. The umpires jiggling the ball around with a lack of control. That's why they're officiating, not playing. But we have 22 players about to take the field here from Helsinki and Bruno. Both of these teams have no wins from 2 games across Day 1 of Group D. They would have had a lot of soul-searching back at the Sunset Lounge last night, but no doubt both teams will be fired up for a first-up win today. And another person who's fired up there is the robot. What an absolute treat. He is hyped up to the max. Look at that. A robot who runs exclusively on hype energy drinks, and that should be enough to keep him going for a long time today. Absolutely loving hanging out with the kids down there who are in from, I think it's the La Sexto school today, so welcome them to this gorgeous facility here at Cartama Oval. Quick look at the teams. As Vinny said, a man Butt at the top of the order for Helsinki. He needs to fire today. He's probably the missing link, as they've put on 2 quite reasonable starts over the 2 games that they've played here today, but just haven't been able to finish it. And the bowling, after showing some bright spots as well, just particularly when he gets into the first change bowlers. They haven't been as penetrative as they might have liked, but there is certainly some promise in that Helsinki team. I suspect they'll probably start as mild favourites in this contest. Bruno, tough game against Vienna Cricket Club last night. Certainly with the batting of Mark Simpson-Parker, it was taken out of their hands. He played fabulously for a half century and really was the bedrock of their performance last night. Certainly be looking for more from their openers. To show some promise with the bat, Paris Kari, he's undoubtedly a high-quality player. He just needs to feature, probably even come in and over too earlier, but here we are, first ball. Lovely delivery. Faisal Shazad hasn't had much opportunity to bowl to left-handers in this tournament so far, but swings the ball across the left-hander and looks like a fair bit of breeze out there today, which might give him some assistance. A nice ball, just cut and no run. Certainly looking at Shazad's hair as he runs in. Direction of the breeze could be giving himself some assistance, as the ball may have actually blocked someone in the head accidentally, but not too many long-term dramas. Shazad electing to bowl with the shades on. Doesn't want his eyes to give away where the pill's going. That's a lovely ball, started on leg stump, bit of late swing. Vilage under some pressure, none off the first three deliveries. Opening up with Kari, which I think is a good move from the Bruno team. A little bit short of a length, but Vilage can't penetrate the field. Fairly typical setup. The Helsinki Titans, certainly with the offside infielders. That is struck very nicely down the ground. Didn't get all of it, but cracking grab coming in there from long on. Bilal Masood, he's come up with a couple of excellent plays in the field on day one, but that is a superb catch. Vilage might have thought he was in business of getting a Maximo to start their innings, but as it was, the ball just held up in the breeze, and Masood made excellent ground coming in from the long on position, takes a catch a mere couple of inches off the ground. Ball was in the slot to hit, got a decent piece of it. Great balance as he came through and sat on his hip to take an excellent catch. And that's an awful start for Bruno, one of their openers back in the pavilion. No runs on the board. The skipper, Kari, still can't get on strike. And that's a wonderful start from the Helsinki Titans. Certainly over breakfast at the Sunset Beach Hotel this morning, they would have discussed getting a good start with the ball. Their openers have been pretty good over the course of this tournament already. She goes back onto Bruno. Suresh Ramaral. Crease. Actually, I think it might be Riaz Afridi, my apologies. Ball has just popped out to short point. No run. Fair bit of confusion between Bruno batters. That lack of cohesion coming up, the chaos of a wicket in the first game. That's the end of the first over. Bruno, none for one. It feels like an excellent time after that first over to welcome Mr. Maximo back to the commentary box. Vinny, great to have you up here.
Yeah, nice to be back. Oh, awful start for Bruno. Burnt and over, they've lost a wicket. Wicket maiden to start day two. These are the average run rates. C and D have been at the same end. So if you look at those in isolation, you're looking around a 95 or so. So, yeah, terrible start. Think about Vilage there. He's hitting to a stiff breeze. And the breeze is, as you mentioned, kind of coming from the bottom left of screen as you see it, which is exactly where he tried to hit that ball. Great catch by Bilal Masood, though. He judged it really well. But yeah, I mean, these are the two they've got to make hay, I think. And it's now Kari. He's going to get a pretty high full toss first up. He's going to put it away. No ball called as well, so that'll be 5 and a free hit to come. Just what the doctor ordered for the checks.
I was about to chime in that this young man, Shamwari's been incredibly impressive with the ball in this tournament. We saw him castle Michael Leask of Forfarshire last night with a searing in-swinger, but he's come up with a shocker for his first delivery.
Yeah, good call. It's definitely belt high, maybe a touch above. Yeah, that was a good seed, wasn't it? They got Leask. As the Beatles said, how long for yesterday. And now he gets a free hit. It's going to be high. Won't matter if it's caught or not. He's caught. Waste one of those. I don't think all the fielders knew it was a free hit, but anyway, essentially get a non-standard maximo off the first ball of the second. Let's see if they can get going. How are you, Rhino? Had a good night last night?
Excellent night last night. We even went through one or two empanadas last night, Vinny. That was a great way to finish what would have been a cracking day of cricket.
More than one or two, actually. Put up double digits. It's actually a PB at the empanada store.
I was just going to say, I think that was your PB, wasn't it? That was quite a feast.
I appreciate that you were one of the people that paid me back as well for that fairly hefty bill, which I incurred at the end, and everyone left pretty quickly.
Do you want to put your account details over the air just so they can? Maybe we need to crowdsource some funding for
Good
the.
enough to get a robot suit. Yeah, Freedy. Rocking a hard place here. He's out there to attack, but it hasn't been working, so he's kind of sticking to his guns. Feel like he's the kind of guy, if he can get one or two out of the middle of the bat, then he can actually start to settle down a bit and put the nerves away and start bossing it.
Probably the strongest power hitter in their lineup, isn't he?
I think so. Likes this one. Kari, not a huge fan of running at the moment. There's been a couple that he's turned down. It's one thing I think they probably work on here. Running between the wickets. Anyway, I want to say hello to all of our viewers in the Czech Republic, all our viewers in Finland as well. Very, very, I'll say Dobry Den. He'll say
Hyvä huomenta to the fans up in Helsinki. Great to have you with us, and great to have fans from all over the world tuning into the European Cricket League coverage.
He tries to hack it. It's not going to go well for him unless they spoil each other. Well, they try it, but they won't. And Ahad Qureshi takes the catch. He has to fight off a bit of receiver interference here, but he does take it. So Afridi, second man to go for a 5-ball globe. So that's 10 balls that haven't been scored off from the two departed batter. That hurts. Bruno loses second wicket, 6 for 2.
Yeah, well-deserved wicket for Shinwari, actually. After that terrible first delivery that went for 4 off the waist-high no ball, he's settled into his lane, bowled an excellent over, really giving the batsman nothing to play with, and a well-taken catch. It looked like Siddiqui was trying to up his fantasy points coming over the back, but fortunately let his teammate have enough room to take it safely, and Bruno, day 2 started probably even worse than day 1 for them. They are 6 for 2, still 1 ball left in the second.
Cricket is such a frustrating game. I mean, the difference between him hitting that over the top and skewing it to the field is probably around about 3 or 4 centimetres on the bat. And Afridi, second man to depart. So, a lot of people in the comment section already. Ready for another day of cricket. Plenty of viewers, of course, from Austria as well as Scotland. I'm sure we'll have a few spectators at the ground as well. Not to forget all of our French viewers, bonjour to you, and hopefully you're well. And let's see if things can pick up for Bruno. I said this is a must-win for both teams. I think particularly for Bruno, who have a pretty tough clash against Forfs coming up later in the day. If the Titans were to somehow to lose this, they could still, potentially you could see them knocking off Vienna CC if they had a barnstormer in match 9. Anyway, this man just continues to impress, doesn't he? Shinwari, he's only gone for 6. That was all off the first ball. There's the batter reaching. Can't deal with that. Kande, it's been dropped down to 4. Dot to finish. The good start continues for the Flying Finns. It's 6 for 2.
Yeah, they've got to be pretty happy with where this game sits at the moment. The Helsinki Titans, the opening bowlers, who have probably been their strength in their lineup across day 1. They are delivering yet again as we see the standings. Fortunately, both of these teams sitting on the bottom with no points from their 2 games. Neither of them having a particularly healthy net run rate, but ultimately that may not come into calculations whatsoever. The winner of this game is likely to be in pole position to join us for finals day, which comes up tomorrow.
Yeah, cause for concern.
Feast of top-level cricket.
Brilliant swing out from Shizadu. Finally goes for a run. First ball of the 3rd. Yeah, cause for concern, no points after one day. It's the first time 2 teams have been in that position. So, yeah, you'd have to say the top 2 can't possibly miss out on the 4 now. Vienna CC, possible but very unlikely. Feels like it'll be one of these 2 that'll have to go. See, Kande swings all around it. They did start with Noor at the top of the order, didn't really work out. So I don't mind the idea of Kari going up there to open, but I think then you also have to look at who's facing the first over. It's the only time in the whole innings the batting team can choose who faces. And they went for Ihalagi. to open up, and then he went ... out. And now you see Kari's only faced 3 balls in the first 2.5 overs.
That strikes me as someone who's got a bit of a desire not to be out first ball of the entire game. It's a superstition.
Well, this will be a run. Won't be a run. Yeah, backing up at the other end, Kari. That's one thing. He's refused a couple of opportunities to turn the strike over, I think. But yeah, I totally get that. You don't want to get up first ball of the innings, but I think you've got to build a bridge and get over that. If he's up there to open, I think you want him facing as many balls as possible. He's like the one guy that can handle the bowling at this level so far. Anyway, this is going to be dropped. It was heaved away by Kande. The Czechs get a bit of luck there. It was a fairly standard catch. It was travelling. They don't put many down, the Titans, but that one does go down.
Certainly the first time that Shazad's dropped violently short in this game too. Great opportunity, only 3 fielders square on the leg side. Should have been put away.
Goes back and cuts, and yeah, this is what I'm talking about. That's probably the one ball that Kari will get to face from Shazad, and he hits it to the boundary. So sliding doors, what could have happened if they just moved the other end of the pitch at the start of this match. But anyway, it's a fairly modest power play, just a dozen. It's 12 for 2 off 3.
Yeah, fairly modest is a very, very generous description of that. Vinny Sandu, 12 for 2, going at 4 runs and over off the first 3, as you have rightfully mentioned. Kari unable to get himself on strike. He's the out-and-out class batsman in this Bruno lineup. I guess the one upside for them is that at least they have raised the run rate from a minuscule 0 off the first over, and have beefed it up with a pair of 6s in the last 2, but they have not found the boundary with any regularity. Looks like Saeed's coming on to bowl the 4th over, so as they did in the previous game, they'll leave Shinwari to bowl his 2nd later in the innings. Saeed's been pretty useful for them so far in the tournament, though.
Yeah, sure has. One very expensive over, but that's going to happen to every bowler at some point in time in this format. Kande has to get his skates on here, 1 off 5. Here's the start of the 4th. Tries. Kande, but you see where he's trying to hit that. He's trying to hit that to the leg side. You've got 3 boundary riders there. The more correct way to hit that would be over cover.
They're not really using the wind at all, are they, at the moment, Vinny? Always just trying to strike hard down the ground or over a cow corner. I suspect they use the wind a little bit.
Had the backwards shot. That'd be pretty handy with this wind. It's a better looking shot. That elevator, but we'll get off strike. Just a single.
Nice length from Saeed, though. Just hitting the bat hard. Not really giving them a huge amount of width to work with. Backing up his opening bowl as well with a good start to his spell.
Good length this time, just clunked back. Bruno, they earned the right to be here. They did win the domestic championship, let's remember that. They won a pretty tense final over Prague CC King, so yeah, very much deserving of the spot. But I suppose, yeah, it's difficult. You haven't played in these conditions and got a lot of inexperienced players at a level up. Really nice shot this time. You can see that Kari looks a class above other batters we've seen out there so far. Just hasn't had too much of a strike. But it's a learning experience, and this is what it's all about. I spoke to the Bruno guys. I think realistically they'd love to qualify from the group. That'd be an achievable goal. They feel they could do. They're going to have to grab a win somewhere along the way. And they turn this innings around. This one is pretty straight. Probably just get one with the boundary rider out there.
So Vinny, when you say they haven't played in conditions like this much, are you talking about bright sunshine? Every single time I've seen an ECS event from the Czech Republic seems to be torturously cold.
Bit of a mixed bag, to be honest, when we've been there. We should be there in July this year, and I know from experience that it's very pleasant there. That is true, though. See, he gets a bit lazy now and tries to hack this one across the line. And this will be the end of the 4th over. Side just concedes 3, and it's 15 for 2 after 4.
Paris Kari, look at his batting figures at the moment, 11 off 7 balls, but that's 7 balls out of the 24 that he could have faced today. That's not a great return from the man that they genuinely need on strike as much as possible. Have a look at that run rate. As we said, the positive, it is sort of climbing.
Yeah, the negative is the scale on that graph is 4. So it might look like that's sky high, but that's probably only from an ant's point of view, really, at this stage. Look, it's something I say as well about probably the Czech Republic national team as well. I think that when they come up on the bigger stage, it's difficult for them. Well, they're just out of match practice against a better standard. I think that's what it is. Wow, it's almost caught the ball. Don't quite carries back to Abdullah Siddiqui, but Kande gets one.
Saw Siddiqui bowl yesterday afternoon, Vinny. He's actually got pretty good control of his leg spin. And if you're a team like Helsinki that...
Oh, yeah.
Was a return catch. If you're a team like Helsinki that really needs to, I guess, spring an upset to make it further on finals day if they do qualify, having a wild card in the form of a good leg spinner bowling some middle overs, that could be... It's a nice little card to have in the deck.
Yeah, definitely. Good spinners challenge good batters, no doubt about it. This time, batter charges. Probably a full toss anyway, made it into a higher full toss. Bit awkward to hit. Kari gets one. Yeah, this is the thing, you've got players that are very capable in the Czech Republic of playing at a high standard, but I think a lot of the club cricket there probably isn't at the standard that is international or close to that. Contrast that with somewhere like Belgium, where a lot of the club teams are very, very high quality, and so you're getting that match practice. It's just the way it is, and it's not anyone's fault in particular. But you want kind of all clubs to come up to a decent level so that you're setting the table for success in the international game. Well, this is caught. Well, what a very... No, he says no. That's a brilliant bit of... It's brilliant. Oh, well, okay.
I reckon they might have a look at this, Vinny. On first glance, I thought he's actually got his hands under this. He was certain, put the hand up straight away that he hasn't taken a catch. But
he actually waved it off like I didn't catch it. But then the batters, I think... Under him, this is a tough one, to be honest. We'll have to get this as slow as possible. My instinct from up here, no, he waved it off. He said, no, I haven't caught it. But then the thing is here, well, he's in anyway. I'm happy that he's in because I'd hate for him to be run out because he was kind of on a misapprehension about if it was caught or not. But yeah, that's fine.
Love to see the view going back to the fielder. It was if he didn't take the catch, it was a fantastic bit of work.
So the fielder feels it hits some grass there and bounces up. That's a really good shot of it. I know you could make... He maybe even hears the ball hit the ground. Do you know what I mean? It's his reaction said it all to me. Really good effort. Even better sportsmanship, I think.
Great sportsmanship indeed.
Anyway... Yeah, no good deed goes unpunished because this one's pumped down to the ground. Maximal! Kari gets going, the first of the day. Badly needed for the Czechs. Also, it's the end of the fifth over, and it's 24 for 2. I want to welcome everyone into the commentary box. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Here with Andrew Ryan. It is Peacock Friday. I haven't seen Corey yet, though. Have you seen Corey this morning?
I haven't. Where is he? I mean, he's a small man. He's hard to spot from far away, but where could he be?
Not sure, but anyway, I want to welcome everyone to the broadcast. Hopefully you're having a really bright Friday as well. It's going to be an important day for all these teams. Of course, top 2 up for grabs. Top 4 go through to finals tomorrow. Top 2 getting a double chance. But yeah, Rhino, certainly the Scots and the French have impressed, but things can change pretty quickly. Speaking of changing very quickly, this game is changing very quickly as Kande breaks the shackles with a Maximo to start the 6th over. And the Helsinki Titans, they've got, I wouldn't say a reputation, but last year they did lose a pretty unlosable chase against RCC on a golden ball. So, Bruno, if they can just kind of scrape their way to, say, 70 or 80, especially with their bowling, which I think's been pretty decent, they could pitch this one, but they have to keep batting well first.
Yeah, the distance between the best and the worst of the Titans has been high magnitude in this tournament so far. 10 off the last 2.
His leg side, hanging a long time, should be gone. Dropped. Oh, there we go. It's another simple catch that's gone down. That's Faisal Shahzad out there. Kande goes 6 and has a life straight after.
Disappointing effort there from the fielder. Hands just got into an awkward position. Looks like Faisal Shahzad, the opening bowler. Disappointed not to back up Saeed, who'd already been pumped for a boundary first ball. Bruno, a little bit of a good momentum here.
Pretty wide, so that'll help. Sling the action, Saeed. Occasionally go slightly wrong. Hello to Shrug as well. Hello to Dave. To Helix. To Namadul. And to binge watcher. Dan Casey watching from the Czech Republic. And yeah, thank you watching from the Czech Republic as well. Anyone I missed, hope you have a great day. Stay with us here. Group D. Group matches finishing today. Group D finals tomorrow. That's a pretty good shot, considering he backed away a little bit. Had to just get the bat on it, Kari. Gets a single.
Good natural timer of the ball,
Yeah.
Kari, isn't he? I mean, sometimes his bat swing doesn't necessarily fit the mould of a top-class player, but certainly rockets off the middle of that stick.
Cuts well, and I'd be standing my ground looking to cut that kind of a ball, maybe a bit further back behind point. There's no outfielder there. Sunday is after it as well. This will fall to a pocket of space, and that's really good fielding. And sometimes an early throw is better than a good throw. You see Khalid Mungol fired it back and kind of spooked them out of the second run, so they just get a single.
Yeah, they've got some good outfielders, the Helsinki Titans. Khalid Mungol just there. He moves very, very well. Tall man, good agility in the field. We saw a great catch from Bilal Masood earlier in the game, and Puste, who came up with what was a cracking effort last over as well. Some guns in the outfield.
Takes this off the stumps, hacks it away behind square for a single. Kari moves to 20. Where can they get to here? So let's say they get 36 off sixth.
Feels like they've gotten a little bit of momentum though now, Vinny, and a couple of boundaries to finish off, or to at least finish off this over and start the seventh. Continuing that momentum, if they can squeeze their way up to 75, 80 odd runs, gives them a defendable target.
This one hanging in the air as well, but won't carry to the outfield. It takes the end of the sixth over. So run a ball pace. They're 36 for 2 after 6.
That finishes the pair of overs from Saeed's done a serviceable job. His captain, Bruno, the last couple of overs. Certainly no wickets, which has helped. Probably their top two most reliable batters at the crease at the moment. Aren't they there? He's started to move along at a reasonable rate, 14 off 15. Whereas Kari scored at a good clip so far, 20 runs off only 12 balls, found the boundary with a greater regularity than has been the case for most of his teammates. As Qureshi's coming on to take up the attack for the Finnish side. Wide ball on the outside, and you wouldn't say it's punished, but good fortune for the Bruno team. That flies away to the third man boundary. Umpire signals 4, and just that little tweak of momentum that they've generated in the last couple of overs, they are continuing with a good start to this 7th. Qureshi, hands on hips. An experienced bowler, but probably just hasn't produced his best for the Helsinki Titans so far in this tournament. Actually took the new ball for the Titans a lot last year. Looks like he's shortened his run-up from last year as well, not quite generating the same pace. The ball's in the block hole, or at least made so by the batter charging. Just drifts down to long on. Take a single. Bruno up to 41. Certainly not threatening the record books whatsoever at the moment with his target, but I suspect with this high cross breeze that we might have to reduce the typical score by maybe 10 to 15 runs.
Something we saw, a difference between Groups A and B, which were from the other end, and C and D, hitting into that stiff breeze. You've got to kind of target different areas. Army goes through cover. That's a really good shot. Pierces the outfielders, and that's going to be 4. So the resurgence continues with the Czechs. They're just trying to get to that workman-like score of 75 to 80. They'll feel they might be able to defend it. This was slightly overpitched, but again, this is how to do it. It's just proper cricketing shape. He's one guy that can handle it.
Yeah, well, you talk about targeting different areas, Vinny. He's picked out the fact that there's a big gap out there at the extra cover region. That's a full ball into the slot, and it's been launched way over the European Cricket Network ball at long on. The fingers go up from the umpire, 6 runs on the board, and all of a sudden, Bruno, you wouldn't say they've grabbed control of this game, but these two batters are certainly giving them the opportunity to post a defendable total. Kari races along. He's up to 30 off 14.
Yeah, what a shot. I mean, maximo time for Kari. This is exactly why, I felt I wanted to see him face first ball of the innings. He's only faced 14 out of the 40 balls in this innings so far. Anyway, he's got Qureshi, and he wants him again. Does. Wow, what a shot. That's 2 in a row. Maximo! Well, look 2 ways before you cross the street, Rhino, because that one's gone miles, and the fight's now coming from the skipper.
Well, chance of Kari coming from the Players' Pavilion. They are loving the work of their skipper at the moment. He's unleashing against Hard Qureshi. This is pressure situation for the Finnish bowler. How will he respond?
Goes again. This is away from the fielder, and it's going to be 4 more. Well, it's just what the doctor ordered for the Czechs, who check themselves and get plenty off that over. It goes magical. 25 come off the 7th. The score is 61 for 2. I want to welcome everyone, and we've got some special guests. We've got Paulina, we've got Stephanie from Hype. And well, you know how we like to celebrate on a Peacock Friday is we get hyped up. I don't know if you've met the robot. The robot's very hyped up as well. So we would like, I know you probably get plenty of this. And Rhino, let's all just have a cheers. Let's get hyped up for a great day, all right? Crack one open. We will enjoy this. And just so you know I'm not kidding, I'm going to knock this down pretty quickly.
It's so refreshing.
I've got, this is one of my favorites actually. This is the mojito one. And it's good because the mojito I can have at work. So that's very good. My last job, I had too many mojitos at work and I didn't have a job anymore. Yeah. But anyway, this mojito is one I can enjoy. So yeah, we're getting hyped up. I know the robot was pretty hyped up as well, Rhino, earlier.
I think we tried to explore yesterday whether you could have an intravenous drip of hype for
We wanted to put the hype straight into the system for the robot yesterday because he was losing a lot of fluids there.
It's probably the only thing that kept him going for longer than 15 minutes.
I think so. Anyway, here's Shinwari coming back in the 8. Wants an appeal, but he'll get 4-leg buys instead. Kande kicks away a 4. They don't matter how they get him at the moment. Bruno really challenging now. Maybe they could touch 85 or 90 here, Rhino.
Yeah, I think they're already at the point where they feel like they're setting the Helsinki Titans a target that will at least make them a little bit nervous. Shinwari bowled well at the top of the order, actually come up with a pretty good delivery there. Tailed late into the batter, but funny things happen when you've got a bit of momentum, Vinny, and Bruno have certainly had it over the last 3 or 4 overs. Go back to that dropped catch out of the deep mid-wicket boundary.
Momentum buster. Momentum buster. That one was good. Had so much movement that was heading down the leg side for sure. So let's recalibrate our expectations here. Touch the 90. Just keeps going. It's just changing mindset as well, I think, as well from these two. Kari's backing himself to play his shots, hitting more traditional kind of areas. So the Titans, I mean, their Achilles heel has been sustaining a performance throughout the 20 overs of a match. You know, they've had some very good performances in the first few overs, but they just feel they've let the checks back in.
All credit to Shinwari, though. He stayed with that in-swinging Yorker. Good delivery, just to hold up the run rate a touch on that last delivery.
It's time to go straight, hanging a long time, can't find it, but he catches it. So really nice piece of fielding. And that is going to be Pari that goes for 40. They need someone else to take him home here. So potential momentum swinger as Masood gets under that one. He's fielded pretty well today. Important though, again, look at the strike rate from Kari. 40 off 17. As he goes, leaves his team in a lot better shape than they were a few overs ago. 66 for 3.
Yeah, continued good bowling from Shinwari. Doesn't really give him something completely in the slot. A little bit of a late tail back in. And Bilal Masood's come up with a couple of huge plays in the field. Neither of them have been easy outfield catches. He's been on his knees for the 2 of them. Great grab in the end, showing his teammates how to do it. That's excellent work for Masood. And well, wouldn't have thought there would be a turning point in this game where you might be stopping Bruno from reaching the 90-odd rate, but Kari getting out, still a few balls in the kit bag. They'd love to continue this acceleration, Bruno.
Amir Ranjan Das comes into the 11, faces up. Punts this one back to the bowler. No coincidence, I think, as well. As soon as we started talking hype, the run rate took a pretty dramatic uptick.
It's not surprising, Vinny. Tell you what, the taste is exceptional, isn't it? My first opportunity to down some hype coming out to the Cartama Oval this week. It's an absolute cracker. Certainly won't be the last. I'll have to smuggle a few back into Switzerland.
Hold him. It's really good bowling from Shinwari, and Das has to trot off. He's got a little bit of an in-swinger there. Couldn't deal with it straight through the gate, and 3 for 7. Pretty good figures for Shinwari. 8 overs down now. It's 66 for 4.
Yeah, gorgeous bowling from the left arm opener, the paceman Shinwari. He said early in the over, a little bit unlucky that ended up with 4-leg buys. One of the opening balls, but he's stuck to his plan. Lovely in-swinging Yorker, and Das just plays all over the top of it. Trying to do the right thing, getting on with it, charging the bowler, but excellent delivery from the young man. He's been hugely impressive.
Oh, he's been really good. Get a good natural shape, doesn't he? It's a bit tougher for Das to come into the lineup, especially at that stage. He's trying to push for quick runs, not able to contribute to the total. This brings Aaron Vasudevan to the crease. He's come in as well. So look, here, just get that 80 plus. It's 7 and over gets you 80 plus here. Yeah, obviously you're trying to hit boundaries, but you don't want to swing and miss. You don't want a bunch of dot balls. I think you've got to realise where you're at. You've got Kunde's going run a ball pace. Vasudevan new to the crease. It'll be Kunde facing up. Abidullah Siddiqui with his leg spin. Quicker one first up. Yeah, so run hard here. Just scramble. You've got 6 wickets to play with. This is where you've got to maybe play a bit of ugly cricket just to get that 80 on the board. You bowl and field out of your skin. You can definitely have the skills to do that. You're going to have to dodge a couple of talented Titans batters along the way. Good shot, really good shot. A bit unlucky. Hits it more or less straight to Kalyan Mungal. That's it even off the mark. Good looking shot from him.
Siddiqui bowls a pretty consistent line, about a couple of inches outside off stump. A little bit of kick off the pitch. That's a little reverse Malachi here. They've got a wide third man. He's inside the circle.
Yeah, Andrew Ryan was talking about the superior control of Abidullah Siddiqui. That one been...
He hasn't timed it well to help me out with the commentary reference.
On the next pitch. That's much better though. I really like it how he does vary his pace in all seriousness. He slides quite a few through, and he reminds me a little bit of one of the Bruno spinners, Tripuri Kanyalal. The way that he's kind of got this Anil Kumble-like slide on, natural slide on. Tosses this one up. He's going to just curve away from the infield, and almost does the outfielder with the spin. It'll allow him to take 2. Yeah, well.
More spin in the outfield than we've seen off Siddiqui's leg spinners so
I think
far
you're right
in this
there.
game. That's taken a vicious turn.
Yeah, could have been egg on the face moment. But I like this from Siddiqui. You know, that's the one he does toss up. So I like that he creates that variation, and batter's mind not really sure. Well, this is gone. Interesting one for me. He's a long way forward. It did seem fairly straight. Kunde's going to go for 23. We'll have a look on the replay.
Certainly less flight on that one, Vinny. Don't think it was had any issue in terms of going over the stumps. We'll have a look at the direction, hopefully on the replay. But yeah, pretty quick finger from the umpire. He was confident.
Yeah, he was confident. The thing is, he is kind of on the front foot. In the old days, they probably never give this out. Let's see how he's kind of charging, hits him low down. I suppose your only thing you're saying that it's not going over the top, is it missing leg or not? And the thing is, you track the ball, yeah, it's probably getting some leg stump. I think it's a fair enough decision. I think a lot of umpires wouldn't give that out because they feel like there's too much of a distance between the pad and the stumps, and they wouldn't be positive it was going to hit the stumps, but Tyrone was, and you can understand why. Look at the replay, probably was more likely than hit than not. As Kashif comes out, swings and misses that last ball of the ninth. The score is 71 for 5.
Yeah, nice over from Siddiqui. Deserved that wicket. As you said, probably just needed to straighten down the line a touch. Yeah. I think it's a fair call from umpire Tyrone. Certainly wouldn't mess with him. Bruno, 71 for 5, 6 balls left in the kit bag, and as you said, Vinny, they probably just need to work their way up to 80, and psychologically that feels like a big point for them to get to.
80 looks a lot better than 79, I think, in these games. I want to say hello to everyone. Buenos dias as well to LY Bangladesh, who's watching from Barcelona. Anyway, wide will help as Ahad Qureshi comes in to bowl the last over. This is where you've got to just scramble here. Vasudevan Krup's the only ball he faced so far, any legal ball he faced.
It's interesting, Vinny, both were hitting Ahad Qureshi with such big parts of the bowling lineup for Helsinki Titans and tournament last year. Haven't seen them feature anywhere near as much this year.
Goes for the throw here and gets one. Yeah, it's true. I mean, I think they've got lots of options. But you would imagine they're deserving of the 2 overs. I guess that's a good problem to have. Kashif will be swinging. 1. Can you challenge for 2 here? Probably not.
The man running to the striker's end had absolutely no intention of pushing for a second. He's keen to face a Qureshi.
Yeah. 1 boundary here, I think, drags you up over the 80 mark. If you don't hit a boundary, you're probably not getting there. Bruno, lucky for that little surge in the middle, hey? swing and a miss. So staying on 74.
Smart bowling from Qureshi, though, just going a little bit wide of off stump. He knows the slower order batsman is probably targeting the cow corner region.
Don't back away. That's what I'd be saying. Don't back away. Stand your ground. Stay still. Get a good swing on the ball.
He's clearly not listening to the advice coming out of the commentary box.
Must admit, I did raise my voice a little bit there to try and perhaps get that in the mind
You
of...
try to advise a young
That's
player,
even.
and what do you get?
He has cracked one or two. It's just that left foot. That left foot for me, don't have to clear it so far. Make it hard to reconnect with the ball. So he does get a bit about on it. Just eat the one, so they got 75 with the ball remaining.
Yeah, Bruno, ever since the loss of Kari, haven't been able to kick on from that mid-innings resurgence. Helsinki Titans bowlers have done a pretty reasonable job. Qureshi's done a serviceable over here for the 10th. One ball to go.
Chef would love to be a one-hit wonder here. Now, that's a fair bit of it. They get one. Is it possible two? Oh, they're going to try for it. So it's going to be 76 for Bruno. I'm going to set walking stick 77 for the Helsinki Titans. And yeah, the Helsinki Titans, we all remember how they went out of the tournament last year against RCC of Luxembourg. It was a 118 golden ball. I think the Titans will fancy themselves to get these, but, you know, a couple of early wickets, get a couple of key batters. Even if you can just restrict and push that rate up to about 10 and over, suddenly it becomes a different ball game. And Bruno essentially feels like they're playing for their tournament life, and not far behind.
Saw it a couple of times in the last group, Vinny. Chase of 80 odd when it was in pressure games is extremely difficult. Be even more difficult if you had that combination of Sandhu bowling to the robot. The robot's done a garbage job at the stumps.
No one really having too much of a hand on the ball. Those first three highlights are brilliant. Can we just clip those again? Anyway, pretty brilliant on the field as well. Wasn't that a good catch first up? Bilal Masood was able to grab that one. Yeah, for me, maybe a bit of a tactical blunder. Kari was out there to open. I like that, but he didn't face. And then there were a couple of 5-ball ducks as Afridi went the same way as Ihalagi. But anyway, Bruno, beg, borrow, or steal. They've got 76 runs on the board. They're going to have to defend them. Titans again for them. This is where they'll want to get their tournament started.
Yeah, absolutely. They need to focus with the bat here, but it was a really, really good effort from Bruno to create some sort of target there in the middle. Kari, he is a lovely timer of the cricket ball and manages to access some fairly unusual parts of the ground at times, but lovely flow of the bat, and when it comes off the middle, he is a clean striker. That man, Bilal Masood, he was very clean with his hands in this innings, and this young fella continues to impress. Hamidullah Shinwari, his left arm paces have caused no end of havoc. Siddiqui bowled a couple of good overs with his leg spin, got rewarded with an LBW in his second. He was cock-a-hoop with that call, big appeal, and got rewarded by the umpire. And in the end, the Helsinki Titans have been rewarded with what should be a fairly easy chase for them, but we know with these conditions, with the heavy breeze, we know with the unpredictable Bruno bowling attack, nothing is going to be easy, and particularly when you are playing for your European Cricket League life. Look at the scorecard there, punctuated by those two double-figure scores. Kari 40 off 17, and Norkande batted pretty well in giving him some support with 23 off 24. Virtually nothing coming from the rest of the batting lineup, and that bowling card for the Helsinki Titans looks pretty good. Aside from the one over of Wahid Qureshi, who faced the full force of Kari during his single over, he went for 25, but Hamidullah Shinwari, 3 wickets for 7, an excellent spell to continue what has been a tremendous performance from him over the start of this Group D here at the European Cricket League. So halfway through match 1 on day 2 of Group D, we have Bruno, who have put 76 on the board, so the Titans will be chasing a target of 77 off their 10 overs. They will feel like they're a big chance to put themselves in pole position for qualification to finals day. We will be back here in a few minutes. So Andrew Ryan, on behalf of Vinny Sandhu, please come back and join us for the chase in a few minutes' time.
European Cricket League is brought to you by HCL Software, Dream 11, and Andalusia European Region for Sport.
European cricket fans, welcome back to the cauldron that is the Cartama Oval here in the Andalusia region of Spain. We are just outside the gorgeous town of Malaga for this European Cricket League event here in 2023. It's Group D, and we are halfway through this enthralling contest between Bruno from the Czech Republic, who batted first and put on a relatively subpar score of 76 for 5. They were led by Kari, who played an excellent innings with the bat. But Helsinki Titans' bowling attack was very, very solid and created enough chances and enough dot balls to keep the Bruno lineup in check. But Helsinki Titans have had their challenges with the bat in this tournament already. They certainly need a little bit more from Gulam Abbas Butt, the golden butt in the words of Mr. Maximo, at the top of the order. To chase this down comfortably. They've got some good hitters in the middle order as well, but just love a good start in the power play from these openers to just probably calm a few of the nerves. As we said on the coverage earlier this morning, this is absolute must-win contest for both of these teams. As Afridi, the paceman, bustles in for the first ball. Nice ball, probably going over the top as Butt tries to swing it over backwards, square, no contact. Really just settling into his work. He's actually got a really nice action. Bit of angle coming in from wide of the crease. Now we can get it up a few clicks quicker as he settles into his over. Tall young man, good athlete, runs in hard to the crease. Another decent length ball, but swings across the line, makes good contact, but fielder coming in from a long on, takes it cleanly. Suresh Ramarao, who I'm sure will be an influential customer with the ball later in this innings. Plenty of encouragement for the bowler. Good start for him, hit a good length the first two balls. This brings Ahad Qureshi the batting crease. And good line of length from Afridi. Can take more than a tickle of away movement to catch the outside edge of the Qureshi bat, but he gives it the full face. Straight back to the bowler, but leaving aside no wickets. This is exactly what the doctor ordered for the Bruno bowling attack. Very tight first over, but they'd love their spearhead to pick up a wicket. Short ball, Qureshi gets big on him, tries to swing over to the square leg boundary. A little bit too quick for the Helsinki Titans opener. Good short ball, right at shoulder high. Qureshi spins and he's late. Good pace. Another short ball popped up. Remarkably falls in between the three fielders converging on it. Need the wicket keeper a square leg or mid-wicket. Really had a play on that ball, but good bowling from Afridi. He's asking some questions of the Helsinki Titans batters at the moment. Only the butt of Qureshi looking particularly comfortable. He's got one more ball in this over. Love to blast out the star opener of the Titans. Foolish, driven. It's a well-patrolled area, and that is an excellent first over from Afridi. Only 2 runs off it. Helsinki Titans, 2 for none. And feels like a good time to welcome back to the commentary box, Mr. Maximo.
Good start, wasn't it, for the Bruno team? 59 matches since the Golden Ball. It was a Friday morning that we had our last Golden Ball. That was in Malta, Eliminator 1. Jeepa Blasters survived by a Golden Ball. That's the tiebreaker if there is a tie. Put it past these two teams to give us one here. 76, pretty modest total, but a good start. Yeah, Afridi really going after Butt there in the first over. Butt not afraid to give it back towards the end, but only yielded 2 runs. Here we go with over number 2. Tuwari going to share the new ball. Past the outside edge, and I tell you what, that rate's already gone up to around about 8.4 and over, probably after that delivery. And if you just get that up to about 10, there you go, 8.5 and over now. So it's almost like your total has grown by about 8 runs just from this good start. Again, can't have a lapse. That was the thing with Bruno last night. They gave away a bunch of runs early, couldn't quite claw it back. This is a thick edge. It's going to run away for 4. Again, maybe a bit of inexperience here in Cartama. We've seen a lot of teams have fielders in this exact line. They had the third man a little bit further around, because it also serves as a catching position. Tiwari a bit unlucky here to go to the boundary.
Yeah, particularly when you've got someone who's bowling at the speed of Tiwari. I think it's a legitimate tactic to have third man sitting inside the 30. But as you say, Vinny, particularly the line that he's bowling, maybe having him a bit finer, bringing him play for the catch rather than just thinking about the defensive position could be the play.
This is going to be cut off. That's really well done. That's Vasudevan, who's into the lineup. Hurls himself away to his left, but I'm not normally a huge fan of after the horse has bowled fielding changes, but I do think he can probably come around a bit.
Plenty of life in the field from Bruno, though. I feel like they've gotten a sniff with the good start that the opening bowlers have given them.
Final, I think. Honestly, it feels like it. Anyway, not a great ball. It's a half tracker and it gets the treatment. Maximo! Golden butt activated as he goes large. His first Maximo.
You can see why you've got huge raps on him, Vinny. We haven't seen the best of him at this tournament so far, but he sat back on the back foot, just cranked that over square leg. Lovely timing. When he hits it well, it absolutely flashes off his blade.
Rocketed off the bat, didn't it? Not a good ball from Tiwari. Needs to go up a bit. So probably grabs some of the line, so it's called a wide. You see, Gulamaba Spartan, he's kind of a momentum player. You know, when he gets going, he's really hard to stop. Over the line, good umpiring. Let's take a moment to say hello to our umpires. Looks like we've got Tyrone Peters out there. It was Suleiman Saeed that made that call. Umpiring crew's done such a good job. So many things you're watching in this format of the game. It's quite mentally taxing, but they're doing such a great job, this crew. There we go again. He goes sideways. He gets 6 more. Maximo! Like the dams burst here a little bit. Tiwari again, fraction too short, and goes the journey.
Well, Tiwari's got 2 outfielders positioned at long on and long off. I can't fathom that his captain's instructions were to please drop a series of half trackers against Gulam Abbas, but he's dispatched 2 of them over the boundary after the tight start from Afridi. Disappointing second over.
I do like to go back to Afridi as a gamble. Is it a gamble worth taking here? Maybe. It's a tough one. It's always, you also want him up your sleeve. I'd maybe consider something like Tripuri Kanyalal to bowl the 3rd, and Afridi the 4th if you really need him. Otherwise, you'd love to have him in your back pocket. Problem is you have to be kind of proactive here, don't you? With only 76 on the board. Anyway, Tiwari ends up going for 19 in the second, and after 2, it's 21 without loss.
I'm probably with you there, Vinny. I think actually something a little bit off speed, a little bit different is more likely to flummox Butt than it is just going back to the pace of Afridi, who might be able to come in and spear out a couple of middle order. Have a look at the standings in Group D. You can see why this is such an important contest. Both of these 2 teams sitting with no wins from day 1. So the winner of this game puts themselves in an excellent position to qualify for finals day.
And the loser off to the travel agent, I think. Anyway, here we go. They are going back to Afridi in the power play. Goes upstairs straight away. This one not called a bounce up. Certainly pretty short. It's handy for the bowler if it's not a bounce up. Yeah, it's not a bouncer. It's not quite above the shoulder. Good umpiring as well, Suleiman Saeed.
Bowled one of those in the first over as well, Vinny. Yeah. He's got good range, a little bit of extra heat when he bowls that short ball.
One belted back and it needs to be cut off. It is. All these stops, even more important, I think. Also gets the danger man away from the strike for now. It was well done by Norkande at mid-off.
Yeah, Butt doesn't seem perturbed at all by the extra pace and bounce of Afridi. Obviously, that ball a little bit fuller. Genuinely would have saved him for some of the middle order rather than committing him to a second over now, but needs to deliver for his captain with a wicket.
Oh, good effort, honestly. I know it'll go down as a drop catch, but the captain, Kari, had to climb the ladder. He would have loved for this to stick. I suppose, in my view, he saves 3 runs.
Yeah, he certainly does. That could have been a wouldn't say a turning point, but Butt back in the pavilion gets a little bit of a top edge. Good short ball again from Afridi, getting some extra heat and elevation. Fortunately, the keeper couldn't complete the dismissal.
Yeah, it's a real tough one. Did get off the ground. Got a glove to it. It's full this time. Gets through the field, goes for 4. So this hurts, doesn't it, through the checks. On the other side of the coin, Gulam Abbas bat. He looks good on the drive, doesn't he? Moves to 19.
Yeah, lovely shot, Vinny. There's not too many gaps over on that offside, but he's managed to pick one of them. It's a full toss from Afridi. Didn't try to overhit it, actually. Just stroked it nicely, but found the middle of the bat. And that's flown away to the boundary.
Yeah, certainly. Fielder might be a bit disappointed. Doesn't get a hand to that. At least knock it down. Needs to do something quite extraordinary soon. Bruno. This is well whipped away. It's hit hard to the fielders. They elect against running. Probably one there if they gone straight away. But Gulam says, I want one more goal at Afridi. This is the thing, you brought Afridi back. It's not like he's been super expensive here, but you've spent him. He feels like your spearhead. Probably they go to Tripuri Kanyalal next, and potentially we'll see a bit more Naveed Ahmed in this innings, the off spinner. It's a little bit short, he just hammers it. Wow, is that Viv Richards out there? Because that was a proper pull shot, almost off to the front foot, then swivels back. So Abbas goes large, Maximal. That one was a dagger through the heart of everyone in Bruno. As it's the end of the power play, 33 without loss.
Probably wasn't Afridi's best delivery, that one, Vinny, but that is a stunning shot from Butt, as you said. It's a short of a length ball, but he's played it with his weight on the front foot and struck it beautifully in between mid-wicket and long on. Look at that run rate. It's ticking along very nicely for the Helsinki Titans, chasing down a target of 76 after a little bit of a shaky first over. Very, very good opening one from Afridi. They're now rocketing along. Only require further 44 runs off the last 7 overs of this game, and maybe this is the man who should have bowled that third.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, I wouldn't want to be a captain in this form of the game because really a lot of guesswork goes into it. And imagine if somehow Kari was able to pull down that one from the skies. It could have been very different, but it's not the way it worked out. Qureshi's going to face up then. I had Qureshi. Will be Kanyalal comes on in over number 4, and he'll just kind of slide onto the bat. First one just knocked away for a single. Hello to Glenn Butcher as well.
Nice one, nice,
Just joined us in the comment section to see about a man that I never played with him because I'd already stopped playing, but he plays for my club in Australia. Cam Green got his first Test century overnight in India, so congratulations to Cameron or his family.
Nice, very nice, nice.
Batting for
Nice bowling,
5 days, the way things are going, based on the scorecards I'm seeing over there.
Cam Green, I reckon he'd go okay in the T10 format.
think
Bowling
so.
at 135 clicks and with the biggest levers. And speaking of levers, that has been launched.
Wow, that's it's on the roof. So that's not a great sign. And they're always tricky to get down. Gulam Abbas, but he's looking golden at the moment. Tree gets a little bit too short. He gets sent into the fan zone.
Look at the enthusiasm of the fans desperately trying to get that ball back. And they've done it successfully. Hurled back to one of the Bruno fielders. Gorgeous shot.
Wow. Ain't looking good. Tell you that much.
I tell you what does look good though, this Bruno outfit, I love the red, and I'd describe it as KFC red.
It's so true. Oh, up and over, sliced away, another boundary. Cuatro carreras más. But now has 35 out of the 44 on the board. And it's trouble at the old mill for Bruno.
Yeah, well, nothing finger looking good coming out of the spinning hands of this man. Unfortunately, all the damage is being done with the bat of Gulam Abbas, but striking it well.
Oh, this time he goes over cover. This might be the best yet. Maximal! 41 off 15. And look, and I know it's only a little thing, but Gulam Abbas, but he faced the first ball of the innings. He kind of bossed this in from the start. And that brings up the 50 and the 50 partnership as well for Helsinki Titans. But yeah, we saw with Kari in the first innings, he went out there to open, but didn't get a lot of the strike. As it's worked out, Gulam Abbas has had most of the strike, and he's done a fair bit with it. 5 maximos in his 15 balls faced so far.
50 partnership up for these two.
This time it goes up, and it's going to be 6 more. Maximo! The wheels falling off pretty quick now as he moves to 47. Into the over as well. As Kanyalal goes magical as well. It's 56 for none.
Played a couple of stunning shots in the last few overs, Gulam Abbas, but he has a touch of class about him. And even that last strike off the spinner Lal looked like he actually only got it towards the bottom of his bat, but still sent it flying a good 60-odd metres. And see the worm, the Helsinki Titans are going Titanic in a good way today. Their run rate up around the almost the 15 mark after 4 overs. Great stuff from Butt.
Yeah, it was. Ramirez had some good moments in the series. This is going to be one well handled on the spin by Sandeep Tiwari. Yeah, there was that moment early on where you said, okay, they pushed up the rate about a point, but that was very early. Since then, Helsinki Titans well on top. Yeah, it's a tough one. That rate going off the charts at the moment, well above the red line required.
Come on, boy.
We're mentioning companies aren't giving us money, but you seem to be pretty accustomed to the KFC red, maybe in the younger days, Andrew. We all were. Nothing like, keeping 100 overs and feeling like you're getting pretty healthy. Smash 15 to 20 pieces on the way home.
May have been one of the frequent post-match venues for the Peninsula Pulsars back in the day. Storied franchise from the world of Queensland warehouse cricket.
Tell you what, you'd be smart to actually have it before the game, because the catches would be sticking, you'd think. Slower ball this time from Ramirao. It's knocked away for 1. Qureshi's played his role well as well, hasn't he? He's just got out the way and said, right, over to you, Gulam. Gulam's responded with 48 off 17 and counting.
I remember having a great chat one day with Greg Campbell, who is with cricket PNG. We'll just see this ball from Ramirao.
Now goes after it. It's the top edge. This should be out. And it's taken. Nicely taken out there on the boundary. I think that might be Vasudeva that takes the catch. And yeah, so even you can feel with that, it's a bit of a consolation wicket already. Bruno riding on the wall for them, but at least they get a cheap shot. They get Gulam Abbas Butt before he gets his 50. But damage is done, you'd think. It's 59 for 1.
Yeah, certainly. Nice catch taken. Probably a little bit late in proceedings to stop this Helsinki Titans charge, but great to see the best of him today. A couple of great strikes. Guess what? We've got the wicket change over here. I'll finish that story. Chatted to Greg Campbell about the Papua New Guinea boys. And the first time he took them on tour to the Middle East, and they get an allowance each day, which comes from PNG Cricket. And there was one particular day that the boys disappeared for a little while, and he's come back in and found that they'd ended up spending basically all of their day's money going to the local KFC, picking up buckets of 20-odd pieces of chicken, and had absolutely feasted it all in a particular morning. And
money
it was
well spent.
at that time that he decided that they needed to do a few lessons on effective nutrition while on tour, and that maybe gorging on about 5,500 calories of seasoned fried chicken was not the way forward.
Just efficient use of funds, I think. Anyway, let's get going. Yeah, Gulam Abbas Butt, what a good innings from him. 48 off just 17, or 18 in the end, including the dismissal. But he's broken the back of this chase already. They'd have to fall over to lose. And they might have kind of lost the unlosable eliminator last year, but only 17 required. Only about halfway through the allotted overs. This one will be over with some time to spare, I think. Ramirez been pretty good. So is this guy. Nice and even. Took the catch, and there's no problems with that one as well. It takes us to the end of the 5th over. And the score is 61 for 1.
Come on, boy. Come on, Ollie boy. Come on, Ollie boy.
So it's just the first of 5 matches today, of course. And there's plenty more coming your way. Really looking forward to this one. This is match 7, so it's coming up in around about 45 minutes from now. It's Dreux, the French champions, taking on Vienna CT of Austria. It's the Austrians that won the toss. Quinton Norris, the big Q stick, have sent in Dreux. So, and they're hoping that they can get some of their danger players, especially the top 3. I think are super dynamic. Barty's pretty dangerous there at 4. Does fall away a bit after that. But anyway, that is the second match of the day. And if Vienna CT can win that one, they'll be tying Dreux on the ladder. So plenty still to watch out for. And look, for me, those two teams, assuming that that Scotland keep winning, those two teams are kind of competing for the second spot in the double chance, which I think is pretty important with the finals format. Kashif comes on here to bowl the 6th over.
Yeah, I think I agree with your take on that, Vinny, as he comes in for his second. Good full ball outside. Vienna
this is your
feel
boy,
like the
Ali boy,
team
come
that
on, Ali boy.
if their best players have a
Sam
good
line, Ali boy,
day,
Sam line, Ali boy,
they're
come
more
on,
than
Ali boy.
capable of upsetting Dreux.
Very nice,
And
Ali boy, very
even
nice,
if
Ali
they
boy.
can
Come on, Ali
catch
boy, come on,
Forfarshire,
boy.
having a tough one, may even be able to launch an upset against the top tier side from Scotland. I think there's a bit to come from Vienna.
For sure. On the hook, this is hanging, but there's no one down at fine leg. It'll be another boundary as this game rockets towards the conclusion. Karashi gets 4.
Kashif unfortunately just dropping a little bit short, hasn't quite got the pace of a Freedy to bowl that length and get away with it. It wasn't actually a bad short ball, got the top edge, but unfortunately it's a big risk bowling in those areas, and particularly when you've got a couple of rampaging Finnish batters at the crease.
And the wind as well, just assisting that one. It's behind the bowler, Kashif. Comeback ball now. Pitches up, there'll be a wide. Of course, yeah. Bruno missing their star bats and captain on occasion, Dylan Stain. He's not in Europe currently. If he was, I'm sure he'd be out there and would add a bit more to their batting. Got good T20 international numbers, scored a century last year, and they've led a carp. Also captained the Czech national team at the UCC recently. I think Dylan would have loved to have been here, especially after he had a bit of a disappointing series with the Czech national team. Would have loved to show what he can do, but unfortunately it's not to be. These are the realities, I suppose, of life and life as a European cricketer. But still, Bruno will have one more chance to show what they can do against a Forfs team. I mean, what a game that could be, and what a hit that is. I mean, that's got absolute miles. That's over the robot dome and out of here. That's up in the car park. Maximal. Bilal Masood wants to finish things with an exclamation point.
Yeah, he's a player that they could get a little bit more out of. Bilal Masood, excellent in the field today, and saw him do this yesterday where he's just launched one off his hips, and look at the reaction from the Titans dressing room. They're loving this batting performance, an all-round good performance from
I need to
today.
get a bit concerned about where I parked my car. Hopefully this is over soon. 4 to win. All right, goes the hook again, and this will be it. It's all the way out of here. No ball, +6, because the second bouncer, Masood says, anyway, I'll take 7. So it's going to be all over with 25 balls to spare. And Helsinki Titans making light work of this target. Bruno, I know they'll be disappointed again. I mean, they were in the game for about 3 minutes, but that was about all. Gulamabas but took it away with 48. Qureshi watched it all from the other end. Masood finished it off, went bang, bang. He wants the free hit, but guess what? He's not going to be able to get it because that is the end of this. And in a blink, it's over. Final score will be Helsinki Titans 80 off 5.5. Bruno 76.
Yeah, they've been threatening this sort of performance. The Helsinki Titans had a tough day yesterday in which they actually exhibited some top quality cricket at various times in both games. And to be honest, had it not been for a bit of good quality fielding or maybe just one extra top tier bowler, they could have actually taken both of those contests. As it is, this is their first points on the board, but a much deserved win. They were very good with the ball opening up and a superb performance with the bat. Well, that was at the point we probably saw the most control, the most hype in the Helsinki Titans.
In the blocks ready to go, weren't they? But so were the Finns. Riaz Afridi kept things quiet early, but this second over kind of got out of hand, and from there, really, the Pram had gone down the hill, and they were always chasing it, weren't they? Bruno. And Gulamabas Butt again with that pressure off. I think he just kind of feasted on a few slightly short deliveries. Tree came on, couldn't do too much about it either. Again, good hitting from the opener. Just broke the back of this chase. Ramarao came on, again at his pace. He kind of surprised a few batters, just lures them into being a bit early. That was a nice catch. That was a win for Vasudevan out there on the deep square leg boundary, but then a couple of bounces hooked out of the ground and one into the car park, just worked off the hip of Masood. This one was done within 6 overs. Titans chasing down that target of 77. So we'll have a slightly longer break before the next game. It's about 40 minutes until we'll start match 7, and it will be Dreux batting first against Vienna CC. Right here, right now, though, Abbas Butt was really good, wasn't he? 48 off 18. He was able to send 6 balls out of the Cartama oval, 2 boundaries in there as well. Qureshi played the second fiddle role to both his partners, really. 16 not out for him. Masood, 13 off 3. Hit some pretty big ones. So Titans they're tuning up for a clash with Vienna CC later in the day, and they'll feel maybe that if things go their way, they might be able to push even a bit higher than fourth. Anyway, looking at the bowling, 1 for 5, Ramaral was a standout. Afridi, I think, pretty decent spell, but he couldn't break through. The other's quite expensive. Unfortunate for Bruno. We will get to see them one more time against Forfarshire, barring kind of something dramatic. I mean, even if they beat Forfarshire, their net run rate has taken such a hammering there. I can't see them qualifying. Probably mathematically possible, Rhino, but still plenty to play for. You don't often get to play here at the Cartama Oval. They can just go out there with no pressure and just try and do the best they can do, and hopefully they can do their country proud.
Yeah, they fought hard, Bruno, and they've got some good quality players in that lineup, just probably not the same depth as their opponents. But Helsinki Titans, on the other hand, they will be energised by that win, chasing down the target in only 5.5 overs. They've finally got Butt to show his best, and he could be a real threat in the rest of this group. 40 minutes time, it is a big clash between Dreux and the resurgent Vienna Cricket Club. Match 7 here in Group D. It's the second game here on Peacock Friday. Myself and Vinny Sandu will be back in 40 minutes time to take you through that contest here at the Cartama Oval. Thank you very much for joining us on the European Cricket Network.
This is how we play cricket.
On the Costa del Sol.
The European Cricket League is brought to you by HCL Software, Dream 11, and Andalusia European Region for Sport.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
Hello and welcome back to the Cartama Oval. Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sand. I'm here with the kids from the Cricket School Project. Are you having a good time, guys? Yeah! We are having a great time. I'm a little bit hyped up as well, so drink in moderation. But anyway, now it's time to go for the coin toss, and it's going to be a really interesting game here. It's going to be Dreux, the French champions, taking on Vienna CC of Austria in match 7. And I can tell you, we have a couple of special guests, Paulina and Stephanie from Hype, are there to toss the joint coin with Rob Kemming.
Your call. ECN. It is ECN.
So the Andalusia coin has been spun. It came up ECN. Big thank you to our representatives from Hype as well. But I can tell you that it is the Austrians that have won the toss. Quinton Norris, the big Q stick from Vienna CC, has won the toss, and he wants to bowl first. So he wants to chase. Bit of a risk putting Dreux in, but we know that they are a kind of high risk, high return kind of lineup. And Vienna CC will think they might be able to get those dangerous top 3 quickly and put them on the back foot. Well, we're having a great time here. There's only one thing to do. Kari is up, and he's hyped up to the eyeballs. Let's get ready for this one. All right, Ninjas, let's go loco! Woo!
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandu, for that warm welcome, and welcome back everyone around the world. We're here for Game 2 on this Peacock Friday, and gorgeous weather, it must be said, really turning it on now in Andalusia, Spain. The sun is out, and I'm sure all the players today will be wanting to show their talent, as it is moving day here in Group D, finals day tomorrow. And all these teams trying to find the spot on the table that they're going to end up, and a lot of them fighting for the double chance. Here come the officials, and here come our 2 lineups. Vienna CC versus Dreux from France. And you can see there's Quinny, MSP, Big D. Some pretty big names there for Vienna. And I'm sure they're looking forward to this challenge. It should be a really good game of cricket. Here come the Dreux openers, as I welcome back all our viewers around the world, especially those in India via fan code. Hope you're doing well out there. And let's have a quick look at the 2 lineups. Dreux haven't lost a game just yet, mainly because that top order is so dangerous. Niaz, Nabi, Nisa, look out for those 3. Even Ahmedzai down there at number 7. He's very destructive when he wants to be. For Vienna CC, well, their bowlers are going to have to do a good job here. How will Afzal go? Maybe Momin and Sadran as well are the keys to success. Supercomputer's telling us it's going to be a close one. Let's hope it is. Still haven't had a golden ball in this year's ECL. Feels like it's only around the corner. We'll have to wait and see. It does promise to be a good game of cricket. And looking forward to bring it with you with Vinny Sandu, who'll be back here shortly. So we're almost set to go. That man on your screen, Big D, is going to be taking the new ball. Swings it around corners, that man. So we're almost set to go. Let's have a look. It's deep back, well, deep forward square leg. Deep mid on. Now the 2 boundary riders. Pretty stock standard sort of field. It does seem like they got a tight cover point, which is interesting. And there's Big D. Well, everyone likes this man. Gets the ball to hoop around. He'll be bowling to Niaz's first ball of this fixture. The umpire says play. Here we go. Vienna versus Dreux. There's that swing, and it's edged away, falls short of a wideish sort of short third man. And a dot ball to start. Half a chance maybe. The question will be, can Vienna sort of keep this destructive French batting lineup? Can they keep it tight and keep them calm? Well, the answer's no, because that's a pretty nice cricket shot as it scoots away for 4. So sort of like an uppish check drive. And gets the first boundary of this fixture. Wasn't the worst ball from Big D. Yeah, just a weird sort of, well, it's hard to describe that. It's a front foot drive off a ball that wasn't full. Anyway, it doesn't matter, it goes for 4. And Dreux start this match pretty well. Oh, he's gone. Well, can you believe it? He chops on, and Big D's stoked with that, isn't he? It was pretty wide, and, well, he reaches for it. He seemed early on the stroke, if anything, and he'll have to go. It's a big wicket, and the yard's out early in this one. And you can see Vienna CC, they are ecstatic. And you can see the old indoor cricket style celebration. It's a wide half volley. It's a horrific looking shot. I don't know what he's trying to do. It's like he's 10 seconds too early on the stroke, and it costs him his wicket. Big D isn't as fastest of bowlers, but he's an effective bowler, and he picks up the first in this contest. Nazi just out for the 4 runs in this one. It gives maybe the middle order more of a look in during this fixture.
Get Chun, get Chun!
So it looks like it's Mohammed Nisar, which will come out at the number 3 spot. That's pushed to backward point, just be a dot ball. So as we mentioned, a moving day here for Group D. Finals day tomorrow. It's quick and fast pace this year's ECL. Some teams still fighting for that double chance. Vienna CC will be wanting a win here. Slow, and he edges it away, and you've got to have your short third man a bit finer than that. It goes for 4, and, well, they're not handling Big D too well at the moment, but it's 4 runs nonetheless. It was slow, it was wide, and he gets an edge that will fly away. 2 boundaries to start. That's probably going to be a wide, so he's not getting the lavish movement we've seen him have before when he was playing for Austria, Big D. It's pretty gentle, just not coming back as much as he'd probably hope. That's defended back to him respectfully. That'll take us to the end of the very first over. The score is 9 for 1. It's a beautiful day here in Andalusia, Spain, and we're the 2 commentators bring in Mr. Maximo with 5 O's and myself, C. Rutgers _28. If you do want to interact with us anywhere you are in the world, you can slip into our DMs. It's the only time I'll allow it. And always good to have a bit of fun with our viewers in the subcontinent and wherever you might be, so feel free. Good to see Mr. Maximo with his hands there looking a little bit awkward on the camera. Not often we get him looking a little bit awkward. Let's get into the second over, and well, I think we're all sort of holding our breath a little bit here because it's Nabi time, and we know that Dreux, they bat one way and it's ultra aggressive. It's exciting to watch, and this man on your screen sort of encapsulates all of that. That's a full wide delivery, and Quinny, oh, Quinny should have thrown it. Oh, I think he thought about trying to sneak up and run him out. Could have thrown it, Quinny. Anyway, it's a dot ball. But we also have a little bit of a surprise. We're going to start a new segment on the air for all the viewers out there, and we'll go into that in a moment. That's another pretty good delivery, another dot ball. Yes, we're starting a new segment, and a couple of thanks we need to say. A big thank you to my mother, Julie Rutgers, and Daniel Weston, founder. They surprised me this morning with some Australian goodies. We got some Caramello Koanas, some Chomps, Violet Crumble, the Cherry Ripe, Jaffas, Vegemite, Tim Tams, Wagon Wheels, and Milo. So on the commentary box at the 5th over mark, we might give Vinny Sandu a bit of a surprise. And that will be a wide. So yeah, I think we're going to surprise Rico Fuller as well when he comes back and get the crew to try some Australian delicacies. There's that one just going on top of the tram line for a wide. Getting a bit of swing here. You can see Nabi hasn't got one out the screws just yet, but when it hits that bat, it usually goes a long way. Going to be a wide as well. So Saeed just losing his line a little bit. He's getting the ball to move. Taking their time to bowl 8 deliveries, haven't they? Almost 7 minutes, just a minute a ball at the moment. Hit that hard into his own leg, and another dot ball. It's a funny old start here for Nabi, not looking his usual self. Sometimes a batsman that can be so destructive might need to take a couple of balls just to get those eyes adjusted. And there he goes. Well, he didn't look like he could hit the thing, and then he goes bang. That's a huge 6. And it clears the rope easily. That is massive. When Nabi hits it, it stays hit. And it's the first Maximo in this match. After looking a bit peculiar at the crease, he just gets one in his zone and he launches it. For people that don't know much about Nabi, he has a century on the network, one of 3 men to hit one at the ECL, all in boundaries. And he hits that pretty well. It's Nabi time, baby. That's 1 bounce 4. And yeah, he seems to be seeing the ball a little bit better. A 6 and a 4. Yeah, in the original ECL in 2019, he plundered his way to 104 before he hit a single. All in boundaries, his first 104 runs. Remarkable. He goes 6 and 4. Looks like Quinny, the keeper, is going to come up to the stumps, try and keep him rooted in the crease. And well, you could say it's somewhat effective. That will be a dot ball. It takes us to the end of the second over. The score is 21 for 1. As I give a warm welcome back to good friend, co-commentator, Mr. Maximo.
Oh, thanks, Corey. It's good to be back. Let's have a look at the table. Well, we only had 2 winners yesterday to the end of match 4. Since then, we've seen Vienna CC win match 5, Helsinki Titans win match 6. So, yeah, Bruno does look like they're out the door, though. They will play 4ths later on. This is a big game. I think the double chance could hinge on this contest if other games go according to form. But, yeah, first 2 overs. Dreux, taking a bit of time to get going, but, geez, Nabi pumped that one over the leg side, didn't he? Hey, I've just walked into this commentary box. What's going on here? Yeah,
you're going to be excited.
You're running a shop out of this?
Maybe, as that's cut into the offside. And I think a nice surprise came through from my mother back home in Australia, and Daniel Weston helped organise it. So at the 5th over mark, Vinny, I'm going to let you go to the store and you get to choose what you get to want to have.
This is like an Australian shop.
It is an Australian shop. This is all Aussie goodies.
Oh, that's very kind. Thank you so much to Jules. That is so thoughtful. Hope she's going well, and I can't wait for the end of the 5th over. We've got a bit to choose from here. You got Jaffas?
Yeah, Wagon Wheels.
Oh, yeah.
Violet Crumble's a top draw one as well.
Could be a quiet second half of the innings in the commentary box.
Isn't Nabi fun to watch?
Oh, yeah. He's one of my favourites. He would swing at anything. He would spin it.
Would be good in Amsterdam.
He'd swing at a passing breeze, I think. You know, he is something different.
He can look so rough at the crease sometimes, and then all of a sudden hit the biggest 6 you've ever seen.
He's so pure when he hits it. Here's Big D, another cult figure. Gets away from him a little bit.
Don't you love it when you get cult figure versus cult figure?
You do.
What happens if one of them wins? Does that mean the other loses their cult figure status?
I don't know if you can lose it, but you definitely go down a peg. I think it's like, you know, what are those compilation superhero movies where they all come together? That's what I love about ECL. You do get Clash of the Titans, and this is one. Nabi trying to take down the big D.
Well, inside edge this time, and it goes away for a single.
Lily's asking, is there a mince and cheese pie? Well, that is a very Australian thing as well. These are all kind of things that are not hot. Confectionery, I'd say. No confectionery. Milo. How are we meant to do the Milo?
Yeah, not easy. We'll have to go get the milk in.
You can have the Milo by the spoon, though. This is Nissan, who just pulls this down to wide long on. There's Mark Simpson-Parker, had a very good game last night. I want to say hello to everyone in the comment section as well. Lily watching from New Zealand, always great to have you. And yes, there are Tim Tams here. And hello to Chris asking, is it Corey or is it Robot? Good question. Rico, who's off here in Group D, he's had lots of messages about whether he's the robot.
Oh, that is laced. Wow. That's big. 6 runs. Nabi just doing what Nabi does.
Where did that end up?
I'm not sure.
I lost it.
Yeah, I lost it as well, actually. It just sounded big.
It's now just lost. None of the crowd moved, even though I think it went over their heads. Nobody moved because they were in no danger at all. Nabi is so clean. And, well, he does finally get hold of the big D, knew exactly what to do with it. Last ball, the power play coming up.
There you go again. It's sort of, those last 2 balls sum up what Nabi is. As the end of 3 overs, the score is 31 for 1.
Power play about average, I think, but there's anything but average about how they got there. I think that these 2 teams are going to be a really, really entertaining couple to watch here. Pretty even contest, I think, as well. On paper, 9, 12 and 10. What did the bat versus ball wall have to say? I didn't see it.
9, 12, 10. It's an interesting little start, that. There's been some big shots, but a few messy shots as well.
Bat versus ball wall says 98-94 to Dreux. So saying they're 4-run favourites, but yeah, not too much between them at all.
Yeah, it should be a good contest, this, as it looks like Moman is going to come into bowl. He was good yesterday, wasn't he?
Yeah,
talented spinner.
Super good bowler. We've seen him play a lot for Austria as well. And I think provide some valuable variety to their attack. Nisar's a good player. He's no slogger, you know. Not that that's a bad word, but you know, Nisar can play shots all around the ground. But let's see how he handles Moment.
Hit pretty hard, and well, just the one bounce. So yeah, a talented left arm offie bowling to someone like Nabi. This is a good matchup, you sort of feel, for Vienna.
Yeah, you'd think so in theory, but here's a guy that keeps kind of defying normal logic. So let's see how it goes. He'll be after him.
He has absolutely crunched him. What a shot. Hits the sight screen, 6 runs.
Can't give him that length, pick up length, wasn't it? And he just went bang. That one smashed into the sight screen. This guy is so exciting.
It's your favourite player. It's your favourite. I know you love him, and I can see why.
Oh, well, what's not to love? I mean, I like being disappointed sometimes.
Oh, he waits for the fly to ball, and he gets that as well. It's Nabi O'Clock, back-to-back 6s.
Get your watches. Doesn't matter what your time zone in. Everyone's running on Nabi time now. And he probably knew that it'd be tossed up a little bit. It would be one or the other. But look how he just adjusts. Just a little bit. It says wait, and then launch. And he wasn't running, was he?
He must be close to most 6s in the ECL history as he hits that. And it's dropped. It's a hot one. It's a hot one for Moman, the bowler. He might have burst a finger here, but he does shell it.
Yeah, good luck catching this. I mean, Nabi never worries about being caught. He just concentrates about hitting the ball hard. That was hit hard. Oh, it goes down as a chance. Thing is, it was to his left, so that's his spinning fingers.
He hit that extremely hard, so hopefully he's okay, and it's his bowling hand, which isn't ideal.
Yeah, Nabi has zero worries about getting caught. He knows if he hits in the middle, it's either going to be a real tough catch or it's going to be out of the ground. Over to Nissan now, 2 to come.
Flighted and collected. Adios Pelota ball. And a nice shot over deep mid off for 6.
Brings up the 50 as well for Dreux. And This partnership looking dangerous now, isn't it?
I like that they're waiting for the flighted deliveries. They're not swinging too early, so they're watching the ball closely.
Yeah, sounds crazy. I think they're actually watching the ball more compared to the first day.
Oh, and it's a Gundy ball to finish the over, and it goes for 6 as well. Is it a no ball? Oh, if you're a Vienna player, you don't want it to be.
Hasn't been called, but they want to look.
That was pretty close, Vinny.
Oh, is it coming down enough?
I think that might be called, you know.
He's kind of bent back leg. This is a proper umpire's call. I feel like they probably won't, but they might.
Yeah, maybe they're going to
swing. Nah, that's it. End of the over. But I think that's probably the right call. You saw it was coming down at a gradient. And
even 4, wasn't that a 6?
Yeah.
Oh, there's the change, yeah.
It'll be a 10. So anyway, it will be the end of the over. Score is, it is 6 given, by the way. And it's 57 for 1 after 4.
Okay, what a start this is.
Yeah, I think it's fair enough. He was kind of collapsed back leg, was coming down. Ball already got smacked over the boundary, so at that moment backfires, goes for 26 in the 4th. You see that the run rate will have had a little bit of a boost because of that. Goes from a regular 9 to 10, and heads up to 14.25 after the 4th over. Here's Zadran though.
He doesn't get that one, as it will go out to deep mid on for a single.
Zadran, man we affectionately call the wild thing. He used to be a lot more crazy with his lines and lengths, with lines and lengths, I should say.
Yep.
Throw a few beamers in now and then. Just whatever it was fast. But he does have a very good slower ball. I think he's just got a lot more control than when we first saw him.
Oh, he gets inventive, and that's gorgeous batting. Well, Nisar shows that the Dreux batsmen aren't just power, that's a bit of finesse.
Nisar is a proper bat, tell you that much. He's in the 3 position, and he's kind of, yeah, he's a good mixture of technique, but also with an aggressive streak. That's a brilliant shot.
It really is. That's a proper little sweep, that. Great start for the Dreux now. And if they go on to win this game, Vinny, they basically lock up that double chance. They're the only team, I think, that might be able to push this Forfarshire side.
Hit the straps.
It goes again. Oh, and he adjusts last minute, which I love, but he finds the fielder.
You know what's clever about this? There's a big wind behind Zadran, and most of the time Zadran is full. So Nisar's backed himself to get some bat on it, and it's going to take some fielding. You know, if it's not at the fielder, you saw that last one was close to Junaid Saeed 2 balls ago, mate. I wasn't able to get there. That one did go to Big D. He was prowling around 45 on the offside.
Yeah, inside edge onto the pad this time. They'll walk through for a single.
The perfect one to ramp, actually, if he'd...
The thing is, it's a premeditated shot.
It is.
As soon as the ball's bowled, you can't then decide to ramp.
Exactly. Be a bit disappointed to get more on it. All right, so yeah, another clash of the Titans here. We've got David Zadran, the wild thing, against Ahmed Nabi. Should be good.
It should be, because it's been mullered. Oh, Nabi. Oh, Vinny, I love him as well. He's my new favourite player.
Never change. Nabi has just got a pace on delivery.
Would he have the most 6s in ECL history?
Oh, yeah, he might.
3 years. He always seems to hit a lot.
Thing is, he's not late on this. You'd imagine, you know, Zadran ramps up the heat. Nabi's ready for it. Does he go quicker or slower? It's one or the other. Probably slow, I think.
Shot. Really good shot. He's adjusting well. It goes for 4. What a first 5 overs for Dreux. They've raced to 73, and the score at the end of 5 is 73 for 1.
What a fantastic first 5 overs for Dreux. 73 for 1. The pace that time, didn't he? Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo here with Corey Rutgers in the Dream Box. Nice to have you in the commentary box today. Happy Peacock Friday. Let's have a look.
Yeah, these are peacock feathers.
I like that you've gone super specific peacock. I'm just
quickly. Welcome to the Australian Goods Store. What do you want?
Okay, I would love Jaffas. Give me some Jaffas. Have a look. Or as they call them here, Jaffas.
Yeah, it's a Jaffa. These are a bit of chocolate with a red shell.
Like a Malteser, but with a kind of crispier shell. Listen.
Sponsored by Hype.
Anyway, thank you very much. What else you got?
We got a lot. The Jaffas are good. I haven't had a Jaffa in about 10 years, honestly.
Jaffa?
Yeah, I'll take one. Thank you very much, Vinny.
What else you got?
No. Only one chocky a game. One chocky a game. MSP in. Edged. Oh, Quinny can't get up, and it will go away for 4. A little bit of luck for Dreux.
Couldn't get it up in time there. Quinton Norris. And As we go for a second Jaffa, it's going to be 4 runs. Dreux getting a bit of luck there. Just took off, didn't it? Good effort by Quinny to get the one glove up in the air. It was always headed for the boundary.
Is Jaffa the only chocolate that you can also use in a cricket analogy? Because a Jaffa means a very good delivery. Interesting.
That's good. Good question.
Can you think of any other chocolate that you use in cricket?
Cherry ripe?
No, never been good.
Cherry? Hey,
That's
at least I'm
terrible.
trying here. Here's Mark Simpson Parker.
Well, hits him on the leg and just misses the stumps. It'll be a dot ball.
That was Nisa. Edged over. Quinton Norris misses out the next one. Simpson Parker.
Underrated, the Jaffa.
Sort of person that you'd expect would be able to slow things down.
He's a clever bowler. He's a clever bowler. Tall, rolls his fingers across it.
Got the attributes, doesn't he?
Yep. The ramp shot again, and he gets it. Oh, tight, tough to tell. I think at 6. What a shot. I'm loving this group. There seems to be more ramps and scoops in this group than I've ever seen before.
Well, the wind's on for it if you can do it. Again, this is just enough length to work with, and I think this just carries the rope. It does. 6 runs, Maximo time. Nisa's shown that he's not afraid to go backwards. Great batting.
Yeah,
great camera work as well.
Really enjoying it. Really enjoying. This group seems to have more players playing the ramp and the scoop, which you can do. The ball flies, and third man and final leg are always in the ring. It's a low full toss. They'll scan for a leg by. If he hits Vinny.
I think he was home. Clever bowling though, take the pace off. Leg bias, it's sliding down the leg side. Yeah, I think that shot's on.
Would have made it anyway. Good running in the end.
Yeah, worth a throw. Try sucking a Jaffa. Is that what you're doing now, or you already crunched your second one?
No, yeah, I'm a cruncher more than a...
You got the discipline, same as peanut M&Ms.
Oh, time there. This is a big moment. Will it land in the pocket of space? It does. A little bit of luck there for Nabi.
That's the luck factor. It's hard to succeed without the luck factor at some point. David Skinner's asking which direction will Group E be batting. It's the opposite direction because that'll be a new week. ENF will be bowling from the kind of expressway end, mountain end. So hitting with the wind mostly.
Another ramp and another boundary. I love it. Well, if they're not going to change the field, why not play it? And Nissa, what an innings.
Yeah, I think you've got to put the fielder back now and make him do something else. I think maybe you bring up the
square leg.
The square leg, you think? Or
I like that because players find it difficult. You can't sweep as a paceman as well, but in the end, it's 89 for 1 after 6.
Key partnership after the early loss of Hamza Niaz. And Niaz looks so good in this series. And, you know, taking calculated risks, but he's got such a good eye, he can get away with it. And then he got the Nabi factor, which is kind of brute strength.
Well, the projected score's 148 to win. That is large.
4 overs to go. The thing is, even if they lost a wicket or two, they got plenty of batting to come. They got Tabish Bhatti listed to come in next. Got Abdurrahman Ahmedsai at 5. Keeper Hamza here at 6. We're going to see Rafa, who batted 9. He gives it a crunch. I don't think he'll bat that low. Anyway, Vienna CC need to pull it back and quick. And go back to Junaid Saeed in the 7th.
It's wide outside the off stump and will be signalled wide. So, yeah, Saeed bowls a little bit of outswing and he's under the pump here. This is a really big over.
A few people already looking ahead to the night game. It should be a good one. Dreux versus Forfarshire. Last match in the group stage. Big thank you to Jules again. I'll be thinking of her a lot, even more than usual, every time I eat whatever you got here.
Well, it's a good comeback as Nabi plays and misses it. Nabi, I'd like to find that out. He must have the most 6s in ECL history.
I can look that up. Give me another Jaffa. I'll look it up.
You got a deal.
That one lasted me 2 overs.
It's full, it's hit hard, but there's a deep cover in place. It'll just be the single.
Ali Rahimi, really good fielder. Make sure that's only one.
Oh, that's a very good stop, isn't it, Vinny? I mean, he hit that extremely hard.
Lucky that one was stopped, actually. Could have been very ugly.
And Nissa I'm not too sure he'll be able to ramp or scoop Saeed. He's just a bit slower.
Yeah.
We'll have to wait and see.
He try anyway.
Oh, big play and miss. Seems like Saeed's a little bit more difficult to maybe match up with his pace and his line. But this is still a great start for the French champions, Dreux, who, I mean, they've come 2 years before as well. They haven't made it through just yet. And you can see the Vienna CC fans are super excited. But they'll be really hoping this is their year.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
High, hammered, 6. 97 now off 6.4. This is what Dreux do.
Yeah, it's the French force coming to the fore here in the 7th. That was just pitched up slot. Takes on the wind and wins. That was right out of the middle. Watch that pelota fly.
When they hit it, the noise off the bat is just violent. This is unreal hitting. We didn't see any of this in Group C, really. Group D's for batsmanship, it feels like.
That's fair analysis. Come here for Saeed.
This time driven along the ground. It could come back from Saeed, a little bit fuller, just the one.
Gets a bit fuller. What about Chris in the comment section saying cherry ripe is disgusting? Discuss.
That's all right, we can easily block viewers.
I almost blocked him.
Good, that's a horrific
I
call.
love cherry ripe.
Cherry ripe's phenomenal.
Cherry
But
ripe
you know
one.
what's one of the most underrated chocolates? A chomp.
Chomp, yeah.
We'll be getting that one on
What
soon.
about, have you had cherry ripe ice cream or crunchy ice cream?
Not a big fan of mixing like that.
Check those ones out.
Full, hit hard. It's in a pocket of space and, well tapped down, and he keeps it in place. It'll just be a single.
Almost basketball style there, wasn't it, from the fielder? But it does take us to the end of the 7th over. It's 99 for 1.
Yeah, good bit of fielding. Keeps it to just the single. I mean, best case scenario for Vienna here, they can have a big finish, go 10-10-10 and be chasing 130, but it does feel like a big score's on its way. We're here at the moment, Group D. We've got Group E, which is not far away. And, well, give us a little bit. What are you thinking for Group E?
Roma CC, they're going to roll a bunch of spin. That's what worked for them. They remember you were with me in Rome, right, last year. They won their group in Rome only from 3rd. Then they won the whole of Italy. So that was a dramatic story. United here for the first time from Romania. Ramesh Thiessen, their national captain, will be the captain of that team. Zagreb Sokol, we've seen them in Croatia recently. Star CC, just the one win last year, but in a crunch match. And the team I didn't mention just then, Sporting Alphas. Pretty bizarre circumstances that they make an appearance, but they've got a fair few players, including the Spanish national team captain, Christian Munoz-Mills.
I'm going to make an early call on that. Sporting Alphas will do a Denmark Euros 94 and they'll win the group.
Okay.
I reckon they're actually going to get through.
Okay.
100 up.
I think the two favourites have to be the Italians and the Spanish team in that group. But anyway, you know, anything can happen.
Short, hit, high. Does he have it? You betcha he's got it. Another 6. It lands in the bushes. And Nissa, well, he actually beats Nabi to a 50 and off 20 balls.
Like outrunning a Formula 1 car, really, isn't it? But that's what Nissa's done with a bit of poise and batsmanship. 20 balls for his 50. He's just had good decision-making. He seems to have taken the risks at the right moment. And you can see he's played shots all around the wicket.
That's a 360 innings. I really like to see it. He's played delicate shots. He's had power. Dreux, they offer quite a lot. I mean, if Forfarshire are watching at the hotel at the moment, they'll know they have to be pretty hot against this French team. As that is full, hit hard, and this time he's caught. So an important wicket for Vienna CC. They needed that, and the second one will go down.
Nicely taken out there. Arthur Reef's been a really good fielder through the first day and a bit of this tournament. But Nissa does his job, doesn't he? You get 51 off 20 from your number 3. Leaves his team in really good shape. Not really in danger of getting bowled out or anything like that. Didn't get the middle on that one. Inside half of the bat, I think, and it carried out to Arthur Reef. Took one that was a speeding bullet yesterday. This one a bit more regulation. Takes it nonetheless. But what a good innings that was from Nissa. He's been so consistent. 5 Maximos, 4 fours in his boundary count as he went off the 21st ball that he faces as he departs. It is 106 for 2.
Yeah, nice to see a good warm round of applause to all the supporters. The Group D, there's a lot of fans that have come out, which is sensational. And you can see his teammates, a warm reception back to the group. That's a nice feeling, isn't it?
Definitely. Always nice to be able to raise the bat.
Sending out the left-handed Ahmedzai, which I like.
Pretty clever. Left-hand, right-hand combination. They've got lots of options now.
Hey, there's a bit of our Spring Productions crew out there working hard.
Very meta, isn't it, when you have cameramen shooting cameramen?
It's like Inception.
Yeah.
Are we in a dream right now?
Could be in a simulation. This isn't a simulation though for Ahmedzai.
High in the air, and he's going to be gone first ball. Well, he should be. And he is. Well, they sent out the left-handed to get on with it. Hey, it's a selfless game. It's a very, very important piece of fielding because it's 2 in 2.
I don't know if Nabi said, "What are you doing?" or "Well done" as he walks off, because Nabi gives him a little bit of a word. But look, yeah, I agree. I think you're there to take it on. That's why you're there. Saw something in his zone, but yeah, you're always fighting the wind. It didn't get too much of that. It's a pretty good catch from Shahil Moment.
I've got no issue with that. I've got no issue with his mindset at all. With 8 wickets in hand, you've been sent out there to get on with it. He just didn't get out the middle, and that's the game. And there's Stefan Gooch.
Steph's here.
He's heard that I've got the Aussie snacks. Oh, boy.
You're hanging around.
He will be.
Yeah, fair enough. Only uses 1 ball there. It's just like a dot ball, really, at this stage. And
well, they bat deep. Yeah. They have power.
They do.
So,
and they all love this situation. They'll be queuing up for about...
You know what's queuing up? Hat-trick time.
Oh, yeah. Could it be a Group D hat-trick? We had one in Group A, didn't we? Well, Pete Field of Indies. Well, we have a hat-trick here.
Usman Khan's come out. Interesting.
Yeah, we can whack it. Got him, we've got Rafa still. We've got Captain Tabish Bhatti, we haven't seen just yet. Anyway, could be a hat-trick time. Let's roll.
Well, in the air, and Big D doesn't get there. The earth shakes in violence as he hits the deck, and the Vienna CC supporters are in tears.
Well, he didn't realise it wasn't going to carry Big D. He took a step backwards, and then, yeah, you're right, he does shake the earth in the end, but yeah, if he'd gone a step forward instead of a step back, first up seat, and then he has to change direction.
He just didn't see it. Those sunnies aren't working.
Pretty big sunnies. Oh, that's pretty close.
Oh, look at the Vienna CC supporters, Vinny. They're in stitches out there.
Simon says hands on heads over there in the fan zone.
Nabi.
For the over.
Edge, Quinny takes a nice diving catch. It's a toe ender. He makes good ground, and Vienna CC fight back.
Yeah, right off the toe end of the bat. Probably would have been a wide for Nabi, so Vienna CC are fighting back. 3 and 4 is not bad. Probably you'd prefer this because you get both set batters this way. But Nabi, again, a bit like me with these Jaffers at the moment, just couldn't help himself. He couldn't help going after that fairly wide delivery, and it just grabs the toe. Quinny showing a bit of dash behind the stumps, grabs it two-handedly behind the wickets. Have a look at it on the replay thanks to Spring Productions. And another bit of an earth shaker as Quinny hits the deck.
It's a nice catch, that, because it's not flying away, but he makes good ground, actually catches it in the right paw.
You know why it's a good catch is that he wasn't wrong-footed. He stayed balanced.
And he goes with 2, but it lands in 1. That's okay.
Nabi, though, we love him, don't we? Goes at 45 off 22. Bit of a smile. Does not speak a word of any language that I know how to speak, but he has 5 Maximos in his 45.
I gave you an extra Jaffa because you promised you'd tell me if he has the most 6s. So give me my answer. No more Jaffas for you, Mr. Maximo.
You didn't give me the Jaffa.
I did give
one
you
more.
Okay.
Like Nabi, though.
Shake my hand.
One guy it's very hard to have a conversation with without a translator, right?
Anyway, that's a really big over for the Vienna CC. Do they start to come back in this game? 107 for 4. I said a perfect case scenario would be keeping them under 130 at the start of that over. So 2 big overs coming up now. Hit hard into the offside. It's in a pocket of space, actually. It's running away. He's got to get down. He does get down. And they'll get back for 2.
The all-time stats doesn't have most 6s. It only has other stuff. So that's going to annoy me. I can tell it. He has the highest score in ECL cricket. There's only been 2 centuries.
No, that's not true. 3. Scott Edwards, Bubba Hussain and Nabi.
Oh, yeah, sorry. The top one's in a special frame. Gotcha.
Oh, so close to the stumps. Got ball.
Well, Nabi's 3rd on the run scoring. So surely he's got more 6s. Oh.
Yeah, you keep looking away. It's Antran pulling some gas here. Oh, timed nicely, but deep cover is in place. So just a 1 good fight back this, Vinny.
Yeah, it is. I mean, they're staring down the barrel of like 140s. Yeah, I can tell you before this game he had 56s. That is the most. Bearing in mind that no one's cracked too many more runs than he has either.
Full. And missed time down the ground, so Rafa gets off the mark. Really good over this from Zadran.
I actually think now, I haven't looked up Chris Williams. I think Chris Williams hit more than that. He's hit 54 sixes. So, how many did he hit today? With that, he goes to, his 5th six was the most.
Oh, he's got it! A Yorker. Wow, Zadran is bowling some gas here. And this is a great little fight back from Vienna CC.
Sure is. And just a perfectly placed Yorker. And they've played enough cricket, Vienna CC, played enough of this format to know that you can turn things around. It was a spicy one from the Wild thing. He gets a wicket, and it's 1-1-1 for 5.
Well, what a good little comeback this is. They were on the rope. That is a dream delivery as a bowler and a nightmare if you're a batsman.
It bounces right between the legs. That is what a Yorker is. Bounces right below the belly button. And fortunately for Usman, he's got to go. Good delivery though. 111 for 5.
So the wicket's falling, and more importantly, not many boundaries.
So yeah, just to be clear, Nabi's last sexy hit was the one that puts him past Chris Williams as the all-time greatest ECL six hitter.
Good time to bring it up as that's hit hard down to mid-off, and just the single. Are you sure Max O'Dowd didn't hit 50 on us? That does take us to the end of the night, though. Scores 112 for 5.
I think Max hit a few of them, but I don't think he hit.
And they only played about 4 games.
Yeah, many matches. He's hit 22 sixes in 5 matches. Not bad going, though. Anyway, time for the 10th over. A bit of robot news, but a robot around the ground this morning. Robot did a bit of keeping up to the stumps, my medium pace. I think that made the highlights. I think you missed this earlier.
I haven't seen much.
You weren't seeing much at all.
Got a sore shoulder for some random reason, though, Vinny.
Doesn't surprise me.
Anyway, MSP's going to be bowling the last 6 deliveries of this first innings. A really good contest on our hands.
10th time. And it's just a single to start. So yeah, these guys, again, they're both pretty good hitters. But I guess when you're not in, it's always pretty difficult to get going. You haven't really got your bearings yet.
Well, if they do keep them in even in the 120s, they'll be very happy, Vienna CC, because it easily could have got away from them.
Vienna CC got some good batters as well. Maxim Parker batted well last night. Iqbal Hussain, he's due a big score, I think. Big D at 3.
Hits him on the pad, and another valuable dot ball.
Good stuff by MSP. Certainly played their way back in. Looking at a score after 5 overs, it was 73. So it's gone 73-40, half by half. Okay, still with 4 balls to go, but really slowed things down.
Oh, it's on his legs. It's a bit of a Gundy ball. They were doing so well, and it's a nice shot for 6.
Yeah, just like Wilson Phillips said, you got to hold on. And MSP could, and he just gave him a little bit of length to work with. And again, with that breeze, if you can just kind of up and under it, little drop kick shot, really. Beats the infield, beats the outfield too. 6 more valuable runs for the French champions.
Cannon into the light pole out there as well, but that's a handy boundary for Dreux. They needed that. Important 3 balls, it feels like, in the context of this match. As it's hit straight, it's in the air, shouts of catch, but it'll be 1 bounce to the fielder.
It's going to be such a good game. I think with the NSCC batting lineup, someone like MSP is so important with this wind because he's another guy that can ramp. We saw that last night. He's a guy that can kind of play backwards, use the wind rather than fight the wind. Yeah, big chase coming up. Context of this tournament.
Oh, inside edge this time, and he doesn't get down perfectly, so they'll get for 1. He falls to his knees, they'll get 2. It's a poor throw as well. They'll get 3. Well, some good running from Dreux and some poor fielding.
Yeah, I tell you what, not if you see 3 jogged.
No.
But let's have a look at it. He just kind of jogs it. Gets knocked away by the fielder. Then he kind of starts to go here. And partner was keen for 3 when the throw went to nobody in particular. How about that? That's the slowest 3 I've ever seen run. It's Cameron Namatsai.
Yeah, it's a bit of a goober out there by Nice aid, unfortunately.
They've won then. Anyway, here we go. 123 plus this. Last ball.
Hit hard into deep mid-wicket. They'll want to get 2 if they can. They've run the one first. And a good run out, so it's going to be 1 and run out. That's how it should be. We're going to finish up these 10 overs in a very interesting way. 124 for 6.
Got an advantage, Dreux, but you wouldn't count out Vienna CC chasing these down. They'll need 125. That'll be the target. That pace 25 per 2 overs required. And yeah, Dreux just lost their way a little bit, but take nothing away from Vienna CC. They did take 4 wickets plus the run out, so 5 wickets in the second half of the innings. And yeah, if you want to pinpoint where they slowed it down, I mean, at the 7th over, they were at 99. So off the last 3 overs, only get 8, 5, and 12. Only 25 off the last 3, and we thought it might be 140 plus instead. Quite an achievable target, but the Austrians certainly have some work to do with the bat. Pretty exciting innings. You see the importance of getting 2 players in. Ahmed Nabi and Mohamed Nisar batted really well. The French didn't really finish it off with a flourish, but still, I think a pretty even contest here for me. Halfway through match 7 as we roll through the highlights. Well, Les Bleus, they were out there. So were Nilkesh Patel and Ian Ramage. Ian Ramage's glasses not looking too good after they were stepped on last night. Anyways, put them back together. Big D, he was ready for action. He got the early wicket of Niaz. We thought that might slow things down after that early boundary. It was the old chop on, wasn't it? Just reaching for the ball. But then that second wicket partnership really set things up for Dreux.
Yeah, in this second wicket partnership, it was just destructive and a joy to watch. Some really good batsmanship from Nabi, but especially Nisar. His 50 was outstanding. Nabi's more a player of brute power, and you can see from some of the strokes, just hitting it over mid-off with will and with ease. And when he's in, he's very difficult to control the strike rates of the French Giants. But for Nisar, he was very cute in his innings, you could say. He played some gorgeous little ramp shots and deflection shots, and then mixed with the power of Nabi, it was almost like a perfect storm. They had a little bit of luck along the way, but you've got to have some luck in this T10 format. And while this was going on, I think it was a bit of a nightmare for Vienna CC as Dreux were really racing. At one stage, we were thinking they could crack up to maybe 150. That was a gorgeous shot by Nisar, clearing the front leg and hitting it over mid-on. And they hit it to all parts. A really good partnership, probably one of the better partnerships we've seen in this year's ECL, until the wicket fell. And this wicket did, spark a bit of a collapse. 3 wickets falling in 4 deliveries. A little bit of wind around, you can see as the fielder demonstrating there. Not easy to catch the high ball. This was the very next one though, and this was a pretty good catch. 2 in 2. As he made really good ground moment. The man that took a little bit of a hand injury earlier in, Stefan Gooch and Meta are here as well. All the crews here having some fun. This was the hat-trick ball. I think Big D, on reflection, be disappointed he didn't get there. He just didn't see it off the bat too well. But it never mind, because the very next ball, Quinny took a fantastic diving catch. It was 3 wickets in 4 balls. Nabi had to go. And it got us right to the back end. This was a really good over from Zadran, who bowled with fire and some venom. And in the very last over, we did see 1 more 6. We saw a 3, and then off the last ball, this 1 and run out, which did help them get up to a pretty good score, 124 for 6, but they'll feel they left maybe 20 runs out there after the platform they had. Let's look at that scorecard, and yeah, that partnership, 45 of 22 and 51 of 21 are perfect T10 innings, it has to be said. They got themselves in, they hit it to all parts, and it was very destructive. All the other batsmen trying their best, but wasn't their day. 6 extras helped them get to 124 for 6. Let's have a quick look at the bowling figures. Shakil Khan will be saying, hey, why don't I get more of a bowl? He took 3 for 8. Maybe someone we're going to see more for Vienna CC. Now, 1 for 19 for Eckstein at the top, 1 for 21 for Zadran. And all the other bowlers trying their best. Getting a little bit of tap, though. 124 for 6. I always think par's around that 115 to 120, so a little bit over par. Well, that does take us to the halfway stage. 124 for 6, 125 for Vienna to steal the win back here. Do join us back in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you.
The European Cricket League is brought to you by HCL Software, Dream 11, and Andalusia European Region for Sport. Hello ECN fans, welcome back to the Cartama Oval. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with you. Group D action in full swing here. Peacock Friday as well. Hope it's bright in your part of the world. If not, doesn't matter. We've got plenty of action and colour for you on the field. Dreux, the Bleu, they are coming out to defend their score of 124 in match number 7 in Group D. Vienna CC hunting the 2 points. If they can chase 125, they'll draw level with the French champions on the table. ECL featuring 31 clubs from 30 different countries over 4 weeks. We are right smack bang in the middle of it at the moment. And it's going to be Iqbal Hussain to open up with Mark Simpson-Parker. Hussain's facing up. Your bowler is a Afridi Yassin. Let's go. Oh, it could be gone first ball, and he is. Played right across that, and I think that's plumb. Hussain goes without scoring. Yassin with the immediate breakthrough, and VCC are none for one. We'll check it out on the replay, but for me, I had no doubt when I saw it. He was caught on the crease, hit him in the back leg as well. Hussain's searching for answers. I know he's probably not happy, but I think that's probably more disappointment. I don't think you can criticise this decision. Let's have a look on the replay, thanks to Spring Productions. Yeah, it ain't going over, and it ain't going around. Ian Ramage, very experienced umpire. Again, it's the kind of, what are you talking about, expression. It hits him above the pad, but his back leg is angled, and I think it's a fairly simple decision for the umpire. Hussain, disappointment for him. He doesn't fire in match 7. He doesn't waste any time either. 0 for 1. Number 3 comes out. It's Big D, Daniel Eckstein. We saw him opening a fair bit during the ECS in Austria last year, the local T10. Iqbal Hussain, though, he'll be bitterly disappointed. Again, just playing across the straight ball. Yassin, right on the money first up. Regulation slip in place. 16 pushes, runs, but he's not that quick. This would have been gone by miles. Wow, 2 balls, 2 chances so far. To say there's a disparity in the running speed between these two might be the understatement of the day. Well, I see the ball there, and I see the bat. I don't see Big D yet. That was an opportunity to get rid of another danger man. If you're going to make a duck, Golden's not a bad one to make, though. Only using up the 1 ball. Still got specialist bats at the crease. You've just got to pretend these two are opening now. MSP on strike for the first time. Beautiful looking shot. Should just yield 1 run. Handled down there by Usman Khan. Yeah, based on what we've seen so far, I think no doubt Forfs have been setting the pace, but these two kind of battling it out for the best of the rest at the moment. Of course, this game could determine who gets that vital double chance as well on finals day tomorrow. I think just a bit of instinct there from the bowler, maybe putting some saliva on the ball, which is a bit of a no-no these days. So written into the laws of cricket now. Big D, does he go over the top? Wow, gets hit by this one. And it's hit the big man. I think that's got him more or less on the arm. And yeah, well, he doesn't show a lot of pain normally. Ooh, might have been shoulder. Good heat from Yassin. He's dealing early. I think Nilkesh is going to come in and just have a bit of a chat to see if he's all right. That's definitely stung Eckstein. They say the tall trees fall the furthest. He's certainly in a bit of discomfort. Well, here's a man that can cause a bit of discomfort. You see where it's hit him, so you think it shouldn't be a problem. But anyway, Corey Ruckers back in the commentary box.
I feel
fiery start from Dreux.
I feel for him. I copped one in the shoulder this morning as Robo, and I still haven't fully recovered. So these grizzly balls are strong and tough, and you got to be brave to play this sport.
I said it was arm, but I think that's bang in the middle of the chest. And, Big D will be hoping to counter-attack now and put some hurt on the ball.
Well, if he had an outie, he's now got an innie. Poor start here for Vienna CC. Going to need a good power play, aren't they, Vin?
They will. As you've seen. Did he go short again? Kind of. Well, it's an accidental dab, and it's going to get him 6. Maximo! Well, I suppose that's revenge from X-Team, but he's lucky, and he's lucky the wind's going in that general direction. The fielder thought he definitely had a chance at this, and I suppose he did. In the end, he just had to kind of improvise with the one hand, and that's the luck factor on the march. It's the accidental Maximo, the Aximo.
Yeah, the Baximo. What a crazy ball to fly that far for 6. Good effort out there, but yeah, with the wind as well, it just kept going, didn't it?
Cameron inside. Can't believe that's gotten over him. Where's this one going? Pitches up. Gets it past the bowler. Keeps it Parker. Slips over, but still has plenty of time to recover and get one. End of a pretty entertaining first over. BCC are 9 for 1.
Yeah, so 9 for 1 right now. If they can get themselves up to maybe 40 in the power play, that'll make them feel pretty happy. A big game for these two. And Vinny, if it starts, how do you see this off? This is the easiest.
Oh, this one. Oh, yeah. 20 double 20.
Yeah, there you go.
I've heard of 60 minutes. Good show. 60 matches. Another good show. ECN.
60 matches?
You're watching right now. 60 matches since the Golden Ball.
I like 60 minutes. I used to watch that a little bit back in the day. What's that, Vin?
60 minutes thing.
Good.
You know my karaoke skills. Anyway, here's the headband warrior.
Oh,
no, he's
new
gone
headband.
thick black. I like it.
It's pretty hot today, so that's a brave option.
Yeah, it wasn't getting him enough wickets, so he's gone to the thick black headband. I'm liking it. I think it'd be a shoe phone celebration for Wahid Abdul. Let's go. Well, Big Daddy tries to take him down and does leg side. It's a runaway for 4, 1 bounce. Well, they might have woken up the big man as he goes 6 and 4, and he is hungry for more at the moment. VCC into double figures.
Well, that's nice. And it's short back of the length, and he gets it away. Nice little start this from X-Teen, who's got himself going, even though there was a little bit of luck with that 6.
Pace I mentioned earlier, 25 per 2 overs. There's little milestones I'm looking at. I want to be around that mark, not fall too far behind that. Power play all important, of course, in the first 3 overs. He's challenged on the cut, but just beaten for bounce by Abdul. Some of our Czech viewers enjoying my 60 minutes theme. I think I narrowed that. It's all about the speed if you're going to get that one right.
I was a big fan of Jeopardy.
Oh, yeah. Had all sorts of problems filling that hosting spot. Alex Trebek, superstar. Big D pins the ears back, wants to beat the infield, but doesn't quite. Had Ruffer kind of circling back from mid-off, keeps that to 1.
Yeah, and, this game's in a funny little spot right now. Both teams trying to assert who's the boss of it. Vienna CC. And it's a big game. They win this, they can still sneak into that second place later this evening.
Good battle of personalities as well, with the headband warrior taking on MSP and Big D. Trying to take down the whole alphabet. There's the thick edge. This time it's not going to carry down to Ahmed Zai, just a single.
Yeah, just the 1. Good bowling from Abdul. Gets it on a good length, getting a little bit of movement.
I'm a bit surprised they haven't gone for that fly slip on the circle. I mean, they've got a ring of 4 people on the offside, or even 5 in the offside guarding that infield. But I feel like you could make do with 4 there and have that slip, which is on the circle, because I feel like it could get your wicket. Wicket's going to be pretty important as well, just to slow things down. Well, there's the chance. It'll go to one of them. They're queuing up for it. Should be gone. It's taken. And, well, here it comes.
Oh, yes. He's brought it back. It's the shoe phone celebration. Oh, we might have missed it, Vinny, but we're back to the good old days.
We will get it. The shoe came off. He didn't do a double knot on those laces. He was pretty confident as Big D's luck runs out on 13. The NSCC lose the second wicket, 15 for 2. That's come for the wicket, stay for the celebration. And it was ring, ring. Wahid Abdul time.
Yeah, well, when you go viral, you've got to live up to your name, and I'm glad he took his shoe off and got it to his head. There it is. Good take, and he dials in and says, see you later. Oh, next team gives him a look. Oh, I like it.
I like that. I'm loving it. Shoe phone's back. We just had to wait a day. Unfortunately, Big D's back as well for 13. Half of those probably a bit fortunate. 15 for 2.
Pretty inventive celebration, really, when you actually think about how long cricket's been around for. The only man to take his shoe off, dial it in, and send him on his way. Here's Abdul.
Good player, though. And now Arsene Riff comes out to bat at number 4. They need something out of him.
Yeah, some good pressure brewing on top order of Vienna at the moment.
Swing it first up. Oh, indecision. MSP wasn't keen on it, which probably tells you there isn't a run there. The other thing is it's the end of the over. I think that MSP would like to face up. It's the end of 2. It's 15 for 2.
So at the moment, Dreux, they look like they're going to continue their unbeaten run. If they do, they'll move to the top of the table, but maybe not for long, as Forfarshire are playing in the next one. And, well, Vienna CC, they'll still harbour some hope. If they can get up in this one, they might be able to sneak into a double chance later this evening. It's not looking the great for Bruno, the team from Czech Republic. Helsinki Titans, been a little bit hit and miss. It's an interesting group. It is moving day. It's like you've seen, will bowl his second in the power play as per usual.
Bowled well, and now he gets the second wicket. Well, Yassine just did enough, didn't he? And they had a pack of hyenas there in the circle waiting for a chance. Yassine gets a big wicket, and Vienna CC losing their way in this chase now. Both openers gone, and the number 3. It's 15 for 3.
Yeah, Dreux do good things here. I mean, they're holding their catches, they're bowling it in the right areas. 15 for 3. For me, they're the one team that might be able to challenge Forfarshire in this group. We'll have to wait and see. It was full, it skews away, and it's a nice sharp catch.
Nice work by Ahmed Nabi as well.
Vinny, can they beat the Scots?
They play a perfect game, and
you're going to have to be good, but I think they can. It's all about timing.
I think when you've got a team like Forfs, they can only be beaten by a bit of X factor. Yeah, I think
you can't out cricket them.
They literally have
T10 them.
They have the X in the name. True.
Oh,
so they are X factor. This is Javid Zadran. He's one guy that could hit them back into the game. Call him the wild thing for a reason. He'll be playing his shots. And yeah, the Austrians lose 3 in the power play. It's always a long way back. It's clever bowling from Yassine though. Yeah, the shot was on from MSP, but just didn't get in the middle, kind of skewed away. Nice catch held by Nabi at point.
So Zadran, he comes out here and he's got to play some sort of counter-attacking innings. 5 balls left in this power play.
We love that situation. Slips in now and he goes miles in the air. Right, who wants it? It looks like Abdul's coming in. He's going to take it and he's going to launch it back from whence it came. Well, I don't know where that one's coming down, but how about that? The wild thing doesn't wait. The headband warrior gets him. We had time to take his shoe off before he took the catch because that was miles in the air, and that's another one lost. 15 for 4. Suddenly Yassine's on a hat trick.
Well, I said maybe a counter-attacking innings, and he tries from the very first ball. He hit that so high up in the air. That's actually quite a good catch. Quite breezy today. And, well, he'll be on a hat trick. He hit it straight up. And big old Abdul, and he gets there in the end.
It was probably long enough for the keeper to get under it, but I mean, Abdul had his sights set on it and then bang, launched it.
So I love it that people launch it straight up. Now, no one's looking at the ball there. It could easily drop down and hit someone on the scone.
Well, we saw a concussion incident the other day. A concussion incident the other day where the keeper got sconed with the ball. Had a serious lump.
I'm feeling a hat trick, you know.
Feeling it?
I've got a little bit of a gut feel here.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, trust your feelings.
Yeah, well, I always trust your gut. My gut's full of Juffers at the moment, and I feel like we might get one.
Speaking of those.
You got to earn it as we look at the hat-trick list. And, well, William Peatfield has taken the only one in this year's ECL.
I'll have no Jaffers, but if this is hat-trick, I get 3 Jaffers.
I know.
Or Jaffas, as they say in Espanol.
Don't you dare taint the name of an Australian chocolate. Anyway, left-hander, he's getting a little bit of shape. Can he get it full? Can he get it straight? Can he blow his board off?
Well, this is Shahil Momin, left-hander, coming out at 6. Say this has started badly for Vienna CC is a bit of an understatement. So here's a free to Yassine. Here's this hat-trick number 5 of the season. No, it's worth appealing for because it's a hat-trick.
He just got the line wrong. He got it to shape, he got it full, but the line. Oh, Yassine. Let's have a look. He just started it outside leg. I tell you what, he gets that straight, you never know.
It's true.
You see the test match overnight?
I didn't say much. Saw the score.
Cameron Green got his first test
we were
ton.
talking about, and Scott Cameron, who captains fourths, here's played with Cameron Green for Subiaco Florence.
He's going to be a star, Cameron Green, isn't he? Now he's got that first test ton. Will it open up many more?
Lovely guy as well, by all accounts. Congratulations to him. All right, so Momin's after it, but he's skied it as well. It's going to be a 5th, and Dreux on fire early on, 15 for 5. And can you believe it? Well, something is going around the ground right now. And VCC collapsing in the power play.
Well, I didn't expect to see such a big collapse early. It just seems they can't get the ball near the middle of the bat. Hey, that's 3 in 4 again. We've seen it twice in this game. You don't often get that. And, well, Vienna CC, unfortunately, feels like they're going to fall very short in this. He guys it straight to mid-on.
He's got 4 for 9. 6 of those runs were an edge over third man that was almost caught by that fielder.
To get a little Michelle Pfeiffer here.
It could be. He's got a couple of balls at it.
You know, you follow Marvel films?
Not so much.
Watched the Ant-Man films the other day. Didn't realise Michelle Pfeiffer's the old duck in it.
Is that right?
Yeah. Watched it a bit closer.
If he took a hat-trick, he'd end up with 6. He'd had 5 in the over.
Good call from Lily Panda said, can we see Tim Tam slams from the cube if this ends early?
Hello. Anyway, who's next? Oh! Has he hit? He must have hit it.
Must have hit it.
Must have hit it.
Must have hit it.
Waiting for a signal.
I got excited.
Yeah. Must have been a big
Tell
edge.
you what, Vin, if he didn't get bat on this,
yeah, it's a
he
big
hit
edge.
it. That's why I'm not an umpire.
Yeah, I like to get excited though.
Well, I just like wickets, and at the moment could be an early finish for you and me. Hey, he's got one more ball. We don't get many Pfeiffers on the network. It's not easy in only 12 deliveries. Can he get it right?
Well, let's have a look. Yassine. Blown the top order away. Almost. So, all right, good luck middle order. Here we go. It's 16 for 5 after 3.
16 for 5.
Uh-oh. This isn't going to be too pretty.
No, it's not, is it? I mean, 9, 6, 1. No little wicket dots there, but there's been 5 of them. Not easy here for Vienna CC. Probably just trying to save face a little bit. Jonathan Woodward's got a question for us. Vin, lowest ever ECL score?
I have it. I'm going to go out on a limb and say 22.
Hey? Turkey.
How'd you know?
Because I was here commentating.
I'll tell you, I might be wrong. Might be a couple more than that.
I think it was 28 they got to.
It's not that many.
Sure?
So, Zafar. Just fill some space while I look this one up for
Yeah,
me.
no worries. I will as Ahmedzad, the left arm seamer, comes in to bowl the 4th. And it's high in the air. Well, it's a nothing shot. Whoa. He is super lucky, Rahimi, to still be at the crease. Must have got caught in 2 minds. Well, Dreux, they are all over him at the moment. What we're seeing in this Group D is 2 teams, Forfarshire and Dreux, more than likely going to get the double chance, playing good cricket, and the rest of the pack just a little bit below par.
St. Bernard Zafar.
I'll let you keep looking, Ahmedzad.
They scored 25. There you go.
Well, that might be a no ball. It's not called. You can still get run out, but he doesn't throw. It's just the one.
He scored 25 in response to 187 that pressure put on the board. I think that involved a century from Baba Hussain.
Yeah, big ton in his career. We have a closer look at this. No, that's okay.
Tiptoes, though. Look at his son
He's on
tiptoes.
his tippy toes.
I reckon that could be called
Too late.
on another day.
Moving on.
It's probably the ultimate borderline on that one. The bad shot carves it away for 4. I need someone to get going. Let me check this required run rate. It's about 16 and over or so.
But if they were to come back and win this, Vin, it'd be one of the great comebacks. It'd be an amazing, amazing effort for Vienna CC to try and steal the points. What's the biggest comeback you've seen on that? If we're talking about lower scores, what's the big comeback? You ever seen a team like 6 for 20 and then go on and chase 130 or something like that?
Austria had a good one in the internationals recently. This is up. I reckon that might have even carried, you know, to point. It's going to be another boundary. So, but Arif is a guy, he's a specialist bat. He's there for a reason. That's to score runs. And he gets a couple of boundaries in quick time.
Yeah, nice shot. He comes down the ground. Was it a chance? Sort of. It sort of yorked him. Tough. Yeah. Tough to tell.
Half chance, maybe. Yeah, recently, Malta versus Austria, Game 7. I think Game 7s are pretty exciting in the ECI. Austria about 40 for 6. They were kind of 50 for 7. Still managed to win. Oh, going to have a tough time here because Arif's played all around this. He gets blown away by an Ahmedzai Yorker. If this is going to be a comeback, it will be an epic one. 25 for 6. What a ball.
Oh, gee, that is a great delivery. He actually got that to come back in really late, Vinny. Just a perfect left arm seam delivery. And Vienna CC, it's a bit of a hiding now. They're 100 runs away and they've already lost 6 batsmen. Great ball by Ahmedzai. Let's have a closer look at it.
Bang.
Late tail.
Good as you like. Yeah. And big thank you to Javad, who has actually sent me. I was right the first time. They did get 25 against pressure, but they actually got 22 against Carlton from Scotland. So
is it the same
22.
Is it the same Turkish team coming this year?
No. This year we've got Istanbul KSK.
What do you know about them?
I know they've got some of the players we saw last year, but they may have a wild card.
Oh, here we go. Who?
Adil Raza, who played for Carlton last year. They struck a friendship up, Mechit Zaga and Adil, who's a very good leg spinner. And
really?
Yeah.
Wow. The friends you make on the road.
And actually Adil, they made such good friends. Adil went to Turkey. He's actually, I think, got a holiday home there or something. They met up, went to Mechit's market. They got photos of it and everything. They sent me a photo.
That's unbelievable.
Brings tears to your eyes if you had emotions. Anyway, 25 for 6.
Oh, he's gone. Oh, he misses.
Rahimi's quick, but he's not that quick.
That was a suicidal single.
Yeah, Shakil Khan comes out and puts Rahimi on the barbecue, and he wasn't quite done. It's the end of 4 overs, and it's 26 for 6.
Yeah, 26 for 6. A little bit of a fizzler this game. Vienna CC just haven't been able to get into this run chase, and it reflects with those W's. They're losing.
Bring it back. Remember how well they brought it back? It looked like they were chasing 140 odd. And,
yeah, just sometimes this can happen in a run chase. You just lose wickets early, and you can never get ahead.
Vienna CC. Trying to work out then what they're playing for, because then say they lose this, Dreux have 3 wins, Vienna CC have 1. At most they could get 3rd, I suppose. Anyway, see if they can pull something out of the fire. Here's Tapish Bhatti. Time for spin into the body of the batter. Think of 2 here. Good throw, might have him in trouble. Didn't quite carry to the keeper. So scramble through for a double.
Yeah, scramble through for a double. Dreux looking to go 3-0 here. A really big performance from him, has to be said.
Hello to Gary, who's joined us in the comment section, saying hello to us and saying, see you next week with Sporting Alphas. Yeah, a fair few familiar names from Sporting Alphas. Be out there next week. Hello, Gary. Hopefully you're well. Look forward to seeing you again.
Yeah, they've got 3 current national players that will rock up for them as well. They'll be good Sporting Alphas.
Oh, yeah.
I'm tipping them.
Uh-oh, gets this wrong
Shot.
And gone. Yeah, just misjudged the bounce, and he bounced a bit more than Shakil Khan thought. So VCC, well, it's going wrong. It's going really wrong for them at the moment. 28 for 7.
Quite upsetting, Vinny, because it means it could be a longer lunch break for myself, and you know I love to be on the air all day, every day. So 7th wicket goes down, and well, for Vienna CC, it's just an implosion. Didn't expect to see this. Credit to Dreux. They are a good T10 team. The 3rd time they've been back. They're obviously doing something good in the French domestic scene.
You can see why they keep coming back. I mean, they're a pretty decent T10 unit. This is a frustrating one. As a keeper, they're a funny one because they're so easy. You start thinking, I couldn't possibly drop it, could I? Normally you don't, but anyway, Shakil Khan goes 3 runs to his name, 28 for 7.
What'd you get up to last night, Vin?
Well, you know what I got up to. We set a PB at the Empanada store.
Yeah, not talked about enough.
Wide. Gets away from the keeper.
Yeah, we did. What we get up to in the end? Touch greatness, didn't we?
I did double digits. I did 10. What did you do in the
I
end?
did 8.
Eight's
But with
good for
4
you.
chorizo.
Yeah,
50% chorizo.
I did 10 with 6 chorizo. Initially went initial 8, and then I had some injury empanadas. Hits in the fielder and goes again. A direct hit might have been interesting. But they get through for a single.
Well, it's almost time for the 5th over. I hope you start thinking about what you're going to need, Vinny. There's Batty. He's gone pretty tidy over here.
Lily wants to see Tim Tam slams from the cube if this ends early. The Tim Tam slams, are they in? Does that have to be a hot drink?
Oh, he's bowled him.
How about that?
Oh, and he's caught it off the bail as well. Imagine that, inside edge off the bail caught, but another wicket goes, and Vienna CC's 31 for 8, Vin.
Might need the Tim Tam pack that never runs out. The
I'm
way
getting
things are
Isle
going.
of Man flashbacks.
Yeah.
Okay,
31 for 8.
now we've got a team 31 for 8. Can you fathom that we bowled a team out for 10? Like, it's the perfect storm.
Fathom it. I mean, I've seen a team bowled out for 6. So that's probably the
true.
closest thing
Okay.
I've seen to that, but still.
Good ball.
Yeah, and there you go. A little stump, a bit of catching practice. This
Hey,
is also why you wear a helmet.
He inside edges that, and it's called a no ball, and it balloons off the stump there and gets caught by 45. Is that out caught?
Did you say that sentence again and realise where you went wrong?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Long day.
Not really a long day for you. Anyway, Cash goes first ball. Good bowling by Barty. And let's say when an appeal covers all modes of dismissal, so you couldn't then take a catch and say, hey, I want the caught, not the bowled, because the bowled always takes precedence. It'd be a cool one if the bail somehow didn't come off, though, and it bounced off the stumps to be caught.
I don't think this batsman was ready. Feels like.
Talk me through a Tim Tam slam. I always think that's like a coffee or
Is that a Tim Tam in a Milo?
Yeah, talk to me. Or is it like, you know, like the Oreo dunk where you do it through milk?
I was never a big fan of Oreos. Yeah. Overrated.
Neutral. Tell you what, Junaid Said was not expecting to bat before the halfway point of this innings. Comes in the 5th. And what this does, it sets up what I think will be the 3rd and 4th matchup to play in match 9. So it's quite interesting. Gets a bat on this, almost loops
I'm
away.
a little bit disappointed Forfarshire haven't decided to bat first in the next one. Wanted to see if they, went for something big, but they decided to bowl in that one. Last ball of the 5th. Bowls in.
Oh, wow. Well, how do you like it? He can't believe he's bowled.
Oh, the batsman doesn't want to go, but I'm sorry, mate. Your off stump has been ripped apart.
Well, shades of Mike Gadding 1993 about this. There's Butty. He's pretty impressed with himself. This one turns back enough. Still misses the outside edge, though. And 31 for 9. How about this for...
This is a rout. This is a complete rout. He just spins it past the outside edge. Clean bowled, and the batsman didn't want to leave.
Bit of day 5 Chennai about this, isn't it? And
it's ragging.
This will be pretty dramatic. Butty acts like he does all the time. He's just a little point. And says, hey, I think that you're out. And the batter says, am I?
Vinny, it's my new favourite time of day.
All right, I'm liking it. Don't think Junaid Said is. He gets a second ball, a 31 for 9. I suppose you're going to have a shocker. Now's not a bad time to do it. Anyway, I want to say a big hello to all of you wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo Corey Rutgers with me. And well, it's time for Australian food eating.
What would you like? You had a Jaffa? What do you want? Quickly.
Chomp. Get me a chomp, please. Jules, which is Corey's mum, thank you so much for the care
A chomp is like an alligator on a thing, but it is a caramel wafer chocky.
Looks like someone's already eaten some of this chomp.
No. These are, a chomp is phenomenal. Find yourself one of those in the world. Good luck.
You hear the chompiness. Gotta be careful, we might miss the end of this game. Because they need... They're 9 out in 5 overs. Good.
Yeah, 9 down in 5. Didn't expect this. There's Quinny.
Barry, who's joining us.
What's Quinny thinking at the non-strikers end? None of none.
Thinking I didn't want to bat, that's why I'm at 11. it's quite unselfish from Quinny, giving everyone else a bat. He's actually been one of the guys that has hit the ball pretty well, but he knows the situation's hopeless, and I don't really think net run rates really can be a factor in the end for Vienna CC.
What a shellacking this has turned out to be.
I mean, there's some mathematical possibilities, like if Bruno thump Forfarshire and Titans beat Vienna CC, they'll be on 2, but doesn't seem that likely. So Quinton just holding himself back. I don't think he's batted 11 too often in his life.
It's not too often we get a team really bowled out for something so small as well. I don't think I've seen it too much on the ECN. But yeah, disappointing for Vienna CC. Credit to Dreux. They bowled it in the right areas. They've taken their chances.
Shoe phone reception has just come in for Abdul. A little bit of a Glover. Danny Glover for Quinton Norris. Another direct hit. How about France? I mean, they've been ruthless in this
Team
innings.
to watch for me.
Is it that the bowling's been that good and the fielding's been that good, or is it also that Vienna CC have just been off?
A bit of both. It's always a bit of both, it feels like, when a team gets routed. They have to bat pretty poorly and the bowling has to be pretty good.
Now look at Yassine. I mean, his spell was incredible, wasn't it? 4 wickets he took in the power play. And the other ones, yeah, just batters never getting in. Another play and a miss.
Yeah, it could be an extended break, Vinny, if one more wicket falls. How review on the chomp?
Very good.
Better than the Jaffa?
To be honest, I've been kind of having a Jaffa every couple of overs, so I think I might have to incorporate that into my commentary routine. I don't think you can say that. It's like apples and oranges, or chomps and Jaffas, like they say down in Australia. And gets this one tipped over the bowler's head for a single.
What's your highest 9th wicket partnership?
Couldn't tell you that. I mean, 10th wicket.
Yeah, sorry, 10th wicket.
Probably, I know it actually. It was in ECS Belgium, where one of the exiles came out at 11, hit 49 off 18 balls, and got run out trying to steal the strike back.
Wow.
So it's about 55 to 60. And Belgium was quite interesting. We often saw players jostling to be the next batter in, everyone be padded up, and it was almost a strength.
Just a free-for-all.
Actually saw someone going out to bat get dragged down by a teammate into his chair, and someone else walked out.
Well, if you want to enjoy your time on the air, I don't blame you.
All the fantasy players saying, oh, they give us the wrong batting order. That's what we're dealing with. Wide. It's the tram line.
Yeah, the question is, Vinny, how much mental scarring will this do to the NCC?
Hopefully this is one you can just forget about. Get the men in black glasses out. Forget the last hour or so.
Who's got the golden ball for the next game?
It's Rico.
Good luck.
Oh, well, it's ECN. Expect the unexpected. Last ball, the over. Wide, gets away from the keeper.
Here. Sucking out the last errs of this one. One more wicket to go. Still 4 overs left. Remarkable scorecard.
Apparently they have chomps in the UK as well.
Sorry?
They have chomps in the UK.
Really?
Did not know that.
Did not
I
know
bet
that.
they don't have caramello koalas in the UK.
Yeah, so that could be next on my hit list.
They're giant koalas as well. How about Freddos? They have Freddos everywhere?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, this could be it. It's hanging in the air. Doesn't quite carry. Rahimi fights on. It's the end of the 6 overs. The score is 40 for 9. And coming up next, we do have that David versus Goliath, don't we? It's Forfarshire from Scotland against Bruno from the Czech Republic. Forfarshire yet to lose, Bruno yet to win. Forfarshire won the toss. I would have thought maybe it's an opportunity for them to bat first and guarantee the 10 overs. Instead, they will bowl first, sticking to their plans. Bruno, look, just speaking to them, it's a great chance for them as a team and as individuals to be challenged, okay? And I think they just want to hold their own, or at least try to hold their own against not Forfarshire going to throw at them. They will be batting
I'm
first.
super disappointed the Scots didn't want to give more of their batsmen a bit of batting time. I would have liked to have seen that.
Anyway, anything can happen. That game's starting about half an hour. Barty.
Oh, no way. How's that missed leg stump?
It must have flicked the pad.
Well,
because it misses the leg stump.
How's that not out? What's happened here?
Oh, I think it might have actually hit a bit of the bat on the way through, on the follow through. It was really weird.
It sort of feels like this could be the slowest 4 overs on ECL history here. We not often have 9 wickets after 5.
strategically, playing for net run rate here, you're just trying to get as batting out the overs. But nice shot from Rahimi. I think now you're definitely in the realm of personal highlights. Can't find the ball.
Yeah, at what stage are you allowed to just think personal highlights, Vin?
I think this is it. Rahimi and Norris has a nice relationship between them as well, and they kind of share the keeping duties now at club level for Vienna CC. Rahimi's a pretty decent keeper. Very good fielder as well. We've seen that so far. That's why we see Quinton normally taking the gloves here at the ECL. Again, Rahimi's a handy batter and probably a longer form of the game. Quinton having a net out there. I mean, Quinton, he's on the blue crew sometimes. I think he'd appreciate the fact that
if there's anyone that should know that the blue crew could use an extended break, it should be Quinny. Put one up in the air.
He's on the sweep, and he's going to put one up in the air, and the umpire's going to put his arms in the air. Maximal! Well, not a bad shot from a number 11 as Quinton goes large. Tries to bring some respectability to the score.
Quinny, you're not allowed to work with us ever again. Nice shot, buddy. Really good hit.
You did what you asked.
Yeah, but not that far.
Nice shot. A little mini jungle in front of the fan zone. Go again here. This wants the one, and he's going to get one. So, is the end of the 7th over. The score is 48 for 9. So weird how in Group D it has seemed to have a kind of pecking order, hasn't it, compared to the other groups, and especially Group C. That was chaos. Everyone was everywhere. People were first, last, in the middle, changing all the time. In this, it's going to be interesting because, yeah, Dreux and Forfarshire, every chance they could go in undefeated tonight. That's assuming Forfarshire, as expected, brush aside Bruno. Tomorrow's, we're all heat up with that qualification place on the line for Championship Week. Championship Week, it's only 10 days away, believe it or not. Here's Ruffer, who normally brings the heat. This time, it's going to be pretty pacey into the fence. Minimo time. Cinco Carreras brings up the 50 for Vienna CC.
Well, all the life feels like it's being sucked out of the venue right now, as that's a huge 5 wides.
I think the hype's worn off. I think you might have to crack another one.
I'm going to have to crack a couple to get me through this, Vinny. That's going to be a minimo, as you said. And it wouldn't be surprised me if the 10th wicket ends up getting the biggest partnership in the innings.
Might have already, actually.
Must be close.
Go to the numbers. Yeah, it's been a rough one. So it's going to go wrong. It's going to go wrong. It'll happen. Sometimes in short form cricket. Stops the shot, but he might actually go for 4. There's no fine leg at all. So Quinny, again, has just continued to perform well for his side. Even though they can't wait for this game to end. It's nice to see some runs now flowing from the Austrians.
Yeah, they've saved it late, haven't they? As Quinny plays an interesting looking shot. It's a little help around the corner for 4.
Here's the partnerships, first 9 partnerships. 0, 15, 0, 0, 0, 10, 3, 3, 0. So I'm going to say, yeah, by far. This one's already worth 26.
Wow.
It goes back. Can't quite time the pull up. We'll get a single. Certainly sparked a bit of chocolate chat.
So this is what I mean. When it was 9 for 31, when I watched Isle of Man get bowled out 10, there's always one partnership.
But yeah, well, there's an edge for 4 or
something.
Yeah.
And this is what's happening here.
Yeah. Pretty amazing. Now Rahimi goes back and he's going to pump one out of the ground. Nice shot from the little man. Maximal. Well, we saw the master, now we see the apprentice. Nice moment for Ali, and he loves it. You know, that's what it's about. I talked about, we're definitely in the realm of personal highlights now, and I'm telling you, I know the game situation is hopeless, but Rahimi, he's really enjoyed that one. He tries to hold back a smile as long as he can, but yeah, he's earned the right smile. That's a nice shot.
Yeah, nice shot from the young man. Gets himself a little 6 runs there. This partnership, the 10th wicket partnership, it's up to 33.
Oh, so he says, all right, try and hook this one.
Yeah,
he does.
Rafa, gotta love it.
Rafa is his own kind of wild thing. This one is called for the 1 for the over. Ooh.
It's his elbow and actually almost goes down onto the stumps.
Really liked it as well. It was a good bit of batting. Wind at Rafa's back here. He knows he's going to get something short again this time. Down to Wahid Abdul, just a single. I know we're all probably a little bit hungry, but the fact that you're having to wait over there is making it a bit easier on me. Because I know it's a bit frustrating for you. When you get close to an early finish and it gets taken away. Blame the last pair who've batted pretty well. That could be no ball, you know. How short is it?
Don't call it. Move on, and that will do the over as it's 65 for 9.
Well, he's a bit lucky here to get away with this Rafa. Is this above the shoulder?
Nah, it's good for me.
That's a bad call.
Not a
I hate
bad
to use the
call.
word bad.
How dare you?
Incorrect. Anyway, it is the end of the 8th. The score is 65 for 9.
Yeah, you can see those clusters at the top just ruined it. Hey, look, if they had a couple more overs, Vinny, they're on the right trajectory.
Come on, boy, come on, boy.
Need about 10 more batters as well, I think. That's the problem. But going to the 9th. To order a few more hypes up here, I think. Corey, stop yawning. Anyway, start of the 9th over.
Nice to have the hype representatives down here this morning as well.
Yeah, it was. Certainly. To Carlina and Stephanie. Appreciated their company. I suppose when you get these kind of moments, it kind of puts into context how crazy ECN cricket is. The fact that this happens so rarely. As Quinny spores are wide. Dot. Because it is chaos, isn't it? ECN cricket, how many...
It's very rare we get quiet time.
Yeah.
Very, very, very rare.
Feels a bit like quiet time at the moment. And that'll do it. And, well, Corey's up and about. Quinton Norris just kind of pops the catch. And so it's Usman Khan that comes on and finishes it off. Well, Barry had already called for someone to get Corey a sandwich in the chat. Don't worry, he can go get it himself now. Are bowled out. Last wicket partnership of 35 over than doubles the score, but VCC are bowled out in the end for 66. Final score: Dreux from France 124, Vienna CC of Austria 66. And yeah, one of those games that just didn't go right. Vienna CC, to get to the final, you feel like they'll have to get past Dreux. They didn't do it this time. I'm sure they may get another opportunity tomorrow. Disappointing, I think, that their batting just fell apart, but take nothing away from Dreux. It was a bit of a demolition job of the top order.
Yeah, it was a demolition job, and they killed the game early. Credit to them, it has to be said. They bowled extremely well. They took their chances, and they've routed Vienna CC here. They're going to get a double chance, but this is what's coming up shortly. Forfarshire versus Bruno. David versus Goliath, and...
It's kind of a Goliath against David's little brother, I think. But anyway, that'll be our 50th match of this ECL. That's coming up in around about 20 minutes' time. Ready for the first ball in about 25. So, well, if you're a French fan, stay tuned. I think the highlights can be pretty skewed, as it was all business. Headband Warrior hiding a very big headband in this one. Worst possible start as well. Iqbal Hussain played across the straight one early on. That was the first of 4 wickets for Afridi Yassin, who bowled really well. This was a bit of a lucky one for Big D, an edge that went all the way for 6. And the giant headband came out, and he chipped in with a wicket in the 2nd over. That was the end of X-Team. The shoe phone came out as well. Yeah, but Wahid, in a way, was overshadowed by the fire of Afridi Yassin, as 3 wickets were to fall in the 3rd. From there, it was just really, really rough stuff if you were an Austrian fan. Wild Thing came out and tried to pump one out of the ground first ball. He was caught, and everyone was scrambling to get their shoes off at one point. As the wickets just continued to tumble. I mean, at one point they were 31 for 9. And so even when there were signs that things might turn around, like that shot from Aslan Arif, he got castled. And even the bemused expressions, I think, from the bench as well. They know that when you have high frequency of short form matches, there are some where just things go very, very wrong. Barty was good. He hit the stumps twice, and he beat the outside edge of the right hand. And then the left-hander, he said, hey, what are you talking about? And he'll have to watch that one back, I think. Junaid Saeed see that he was bowled. So Barty did his bit. He didn't do too much wrong. They held most of their catches. I did like the resurgence, and Quinton Norris batting 11, I think just to give more people an opportunity to try and turn this around. I think he knew the game was gone. Rahimi, that was a nice moment for him, smoked the Maximo over the fine leg boundary. You can see they're enjoying it. They're trying to make something of it. Obviously, they've got a big game coming up against the Helsinki Titans later on. That could be a preview of the Eliminator tomorrow. But yeah, Dreux, very impressive there. Pretty complete performance with the bat and the ball from the French team.
Yeah, complete performance you can see on that scorecard. 15 for Rahimi, but that's about it. Everybody else getting rickrolled. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ducks in that with 12 extras. I mean, at one stage it could have been bowled out for 35. So, well, it wasn't the innings they would have liked, but that's how it goes sometimes.
Flattering the score with the 12 wides as well. But how was Yassine early on? 4 for 10 for him. 3 for 13. Butty did a good job as well. Wickets for Wahid Abdul. It was a shoe phone celebration as well. Abdurrahman Ahmedzai and Usman Khan, the other wicket takers. We'll take a break. Back in around about 15 minutes to take you into the middle match. Like I said, it looks like a mismatch on paper, but I'm sure there'll be plenty of action out there in the middle. When we return, it'll be the Forfarshire side of Scotland taking on Brno Cricket Club of the Czech Republic. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Corey Ruckers and Rhino. He's not far away from returning as well. Hope you're enjoying your Friday. Get those peacock shirts out. We'll see you shortly for more European Cricket League.
This is how we play cricket.
On the Costa del Sol.
The European Cricket League is brought to you by HCL Software, Dream 11, and Andalusia European Region for Sport.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
And welcome back to the Cartama Oval. Beautiful day on the Costa del Sol, and now we're ready to move into the middle game of day 2 here in Group D. Bit of a David versus Goliath here with Forfarshire, the Scottish champions, undefeated to this point, taking on Bruno, who are without a win in 3 matches. So let's see what happens at the coin toss. Rob Kemming has the 2 captains just over there. Let's see who wins it.
Your call. Tails. Tails is called. It is hits. We'll have a ball.
So it is Scott Cameron of Forfarshire that have won the toss. Forfs are going to bowl first. Silver Fox, interesting for me that the captain wanted to send in Bruno. Thought maybe this was a good opportunity to bat first and kind of guarantee that you'll face the 10 overs. But obviously sticking to their plan, which has been working pretty well. Not without a couple of bumps along the way, but I just look at this side. They look like real contenders, not just here in Group D, but should they make the championship week, I think a lot of teams will be looking over their shoulder at the Scots. I think that Michael Leask is such a big weapon with the bat and also with his off spin. You got Wallace at the top of the order. He's been pretty good as well. But yeah, for me, their fielding focus has been good. The captain Cameron himself with 4 wickets in the last game was a pretty good effort as well. For Bruno, well, it's a tough one for them. They need to win and win big here to qualify. Don't think they think about that too much. If they could just be competitive, I think that's what this is all about. I know they're very proud to be here representing their nation as the champion team of the Czech Republic. And I think this will be a great challenge for them as a team and individually to win some contests during this match. So let's get ready for the first ball. Andrew Ryan back in the commentary box for this one. I'll be there shortly, Rhino. But I can tell you toss news is that the Silver Fox had some luck at the toss. Scott Cameron of Forfarshire has won the toss and he's going to bowl first. Over to you. Let's get ready for match 8.
Silver Fox indeed is having a good tournament, both with the coin toss and with the ball. He's been a strong contributor for Forfarshire throughout this tournament, but boy, do the Bruno boys from the Czech Republic have a battle on their hands today. I'm normally never shy of predicting an upset in ECL T10 cricket, but this would be a minor miracle if they can take down the Scots. But we have seen stranger things in the past, and there are certainly many players in that Bruno lineup who can bat with aplomb. Noor Kande, he played pretty well for scoring in the 20s at a run of ball in the last game. Malaga, he hasn't really fired at the top of the order, but that man Paras Kari, he is captain, he is wicketkeeper, and he is star batter. Boy, do they need a massive, massive innings for him today. Forfarshire, unsurprisingly, with the computer analysis, considered favourites for this contest, and they have been very, very good. So they're going to stick with their usual opening option in the form of Aman Balwal, a left-hander. He's been excellent for them, taking the new ball. Nice smooth action, probably a little bit quicker than you expect through the air. He's got a nice bumper when he brings it out occasionally. When he's got the new ball hitting the pitch hard, with a little bit of breeze assistance behind his back. Here we go, Bruno up against Forfarshire. It is the next big contest here on day 2 of Group D. 3 for the day. Sort of winding our way through the final stages of this Group D. Forfarshire have been excellent so far, undefeated. Fortunately, their opposition today, Bruno, they are looking to register their first points of this tournament. They are back out on field to try to achieve that lofty ambition today. Barwell charging in. Oh, excellent delivery, little outside edge, bends at it unnecessarily, and the keeper, Callum Garden, he's top draw with the gloves. Not going to put that catch down, and terrible start for Bruno. They are none for one after the first delivery. Oh, golden dark. Boy, Malaga, he's had a tough tournament so far. He has got some ability with the bat, but just fends at a ball which was pitched short of a length. Moved a little bit, but probably could have left it if he wasn't going to play a full-blooded stroke. But nice grab from Callum Garden. He's well balanced behind the stumps. Really, really soft hands. Easy one for a player of his capability. And Barwell, he might be sniffing a few early wickets here in this over as the heads go down in the Players Pavilion. Good to see the Bruno boys still providing a lot of encouragement for their players. The big squad here all stayed pretty positive throughout this experience, as Maximo has noted on a couple of occasions. They had the objective of making it through to finals day. Unfortunately lost against the Helsinki Titans this morning, which making that very difficult. As Afridi comes out. Good line and length again from Barwell. Once again, just a touch short of a length. But he's got some pop off the pitch. Just such a rhythmic delivery. Doesn't have to strive too hard to generate some nice pace. Some good carry through to Callum Garden, who's probably standing a good 18 or so metres, 20 metres back. Short down the leg side, so Bruno off the mark, thanks to a wide down the leg side from Barwell. Not something you see from him too often. Normally his radar is very good indeed. So 1 for 1. Scorecard looking more attractive than it was 30 seconds ago. Nice delivery, chopped hard into the ground by Afridi. He's quite capable with the bat. Main strong suit is his bowling. Generate exceptional pace. He's bowled some excellent overs in the tournament so far. In particular, a couple of corkers last night. Oh well, he's a man who knows about delivering a good over. Short. Afridi probably just not picking up the length, given the extra pace from Barwell. It was short enough to rock onto the back foot and pull. Bit of protection for Barwell out there though. Not something we've seen much so far in the tournament, but he's got two fielders stationed on the leg side. One probably a little bit squarer than cow corner, more traditional mid-wicket. Another one that's a deep square leg. Suggesting to the batter that he's going to pinpoint this short of a length attack. As we there go again. That one's risen and Afridi's copped it in the helmet. Made a fair whack. He seems to be okay, and bowler just coming in to check that he's perfectly fine. Looks like it's copped in an awkward spot on almost the underneath of the cap or the peak for the grill. Nods his head though, suggests that he's still in one piece. Barwell short of a length for the entire over. And he's signaled to the batter what's coming. Another short one. Well, he knew what was being fired in. That's an excellent grab. Moved in quickly from the fence. We talked about those two fielders being out there on the leg side. Barwell's set the trap again. And that is once again demonstrating why they are the most highly rated side in this group. Outstanding fielding and well captained, good bowling, top execution. Comes in from deep mid-wicket. Great grab, just an inch or two off the ground. Excellent balance. Might actually be Scott Cameron coming out there from deep mid-wicket. Pick that up in a moment because certainly a catch to write home about. We'll see that one on the highlights reel for the European Cricket Network after this game. Fielding for the Forfarshire boys has been outstanding in this tournament, and certainly providing some examples or an objective for the other teams of what they can improve. They have shown some excellent skills in all three facets of the game. Going to face a tough task though if they get through to Championship week. There's three very strong teams that have qualified already. Church, the Group A champions, the Farmers from Jersey, made it through to finals week, and as we saw only a matter of a few days ago, the boys from Beveren, Belgium, very popular winners here on for Group C. As Hogarth comes on to bowl the second over. A fairly frequent choice of bowler for the Scottish team. Off the outside off stump, just shouldering arms. A man who rarely shouldered arms in his cricket career. Just welcome back to the commentary box, Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandu.
Yeah, really shoulder arms to empanadas either. He was with us last night. Well, this one's gone straight up in the air. This is going to be another wicket now. So things going horrendously so far. Hoagie the Bison comes on in over number 2. And a lot of these top spinners kind of hurries on. And that is a big wicket because that is Kari that has to go now. Well, we saw the equaliser, the 1-1, but now it's got 1 for 3. And yeah, we've just seen pretty dominant stuff from Forfarshire. I mean, I think this shows ultimate respect for your opponent as well. They're going out there, they're not taking the foot off. I mean, they know they've only got 4 games here, plus the finals tomorrow to make an impression. So you know, they're taking nothing for granted. You see that one, it's more of an overspinner than anything else from Hogarth. He's gleefully accepting the return chance. So, yeah, Bruno, you've got to be a little bit worried about what you've seen so far and what might be to come.
Yeah, excellent bowling from Hogarth. He's a handful in these early overs, and I like the fact that they're persisting with the leg spinner and the power play, but great observation, Maximo. They are not letting up at all on this Bruno side, and Kari back in the dressing room already in the second over. Not good news for the Czech Republic boys.
I mean, Ranjan Das, he's on a pair. Very happy to get off the mark, but he won't because he gets sent back.
Might have gotten off the mark if there was some response from his batting partner, but as it is, Kande quite happy to stay up in the non-striker's end.
Had a bit of trouble with the connection. Kande's still yet to face.
Nicely played, actually. Just used the wrist, flicking it up towards mid-on, no run.
And Casey watching from the Czech Republic saying, you know, it's part of the whole experience for our lads, just seeing the standards that are needed. Anyway, hopefully the comeback starts here.
Short ball. Diving Hogarth, but he's cracked it straight down the ground. Das looked pretty comfortable in his first 3 balls, so he finally ratchets up the first boundary for Bruno. That takes him to 5 for 3 off the first 2 overs.
Yeah, nice work from Das, who comes into the 11 today, and you know, came in a tough situation earlier, had to throw the bat and was dismissed for a duck. Let's have a look at the table. We can see that Bruno, with a loss here, there's certainly no way they can make the 4. Still a little bit to do. I think from here, after this game, if Forfs do win it as expected and as it's looking at the moment, then pretty much the first and second are set, third and fourth are set. And you've got an interesting kind of couple of contests where teams are going to feel out each other before they meet tomorrow on finals day. Here's Scott Cameron in over number 3, gets one to jump a bit. Kande finally faces. But yeah, this is exactly how you learn. You know, you see this in World Cups and other things, other tournaments of that nature, where you sometimes get a bit of a mismatch based on experience and skill level. And you look at things like, you know, Japan used to get blown away in the Rugby World Cup, and they come back and they've had some very, very good results. It takes a while to get to that level.
Well, they're short of a length, but has managed to be dragged over to the leg side. He's got a decent piece of that. That's carried for a maximum. Great shot from Kande, who various times throughout this tournament has struggled to get going in his opening balls, but that's a lovely shot.
He might not have given Das too much response from non-strikers. NB lets the bat do the talking here, nor Kande. Again, just speaking to some of the Bruno guys, and I said, you know, even if the game situation's not looking great, take it as an individual battle that you're trying to win. Kande certainly wins that one.
Voice of experience, Maximo, giving some excellent advice to the boys from the Czech Republic. Scott Cameron back into resuming normal service, just a little bit short of a length, and it does feel like a lot of the Bruno batsmen, Vinny, do struggle with that shorter ball, and I suspect the fact that they play on a relatively low, dead pitch back home certainly hasn't helped
the
them.
Bruno pitch is a bit different to the pitch in Vinosh in Prague. Certainly not quite as much bounce. They specialise on that one.
Oh, Kande, he's feeling it now. Unfortunately, hasn't got it quite as much as he would have liked to. That's a superb catch. Wonderful work coming in from the boundary. And that may be big Jack O'Neill, the Australian import. He's been very good for them on the occasions that he's had the chance to get involved in the game. Showed great balance and no shortage of speed to take that one.
Yeah, very good bit of anticipation. Just hung in the air too long from Kande. You can't really criticise his approach. I like that he's still trying to attack, not just trying to survive. but showed too much of the ball to O'Neill. And you're right, he slid in, didn't he? And took it fairly easily in the end. So the Forfs enjoying their time out there. The Czechs finding it hard going in the power play. It's 11 for 4.
Yeah, probably not what would have been in their plans at the start of the game. Bruno boys, although they certainly knew they were up against it against such a quality lineup as Forfarshire have. Really rolled out their top bowlers to make some early incisions, and each of those bowlers has delivered.
He's got Cameron Silver Fox. Only started getting that grey hair once he was made captain of the team. I noticed that.
Things will happen to you when you've got to be in charge of 15 or 16 unruly young men, particularly on the occasional cricket tour.
Well, Vasudevan, he's come into the side as well. And I like the way he threw the bat earlier. Probably sometimes just has a bit too much of a movement outside the leg stump with that front foot. Makes it hard to access balls in that offside channel where you are going to get plenty of them. Last ball of the over coming up.
Good length. Decent piece of it. It's going to be a great catch. If they can trot back and get it. Unfortunately, despite the best efforts of Lewis James, that ball has spun off the surface, is kicked away for a boundary. Bruno 15 for 4 after 3.
I think James will be a bit disappointed that he doesn't do better here. He's had to decide whether to lurch for a catch or not. And then he kind of takes the more safe option, which is to pull it back. But he just edges it with the outside of his hand. And still makes it across the boundary. By far the best over of the innings so far. Yeah, credit to Vasudevan who gets a boundary there. As we head into the middle overs, 5 outfielders are allowed from this point in time.
Well, trying to take the positives, Vinny. If they continue at that acceleration rate, then in about 3 overs' time, we should see them smoking 24, 26, off and over.
Full Ponzi scheme, I think, to get competitive here.
Oh, nice ball from O'Neill. The finger goes up. Great catch from Garden. He's so comfortable standing up to the spinners. And Jack O'Neill, nice ball, tall off spinner, jagging back a touch, cramped the batter for room. Excellent dismissal.
Good all round, really. O'Neill gets this ball to jump off a length. The keeping is top class from Callum Garden here. He's a guy that really impressed me playing for the Scotland 11 in the ECC last year, the Euros of cricket. And he just kind of rides the bounce. And when you're keeping on this synthetic surface, do tend to get a bit more bounce than you would on a turf pitch to the spinners. Look at this take off. And this is a kind of ball that if you had time to plan, you might even catch it fingers up, but you rarely can make that adjustment when you're keeping up to the stumps. So you just kind of jump and kind of ride the bounce. Does really well there to cushion it. And so Bruno, well, at the moment, they're finding it hard going. Amir Ranjan does hit a boundary in there. Something some of his teammates couldn't do, but he's the 5th man to fall. 15 for 5.
Yeah, tough times for Bruno. Nice defensive shot, just prodded out to the offside. Jack O'Neill desperate to keep his figures looking handsome. Sprints across, ensures there's no single.
Callum Garden doing a great job behind the stumps. Kashif, a new batter here.
Nice ball, floated it up, invited the batsman to swing across the line. Really, the spinners can get a bit of kick bowling from this end, can't they?
And also that overspin on the ball. He certainly putting a bit of that on as well.
That's a wide one, almost off the pitch.
This is something I noticed as well with the Scots. They are all hustling through their overs. And that just, the innings disappears before your very eyes. You tend to think of how long you're batting as far as how many balls you've faced. But I think subconsciously it's how many minutes you've been in as well.
Nice ball, just dropped on the offside. Take a single, it's a good point, Vinny. We were talking the other day about the psychological impact of keepers being up, making you feel claustrophobic, taking away your time to stay calm at the wicket. Definitely creates some extra pressure for the batters as Neil comes in. Back end of his over, a little bit of extra flight, nicely driven out to the point position. Fielder comes in off the boundary.
You tend to think of you more comfortable the more balls you face, and that is true, but I also think that there's a time element to it, and the Scots have been really good at kind of hurrying the game along. They've always been well inside the time required, often by 8 to 10 minutes, which just shows you that you're making the pace and you're playing the game at your pace. This is the end of the over. Neil gets 1 wicket, and it's 19 for 5 after 4.
He's a pretty useful cricketer, Jack O'Neill. Saw him with a couple of heavy bludgeoning strikes across day one. Very nice. Finger spinner. Bit of variety. Tall man, strong young chap. So they can ratchet up the pace occasionally. That worm certainly looking better than it was after the first 2 overs, but at 19 for 5, I don't think anyone's going to be launching bets on an upset here. The Bruno boys still have a mountain to climb as Hogarth comes on for his second over. Nicely played, just poked away. Third man comes in quickly. It's good fielding from Glenn Carnegie. The inclusions for this game.
Yeah, Fergus Duncan getting a bowl now in the 5th. It's a nice start from him. It's got to spring this step, doesn't he? With his leg spin.
A little bit of air. Zarash through the offside. Bit of work. The fielder coming around from deep cover. But Lewis James does a good job. Fields it cleanly. Just the single.
It's not a bad shot at all. Actually a bit disappointed. I think he can't quite get the placement right to get it to the boundary. Not going to get too many boundary balls from these Scottish bowlers.
Flight wide of off stump. Umpire checks it out. Decides to leave the arms down. Not going to find too many teams other than Forfarshire who can launch multiple leg spinners at you in a T10 game either.
He's lucky there because I think that should have been a wide. Checks can't take a trick at the moment.
Oh, nicely pitched. A little bit of purchase off the surface.
It's funny how when things are going against you, they seem to keep going against you. Foot was always grounded. Quick work by Garden to whip the bails off.
Pushed down the leg side. Tried the quicker ball. Fortunately, Bruno get the wide call on that occasion. Takes their total up to 21. Oh yeah, big swing. Nicely bowled from Duncan.
Love that one. Garden's good. I think occasionally probably just loses his form, trying to get a bit of extra speed getting back to the stumps. But
I thought it was a mild hobble from him.
yeah, I think that one actually copped him in the leg. I think he missed that one with his hands. Just missed the pad. Last ball of the over.
A little bit short of a length. Well put away for Sudavan. He takes his total up to 9. It's a much needed boundary from Bruno. They reached 25 for 5 after the first 5 overs.
Let's say quick hello to Henry McKenzie as well as the Dibbly Dobblers. Great to have you in the comment section. That's a nice shot by Vasudevan. Went up and over the top. As we get to the end of the 5th. Big thank you to the Andalusia European Region of Sport for their support of the European Cricket League. They put a lot of resources into this, and it's great for the region. We love coming here, especially when the weather's like this. It's absolutely amazing. Anyway, we're right back to the action. And if you want to talk about how quick this game is, it's really quick. I mean, look, between overs, the fact that the spinners are going through the overs so quickly. If there's no run, the ball straight back to the bowler. Barely got time for any replays at the moment because straight back to the action. It's a frenetic pace of the game.
Oh, that's a mighty hit, but it might only just reach the 6. It's pushed back in. I think that's probably a pretty good bit of fielding from Cameron. That ball was in the air for an eternity.
Well, you get 6 at the Dockland Stadium in Melbourne for hitting the roof for this. That was Miles. He throws away just in time. Couldn't quite get his balance. If he was right back there, heels almost on the line, he probably can catch that, but he just couldn't really check where he was.
Another big skyer. This one's certainly going to fall inside the boundary. Awkward catch in the end for Jack O'Neill, but he's made a good late adjustment. The shaky hands, but completes the dismissal. And no doubt get some thanks from Jack Hogarth for completing that one. And Bruno, day doesn't get any easier for them. They're now 26 for 6.
Yeah, and so once again, I like the way they're taking the game on. But again, you're always kind of rushed into making these decisions, aren't you? And they only got 1 off the last ball. So again, the stop from Cameron bears fruit as they get the other man. I like the hustle, like I said, of Bruno. They're trying to make the running. Vasudevan, a couple of boundaries in his 9. He can hold his head high, and he's the 6th wicket to fall. 26 for 6.
Yeah, not an easy day at the office for Bruno. They have fought hard in this competition.
The other thing I said to them is, look, you're going to take on the Scots. They're a very good cricket team, and one thing they can get out of this trip is, I said, speak to your opposition. You know, I think all these teams here, there's a community atmosphere. They'll be pretty generous with their time. So I said to, some of the pace bowlers, for example, from Bruno, speak to a kind of a Scotty Cameron, someone like that, or speak to. We don't have All-Chin playing this game, but when they're around, ask them. What grip do you use? What are your variations? Someone like a Balwal as well could help you out. And the spinners can go to like a Michael Leask or a Hogarth and say, what are you thinking about these situations? That's the kind of knowledge you can take away from this as well, even though obviously they're not quite in the same echelon at the moment. But I think all these guys here be very generous with their time to pass on that knowledge to try and improve the other teams as well.
Yeah, it's a great shout, Maximo. Hogarth comes in again, nicely bowled, forces the batter onto the back foot. I think also, in particular, is one thing, execution of skills as we actually come to the end of the over. And Bruno, 27 for 6 after 6.
000, emergency line in Australia. So also not great for the top 3. No one quite managing double digits yet. You see they've got 20 minutes to bowl 3 overs, so they're miles ahead of the time. See, Yug Warrior has come in as well for Bruno.
That's up there with Bryce All-Chin as probably the greatest name that we have in this Group D. In fact, I think it's a fair battle between those two.
He has played ECS cricket before. We can actually go through some of our all-time ECM favourite names as well, maybe during this 7th over. I'll give you some of mine. First one is from the Czech Republic as well. Okay, here we go with over number 7.
Lewis James coming on, just drags that a little bit wide. Well taken from Garden, who's standing up to the stumps, to the medium pacer. Tall young man, James.
Hello to all of my Czech friends as well. I know Danny Hudacek will be joining me for a bit of commentary during the summer. He's been watching. Got Phil G in the comment section as well. Got Frantic, got Terry, formerly of Czech Republic. Another wide from James. Okay, my first one played for the Pools and Guardians in the Czech Republic. That's NEMS Magazine. It's good. I actually think Zimbabwean. It's actually not the correct pronunciation, but it's definitely what we went to.
Definitely going
NEMS
for it, though.
Magazine. That's my first one. I really like.
See James come in. A little bit short of a length. That ball's been popped up and there's actually been a hit a lot better than anticipated. Ahmed yanked that over the leg side and has got a good piece of that delivery. Pumped for a Maximo.
Excellent work. And he just went for it. James has been a little bit off in his spot so far. Navid goes large. I'm liking it. Maximo time. That one will make the Czech fans stand up and applaud.
Like that sort of stump. Well held by Garden. Umpire calls it wide. Certainly a plan from James to try to keep the ball outside off stump. In fact, Ahmed had to pull that last one from a long way outside off.
The next name comes from Malta. Played in the most recent series. I've played it before as well. I'm going to go with Bristow Baby. And yes, his surname is Baby. His dad's name is Mr. Baby.
Mr. Baby. And
well, that's over 8, taking a hammering now.
Lewis James, nothing particularly remarkable about his name aside from Corey loving the fact that he's one of a number of Scots who have a first name for their surname, but he's got to get his direction back. A few too many wides for his skipper's liking.
He's got his names around the wrong way, doesn't he? Lewis James, should be James Lewis.
This ball just full on off stump.
Our next name comes from Italy. Fast bowler from the Albano Club. Again, one of Danny Hudacek's favourites. It's Barty Banger.
Sounds like a fast food item from
Chip
the north
in
of
the
England.
comment section if you have a favourite name as well. Let us know.
Nice length. That's better from James. Good delivery.
You're going to get some good ones. I think I've commentated around 7,000 cricketers in the last 2 or 3 years. So yeah, there are some names that are really fun to say.
Have you had to nominate a top one? Is it Banger Baby? Is that
Bristow Baby.
Bristow Baby?
That's pretty good. It's hard to split when you get the real top ones.
Just prods outside off stump. Fortunate not to get an outside edge. Ahmed, 8 or 5. His strike rate's looking particularly good in relative terms to his teammates. James just trying to finish off this over without too much more damage. Bruno up to 39. Outside off stump, invites the batsman to go high, to go hard. Launch it over the top. It's just kept in the field of play as Kashif runs back hard to pull the second. Excellent bit of work from O'Neill there. Didn't have the chance to make the play on the catch, but great defensive fielding.
Good fielding. I was worried he was going to enter an argument with the fence that he wasn't going to win there, O'Neill, but he pulled up just in time and saves a couple.
He's a big young lad. I'm not sure that the fence would have won that argument as James comes in for the final delivery. Good length, flicked around the leg. Great shot from Ahmed. He's shown some creativity and capability that a few of his teammates can probably learn from. Excellent shot, and that finishes off the over well, Bruno. 45 for 6 after 7.
And so 7 overs down. It's been a rough one, but some signs of life for Bruno. Also, some signs of life from the robot. We've now realised that due to the endurance required to be in the robot, it's probably not going to be a fixture during the day, but certainly we've had a little bit of robot time today. Go back to the very start of the day and look at the introduction if you want to have a look. The second robot, again, nobody knows where it is. And yeah, anyone that speaks good Mandarin and wants to take up the conversation with the website that we bought the robots from, feel free. As we head into over number 8, Duncan's back for his second over.
Surely got to be someone in the ECN community. Roll a bit of Mandarin off the tongue. It's ball, Duncan. He's come up with some useful deliveries. Just a little bit of purchase off the deck. Kicks off with the overspin. Like what I'm seeing.
I'm going to make a point if I can get a word in between balls, because it is such a fast pace.
That's been hit reasonably nicely, but not good enough to make it to the boundary, and what has turned out to be a relatively easy catch and great moment for Fergus Duncan. A little bit of a jig, a little bit of a dance. He's a happy young man. He picks up his first wicket today, and Bruno, they are on a one-way walk down Struggle Street, 46 for 7.
Yeah, it's nice effort from Naveed, who hit a 4 and a 6. He's the top scorer and the only man to reach double figures, but he takes on the outfielder, can't quite get enough. And yeah, Duncan, yeah, I'm liking it. He's liking it. Cameron doesn't drop too many catches out there, does he, the skipper? And, oh, maybe Cameron's hair might start turning darker again the way things are going, because it's looking pretty easy out there. All the moves are working. Naveed, though, like the effort from him, faces 9 balls for 14. He is the 7th wicket for 46 for 7. Yeah, so the comment section we're talking about, you know, the batters, they need to slow the game down here. They need to slow the game down. But you don't really have that ability. I mean, when you're there, you tap your bat, you're ready to go. I know I faced bowling in T20 cricket where, you know, someone like Michael Swart, who played a bit for the Netherlands, also played in Western Australia, where he'd be off 2 steps, and once you tap your bat, you're ready to go. So you can't constantly keep backing away. I mean, the onus is on the batter to be ready when the bowler's ready to go. So it's very hard to slow the game down. Probably the way to do it is hit a bunch of boundaries. That's what will slow the game down. But if you're not doing that, you can see that it's just a kind of force you're up against. We've seen it. Here's Yug Warrior coming in at 9.
It's a big moment, Vinny. Hasn't he delivered with the first shot? Smokes it down the ground for a single. Living up to his name of Warrior. Unleashes barrage.
My eyes on Yug. His top score in 7 matches is 5.
He's 1/5 of the way there after that first delivery.
Also has 1 wicket in ECN cricket. So, yeah, Yug is a nice youngster. He's 21 years of age.
All his batting partners used his feet, got down the track. Kashif, once he struck out to long off, he'll leave Warrior on strike for the final ball.
The way Kashif plays his cricket as well, he's probably 10 eggs short of a dozen, but he's always exciting to watch. Anyway, back to Yug.
Nicely bowled. Played well too from Warrior.
I'm on Yug here.
Across to mid-wicket.
Yug's top score is against NEMS Magazine's team, the Pools and Guardians, of 5.
Yug Warrior versus NEMS Magazine. What a moment.
That was in 2022. So he's a third of the way there as we get to the end of the over. And the score is 49 for 7.
He's looked pretty capable with the bat so far. Warrior, question mark of why we haven't seen him feature in the tournament today.
The other thing is when you're playing in a team that has success, like Bruno have had domestically, although they didn't have the best ECS last year, you don't get too many chances, you know. So here's been thrown to the deep end here, obviously.
Well, the young man's got an opportunity to face up here to Glenn Carnegie, the first time we've seen him in the tournament. That's short ball heaved across to the leg side. Looks like they'll just make it for a single. Certainly won't take on the arm of Aman Balwal out there at deep square.
Yeah, you look, Warrior. He's halfway there now. He's got 3 runs to his name. Thigh high.
What a moment to make your top score. Likely final game at the ECL. That's nicely tucked off the toes. Just a single, but good shot from Kashif.
50 comes up as well in this 9th oval. Danny Hudacek has piped in the comments. Hello, Danny. Hope you're well. He said, yep, they're his favourites. Yug Warrior, Nems Magazine, and Barty Banger, all legendary ECN names. How do you like Bristow Baby as well? That was my other one I mentioned.
Short of a length, big swing. That foot might have lifted. It'll be an interesting replay here.
He's gone. I reckon he's gone. It's really good keeping from Garden. And, well, the Warrior is wounded, I think. He had the big swing. He just didn't need to leave his crease there. I think he overbalances. Garden's got his man. They've gone upstairs, but barring some sort of something I'm missing, he's going to be gone. In fact, Yug, he knows it. And amazing keeping, really. Garden's so talented with the gloves.
Wow.
Yug, he was halfway there, living on a prayer. He gets 3. Couldn't beat his high score of 5 on the network. But still was able to get 3 singles while he was there. He's the 8th wicket to fall, 51 for 8.
Well, allows us to say that as far as ECL goes, once were Warrior, but he has now been dismissed. Nice innings from the young man, though. Good to see him get his opportunity. Out on Cartama Oval, he goes for 3 of 4. Stunning bit of work from Callum Garden.
Good, wasn't it? He had to ride the bounce, then get the ball down. He's almost kind of in the air when he takes the bails off. So it's a jump stumping from Callum Garden. Yeah, but Warrior loves his cricket. I hope he keeps at it. Ramara comes to the crease at number 10.
Carnegie, he'd be liking the look of his figures at the moment. Picks up his first wicket. 51 for 8. Just they're probably about 80 runs short of a defendable target against this Forfarshire side. But we'll see what they can do in the last 9 balls. A couple of lusty blows. Carnegie wide of off stump. New batter Ramarao tries to heave it to the leg side. Plenty of protection for Carnegie over there. Outfielder at deep square. Another one deep in wicket. Long on, long off. A deep cover boundary also being patrolled in front of the Sports World sign. Carnegie outside off stump again. Nice shot, but the fielder tracking back from just inside the 30. That's actually a really, really nice catch. Thought he'd gotten a decent piece of that ball, but unfortunately not enough to take it all the way over the infield, and that's a 2nd wicket for Carnegie. He's had a nice introduction to the bowling crease.
It's been raining wickets, hasn't it, at the moment? That's a 9th one now. Again, look, credit to Bruno. They're trying to put the counter-attack on. They're not just sitting here trying to, single their way through the rest of this innings. They're going for the shots. They're going for glory. And Carnegie's enjoying what he's seeing at the moment because he's got 2 to his name now. 2 for 2 or 5 balls. Ramarao goes without scoring, 51 for 9.
Yeah, if this is the only time we see Carnegie at the bowling crease for this tournament, he's going to walk away with a cracking set of figures. That's a fantastic return for him. As the final man strides to the crease for Bruno. Lal, can he stretch this out to the 10th over?
Thanks to the viewers, they have also mentioned another name, which hopefully I'll tell you after this ball. I will. It, of course, is Panda What Up from Portugal. You can't count out the Panda in that conversation. End of 9. It's all a matter of trying to bat it out from here. 51 for 9 after 9.
That's an exceptional shout with Panda What Up. He was one of the chaps that I met first back in Miranda de Corvo for a nighttime Portugal series that we had a few years ago. Phenomenal cricketer, bowls some random leg spin. I think he's got a plate in his head from memory, so he's taken some blows in his time.
Yeah.
But he's a remarkable specimen.
It doesn't survive the metal detector too often. But anyway, Lewis James comes back to bowl his 2nd here in the last.
That is smoked over the leg side for a mighty maximum. Well, Kashif has launched James into the next postcode.
Yeah.
Great shot.
This is typical Kashif. I mean, he's got a bit of a shady backstory, but it doesn't really matter when you hit the ball like that. Gets to run a ball pace now with that Maximo.
No questions asked. If you keep on launching rockets like that, that's a superb shot. James, his figure's probably blown out a little bit more than his mate Carnegie. He'd love to get a first scalp here. That one slaughtered to the offside. That's 4. 10 runs off the last 2 balls. Well, said Bruno needed to get up to about 130. They're going to be well short of that, but they have at least put a total on the board. This has been some good rearguard action from the lower order.
Well, it's been a real fighting innings. They've had to fight for every run, really. That's why. But, I mean, it's been the kind of innings that's made your eyes water. They could still potentially get 70 with a couple more of those. 4 to come.
Well, that's hit very, very high. I think that's Wallace tracking back. Well balanced. Great catch. Exceptional stuff. You can see what a professional cricketer he is. Big smile on his face. That's a really good catch, Vinny.
He's happy. He looks like one of those clowns in the carnival that you put the ping pong balls down. And Wallace, he is happy. You know what I love about Forfs? They're playing really good cricket and they're having fun at the same time. They're not mutually exclusive. And you can see there, a bit of a cowboy shot. That's Kashif. He was trying to get on with it. I like the way Kashif batted. I think it was a bit of a nervous one because it was probably blowing around. And Wallace does the job. Maybe we'll see him at the top of the order. Maybe we won't. Plenty of smiles, plenty of teeth on show. What do they say about the British smiles? They get a bad rap, but I think there's plenty of good sets out there. Anyway, it looks like Forfs, they'll be chasing 62 for victory. They bowled out Bruno for 61 with 3 balls to spare. Look, brave effort from the Czechs after a horrendous start, really. They were 3 wickets with only 1 run on the board. But they do almost bat the overs. They get to the 10th. They take it deep. But you'd imagine that Forfs, they would be showing Bruno to the exit with a successful chase of 62. Don't get too far because there's plenty of action still to come here on day 2 of Group D. As the Scots, slightly different lineup for them with the ball. Just rotating a few players in. They still did go for Barwell and he did the job straight away. What a good catch this was. I think Garden, he was also having a day out here in his 10 overs.
Yeah, certainly was. Excellent keeping for here. He's a class act with the gloves. Some great outfielding as well. Cameron moves so well. Great judge of a catch out there at mid-wicket. And it was just a procession going back to the pavilion. Jack Hogarth, he's done a cracking job for them in the power play. Just that extra bit of bounce. Couldn't get his hands on that particular shot. Smoke to the boundary. And Norkande showed that he has no shortage of power, as well as the KFC-inspired outfits of Bruno started to make some hay. But that man, Jack O'Neill, he's a big boy, but he's got some mobility. Showed some good moments in the field. Less good moment from Lewis James. Had a little bit of a tough day today. O'Neill showing he's got some skills with that off spin as well. There's the big pearly whites coming out. Second leg spinner on show today. Always great to see. Fergus Duncan bowled well for his 2 overs. Some decent striking from the Bruno boys as Jack O'Neill got in the action again. That was a strong strike from Nabi Ahmed to carry the fielder out there at mid-wicket. He showed he's got a bit of power as well. Adjustment of the cap, unfortunately, didn't do too much to change the Bruno fortunes. That was a big heave across the line, and Fergus Duncan was ecstatic to get his first wicket today. Less ecstatic the folks from Bruno. Callum Garden, Uruguay warrior, he entertained us for a while, but unfortunately Garden sent him packing with a great stumping. And then we see Craig Wallace come up with a pair of catches at the end. Big shout out for our boy Lewis James. He got spanked to all corners of Cartama during most of his 2-over spell. But the young man did get a result in the end. Big swipe across the line from Kashif. And Craig Wallace did the right thing by him again, taking a very sharp snare in the outfield. Moved well. And unfortunately for the Bruno boys, they probably don't have enough runs on the ball, but it was a brave batting effort, particularly from the lower order. See those 2 scores there. 18 off 16 for Ali Kashif before he was the final wicket. And Naveed Ahmed showed that he could pump the ball. 14 off 9. Uruguay, he looked good while he was out there. But unfortunately, they needed a few of those boys at the top to score more heavily. Barwell, such a good job at the top of the order. 2 for 1 today. 2 for 6 for Hogarth off his 2. Cameron went for a few, so did James, but all in all, a very, very nice performance. Carnegie down the bottom there with 2 for 2 as well. So Forfarshire will feel that they have more than done enough to secure yet another win here in Group D. Bruno only putting 61 off the ball before they were dismissed, still with 3 balls left in their innings. So the boys from Scotland, Forfarshire, they will need 62 runs in their 60 balls to take yet another win here at Group D. It is Andrew Ryan with Vinny Sandu for the European Cricket League. Please join us back in a relatively short period of time where we have the chase for this game. It'll be Forfarshire with the bat, Bruno with the ball. Please join us then.
The European Cricket League is brought to you by HCL Software, Dream 11, and Andalusia European Region for Sport.
Yes, thank you very much for our wonderful broadcast sponsors there, all helping to bring you the action from Cartama Oval here in the wonderful Andalusia region of Spain. We have been treated to a gorgeous day for cricket today. We've seen some fantastic action already. We're in game 3 here between Bruno, the Czech Republic champions, and the mighty Forfarshire of Scotland. Forfarshire have put themselves in a pretty good position to take victory in this contest. They kept Bruno to only 61 runs, ended up actually bowling out the entire Bruno lineup, still with 3 balls to go in the innings. And they are starting with a dynamic combination of Craig Wallace, who has opened up the attack for them on each occasion, and he's joined up here by Callum Garden. This is a frenetic opening pair capable of scoring at a very, very quick rate. It looks like the speedster Reedy standing at the top of his mark to get us underway. The ball pins Wallace onto the back foot, neatly defended. Man who playing international cricket as recently as 2022 for Scotland, so faced plenty of fiery customers in his time, but Reedy will sense that he can maybe give him the hurry up on this high bouncing artificial surface. He generally tends to increase his pace as the over goes on. So see what he starts dishing out to Scottish opening batting superstar here in over number 1. Wallace tries to charge, doesn't get at the middle of the bat, but squeezes it out for a single down to long on. First runs on the board for Forfarshire. He's had a pretty good tournament with the ball, Afridi. Probably needed some wickets from him in the first game today against the Helsinki Titans. He was bowled first over and third over. He likes the opportunity to bowl with the fresh, hard new ball. Not a big swinger of the ball by any stretch. Breaks that one down the leg side. Actually a pretty decent job from Paris Kari. The gloves. Well directed from Afridi, who's normally pretty good with his line. She only needs 60 further runs to the job with the ball, so it's left them an easier chase than they might have otherwise thought would be the case. Brave effort from Bruno with the bat though. Afridi again forces Forfarshire batter onto the back foot. Neatly pushed down for an easy single, just squeezing out to point. Plenty of vocals from the Bruno side though. Ali Kashif, a little bit of a warm-up delivery, probably giving the captain the indication that he wouldn't mind taking the new ball as well. It was fairly exaggerated stance out to mid-wicket. Lashes the blade, trying to find backward point boundary. No contact though. Nice bit of pace from Afridi. He hasn't got any protection wide on the offside. 2 outfielders. One's at long on. The other one's our boy Yulga Warrior down here on the 3rd man boundary. Given the line and length he's bowling, I'm not completely certain that long on is the best option. I'd almost be trying to encourage Wallace to try to hit on the up and across the line a touch to find that boundary, but sure there's some thinking behind it. Freedy short of a length. Wallace gets enough of it, and with the Freedy's pace, that will carry easily over the boundary. First and Maximo of the innings. Lovely shot from Wallace. Picks up the length well. Steps back deep in his crease. Easy swing. Gets enough elevation to take it onto the road. Probably a little bit of damage to the Kookaburra coming over there. And who rarely has any damage. Welcome back to the commentary box, Mr. Maximo himself, Vinny Sandu.
Yeah, nice to be back. Freedy gets the treatment. Let's go upstairs on the openers. A couple of times. Anyway, into the first over, it's 9 without loss. I want to say a quick hello to Aaron Ashokan, who is in the comment section right now. Aaron, of course, plays his cricket for Prague CC Kings and also former national team skipper. Hello, Aaron. Hopefully you're well. And he's just showing message support for Bruno, who actually beat them in the domestic final. That's why Bruno are here, not the Kings. 61 matches since the Golden Ball. Don't think this will be the one. He might be safe to tick that one over. But yeah, Aaron, hopefully you're well. Yeah, Bruno, I was mentioning a couple of things earlier. I said, even in a game like this, try and win some individual contests. So Ali Kashif, who played 1 or 2 nice shots while he was out there. I think same with Naveed Ahmed, batted pretty well. Now you've got an opportunity to get an international player out, essentially, while you're bowling. But this won't do it, because this one is dismissed over fine leg. Maximo, Callum Garden with his first.
A lovely strike from Garden. Clean hitter of the ball. Fortunately for Kashif, that drifted in the air well onto outside leg stump. Gave Garden essentially a free hit, and he accepted the invitation with glee. Nice shot to get his innings moving. One Maximo for both batters. Ball coming in from good arm coming from the players' tent.
Bad, almost caught by Tyrone one-handed, but he puts it down. He'll be disappointed with that. I was watching. Kashif tried to slow ball there, didn't really work. Again, it wasn't the location he was after, I don't think.
High back left of Garden. That was there for the hitting as well. Probably better line though from Kashif. He's got that one about half a foot outside off stump, so forcing Garden to fetch it from a less comfortable position.
A few good points though. I think obviously the Forfs guys, they get to train a lot more and work on their cricket a lot more than the Bruno guys probably can, just for practical reasons, and obviously a lot better facilities are set up there.
It's wide on the offside. Garden strikes it nicely. Doesn't quite make the boundary for a Maximo, but it's his first 4 of the innings. He races away to 11 off 4 deliveries. Forfarshire tasting this down at a rate of knots.
Yeah, just reaches for that. Probably would have been a wide, but hits it anyway. Gets 4. Yeah, so yeah, a couple of things. Win some individual contests if you can. And I said to the Bruno guys, learn, talk to these guys. Ask them things. How do they bowl slower balls? What are they thinking in certain situations? Okay. Doesn't get the wide call here. Tyrone. Got a bit of sympathy for the bowler here. How early does Garden move? Yeah, he does. He moves about 2 stumps, and so he says, okay, the line moves with it. And for me, that's inside the imaginary line.
It's good umpiring from Tyrone Peters. Great call. Chief charges in. Decent length ball, but so easily swatted away. Was that Jay Sin down on the boundary? What a take from the young man. The Cosnay superstar raises his arms with glee. Just casual athleticism for the young man. That's one to clip and send back home to the parents back in Switzerland. Great grab.
It's a very deep backward square leg there,
deep.
Jason. But does he catch like that when he's playing for your team?
Occasionally. We normally try to have him within the perimeter of the field most of the time, as that one's definitely outside of the perimeter of the wide line. No sympathy from Tyrone Peters on that occasion.
Those of you that don't know, my colleague here, Andrew Ryan, plays in the Swiss competition. He's still captaining Cosnay?
No. Handed over the captaincy to Arjun Vinod, who you would have seen playing for the Swiss side.
Are you just a tear-away fast bowler now?
Oh, tear-away's underestimating the sort of velocity that comes from this 42-year-old frame as one just goes.
I hate to make it all about you, but we only have you for 3 days, and this is day 2. Is it true you also took 5 for 5 in a T10 match last year?
Very true, Vinny. I think
5 for 5 in a T10.
The Swiss record. To be honest, the boundary was quite fortunate as well.
I bet you didn't do what, is it Deesh Panerkar did? 5 for none in an over?
Didn't do 5. I think he ended up with 5 for 14, maybe as his figures.
Yes, he ruined it in the other over. He had a quintuple wicket maiden there in the ECS in 2020. This will be a bit of shenanigans, but it will also be the end of the second over. 27 without loss.
Yeah, no, unfortunately for Deesh, he couldn't keep up the standards across the 2 overs. Unlike yours truly, who was pretty disappointed not to take 6, actually. A couple of Yorkers at the end of it that just missed the off stump. But no, nice start to the T10 competition for Cosnay last year. Unfortunately, we didn't kick on in the national finals competition, but hoping to rectify that for 2023 and get to represent the wonderful commune of Cosnay out here at the ECL in 2024. Certainly representing Scotland well here is at the Forfarshire Cricket Club. They've put down some sort of a marker. They're going to be hard to beat both this week and potentially even in Championship week. Freedy comes steaming in. Outside off stump, belligerently disposed of over mid-wicket. Well, he didn't get a great piece of it, Wallace, but just stands and deliver yet another boundary.
Yeah, Scottish fans enjoying what they're seeing. A lot of them here on the Costa del Sol. They're asking about that big yellow ball of something in the sky. Don't think they see it very much. But I told them that is the sun. Right now, they might watch out for Kookaburras coming their way.
Short ball. Kookaburra's been smacked across to deep square. Fortunately, he has some protection out there. Good change as far as the fielding goes. Much better to have that fielder there rather than at long on, given the length he's bowling.
Was heading for the grizzly bear tent there if Jason wasn't guarding it.
Is that what he's down there? That is his sole purpose, to be
I think
employed
so.
by ECN to protect the grizzly bear.
Grizzly bear have a good equipment tent going. Big supporters of the ECN. Anyway, this is up as well. It's probably going to be a boundary. Yug's after it. Well, he almost pulls it back. Wow, almost had to get the emergency brake system activated there, Yug Warrior. There's a nice effort from the young man, but he's unable to prevent the boundary.
Yeah, he moved well around the boundary well. It's a creative shot, actually, from Garden. Just opened up the face and almost launched it over the top of backward point.
Says one time I think the fence was scared. I talked about in the first innings. Pick your battles.
Freedy steaming in. Out in the channel. I think that's a fair call from the umpire.
I didn't think it was wide. I think Garden probably just getting a bit too creative. Doing this because there's no outfielder back on the offside. I think that most of the time the bowlers are trying to put it there anyway. You need to make room.
Probably bowled better than his figures suggest to Freedy. 1 for 18 so far. A couple of balls left. Well, Garden tries to go the traditional ramp shot. Taking a leaf. Maybe he's gone back and watched some of Corey Rutger's action from ECL 2019. Plenty of chat about Corey's strike rate during the coverage yesterday. I'm sure it's one of the most watched videos. Was there actually a Corey Rutger's highlight package that was put together from that event?
Still, there's so much footage. We're still working on it. There's a lot happening in the background. Garden on 21, facing up to a Freed, his last ball.
Decent ball. Made Garden shift a little bit. Thought that was being angled into his midsection. Just tried to push it away to the offside. Good finish from a Freedy. He goes none for 18 off his 2. Forfarshire 36 for none after 3 overs. Well, having a look at the comparison Manhattans. It was a tough innings for Bruno. 3 overs in double figures though, including that one big one off Lewis James going for 18. Pretty steady start for the Scots. 2 9s and an 18. It's taking them 36. They are sitting fairly pretty now, only requiring a further 26 runs off 7 overs. You suspect that's not going to be a particularly challenging run rate, and you can see in the comparison, Bruno 15 for 4 at this stage. Lost a flurry of top order batters, including Kari, who's done most of the damage for them with the bat so far.
Corey called it a David versus Goliath. They said probably Goliath versus David's little brother would be a more apt description of this one. And now you see Naveed Ahmed coming out. He might get a wicket first up, and he has it dropped. Oh, well, that hurts, doesn't it? It hurts a lot. That's Ramarao, who drops it. It's blowing around there. Winning the individual little battles. Naveed will be really upset.
Jeez, if you're an off spinner, you don't want to see the hand up for an apology. You just want to see that caught. That was, there's a fairly regulation outfield catch. Had to move around, obviously the wind blowing a bit. And that is unfortunately for the bowler deposited over the square leg boundary. Jason not moving quite quick enough to catch that one. I think the dive on the gravel may have been against his best interests.
Naveed could have told his grandkids he got an international batter out. Instead, he's got to say that he had an international batter dropped by a teammate. And the next ball disappears out of the ground. Gardner 27 wants more. It's going to get more. This is going to be 4 more.
Yeah, unfortunate for the bowler. Should have had a wicket first ball, been dispatched for consecutive boundaries. Forfarshire racing along towards this target, and Garden strike rate and average getting a nice pump up. That's a nice shot though. Used his feet to not quite get to the pitch of the ball, but then swung it cleanly over the leg side. Ahmed, he's got a fair bit of pressure on his shoulders now. Switches to over the wicket. Garden pumps that straight. It's just going to be a single. Nicely fielded down there. Good arm coming in from long off. They'll take the total up to 48.
Yeah, I should preface that by saying Naveed Ahmed's played a lot of international cricket himself. I guess all T20 international matches are now official T20Is.
It's a high ball from Wallace. Fielder coming around. Takes a really, really good catch. In fact, a far easier one than was dropped by the same fielder earlier in the over. He converts this time for Ahmed, and the first wicket down. Forfarshire, 48 for 1.
Yeah, well done to Bruno. And, well, I suppose Naveed can say that after all, because not often life gives you second chances. But you can see that Wallace, he was determined to try and take on the win. Gets it a bit down the bottom of the bat, went high. Once it goes high, it's rarely clearing that boundary straight to the ground here in Group D. Ramarao does well, scampers to his left to take the catch. So Wallace, again, he's a weapon, isn't he, at the top of the order. But this time he's going to have to go for 13. It's 48 for 1.
Yeah, nice bit of bowling, actually, from the off-spinner. If you noted earlier in the coverage how Wallace has got a pretty exaggerated stance out to the mid-wicket boundary. So if you're an off-spinner, floating that ball fairly wide of off-stump means that you're taking it right out of his power zone. He's really having to stretch with the arms for it, and hence quite couldn't get enough purchase to take it over the boundary. Nice catch from Ramarao. Well done to him. And the power hitting does not let up. We've got Michael Lease to the crease. Takes a big swing. Absolutely no chance of that being LBW well outside the line. But
Warrior. Warrior's come with a direct hit. Take that. Won't be out though. End of 4. It's 48 for 1.
I would love to see that go to video review. Great piece of fielding from Yug. That just goes down. That was closer than we had originally anticipated.
It is the Yug zone. Probably not for too many more overs. But you can see, I don't think those lines will ever meet. As Bruno, to their credit, they ended up with 60 plus on the board. This is what's coming up in match 9. So it starts in around about 50 minutes from now. Vienna CC versus Helsinki Titans. Looks like that's shaping up to be a preview to the Eliminator tomorrow, because it does seem that those teams are headed for 3rd and 4th. So I think they'll be feeling each other out, but also they want to get the wood on the other. So looking forward to that. Also, lots of great stuff happening around the ground. The school kids have gone home. Still a bit of coaching going on. Great work by Alistair.
Wanting some coaching, just watch this young man at the batting crease. Not only has he carried the boundary, he's even placed it well in terms of keeping it away from Big J Sin. That's smoked for a maximum. Lovely shot from Garden. Garden just plants the front foot down, swings across the line. Beautifully timed.
Come on, sorry boy.
Yeah, just loves to go in that area. I also think he's very adaptable as a batter, and he's looking for that because the wind is assisting it. It just makes it a bit easier. You don't have to get it quite as well. Ramarao goes for 6 first ball. Slower ball now, and into the gap. Long chase, and unsuccessful chase from Kande. Things could finish pretty quickly now. Garner moves to 42.
Yeah, nice shot. That was the slowest of slower balls from Ramarao. Garden probably was able to change his mind on the shot that he wanted to play about 16 times while that ball was in the air. Managed to pick the gap. Very, very good shot.
He actually saw Callum Garden blink twice while that ball was en route to him from Ramarao. That's how slow it was. Now a boundary will do it for the Forfs.
Swings it straight down the ground. What a way to finish. Callum Garden, he races along to 46, and more importantly, takes Forfarshire to yet another win. They've chased down this target of 62 in 4.3 overs, and Vinny, that is one of the more comprehensive wins we've seen at ECL 2023.
Excellent effort from Callum. For me, I think that's a player of the match performance. You throw in his wicket keeping as well, which was top class in the first innings. And yeah, really, Bruno, you got a feel for them as well. I think they were outclassed by not just the Forfs here, but also by some of the other teams in this group. It was a great effort for them to win the domestic competition. They earned their right here. I think they will learn a lot. I really hope that they get the chance to speak to some cricketers that have played at more or less the highest level of the game against some of the best cricketers in the world, and with some of the best cricketers in the world. So, you know, you got to feel for the team from the Czech Republic. It's a great step for their club, great step forward for their club. But for me, Forf's just continued just kind of sweeping aside the opposition. They've got a very interesting clash coming up with Dreux tonight, but for Bruno, with no wins out of their 4 games, it is the end of their ECL here in 2023.
Yeah, it certainly is. I think the only person disappointed with that game will probably be Michael Leask, who's managed to remain scoreless off his 1 ball, but Callum Garden sucked up most of the runs necessary for that chase. 46 off 17 and some lovely strikes, particularly over the square leg, backward square leg area. He is a major piece of this team. Major piece, Zug Warrior. Didn't he make an impact for the Bruno boys? But unfortunately, he couldn't stop the rampaging openers. Garden in particular taking full toll of anything that drifted onto the leg side, but Craig Wallace played some useful shots as well. Big catch there from the Cosnay superstar, Jay Sin. Probably his major contribution so far this week. That was excellent fielding, and the batting just kept on getting better and better. Lovely footwork. In that instance, popped over the square leg boundary, and Vinny, it was just boundary heaven out there.
It was. I just saw Callum Garden got pipped for the player of the match by Balwal, who just bought the first over of the game and nothing else, 2 for 1. So that'll be a pretty short highlights video on the YouTube.
Set the tone. What is that call?
How about that? Well, I'm a bit surprised. Well, not that Balwal doesn't deserve it, but yeah, I think that when it's all said and done, we knew it was a matter of when, not if, Forfs would reach this target. They did with 33 balls to spare in the end, halfway through the 5th over. Garden leading the way. 46 off 17. Thought he batted really well, didn't he? He hit 4 maximos and 5 fours in that inning, striking at 270 plus. Also 2 catches and a stumping. Wallace, the only wicket to fall for 13. Leask was just a spectator at the end, as we saw a fairly one-sided game, as many were predicting. Naveed Ahmed did get the wicket of Wallace in the end, so well bowled to him. Also, I think Riaz Afridi did his best to compete, but it wasn't really easy at all out there. He ended up with none for 18 off his 2 overs. So we'll take a bit of an extended break now. We'll be back in about 40 minutes to take you into the 4th match of the day, match 9 of Group D coming up. And that is a preview to the Eliminator. I think for me, looks like 3 and 4 are pretty set now. 1 and 2 are set. But still a few things to play for. We don't know. Obviously, weather is unpredictable in this area. If you're 3rd and is affected by rain and you don't get a result, then it will be the top team that goes through. But regardless, I think it's just a chance for teams to play each other, kind of work out the best combinations for tomorrow when it's all on the line. I think, you know, winning form's good form, Rhino. I'm going to step out. I'll have Corey Ruckers in for me in the next game. I want to have a spot of dinner. Pretty long dinner now, I think, as we'll be back in about 40 minutes to take you into that match. Vinny Sando, Mr. Maximo, Andrew Ryan with me, and Corey, not too far away. Hope you're enjoying your day so far. We'll see you shortly for more European Cricket League. The European Cricket League is brought to you by HCL Software, Dream 11, and Andalusia European Region for Sport.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
Hello, welcome back to the Costa del Sol. Vinny Sandu for the European Cricket Network. Got some new fans here. Now, they have come from Dundee. I know how to make you guys happy. Come on, the shed. Yeah. I mean, I'll sell my soul for anything, tell you what. Anyway, looks like they've moved from the hype onto something a bit stronger. The Victoria Cervezas smelling pretty good. I might have to check out a few later. Out in the middle, well, they are no time to waste because it's time for the fourth match of the day. Match 9 on the way. Vienna CC of Austria taking on Helsinki Titans of Finland. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Rob Kemming has the two captains.
You're cool. Yep. Heads. Heads is called. It is tails. We'll have a bat.
From the toss is that Quinton Norris, the big Q stick, has won the toss and he's elected to bat first. Well, considering how they batted before, they'll want to bat a lot better. They were completely rock and rolled, weren't they? 31 for 9 at one point, but a decent 10th wicket partnership saved some blushes. But I think this is a preview of what we'll see in the Eliminator tomorrow. So I think both teams want to feel each other out and win this contest. Helsinki Titans as well, the golden butt. He's very, very important for them. He's likely to open the batting. And I think that the Titans, again, they'll just want to get something going. Did have a win earlier on against Bruno, who we know now will finish in 5th place. Well, I know it's thirsty work, guys, and you've come. It's important to stay hydrated. So everyone, have another sip of your drink for me, okay? Drink responsibly, of course, but let's get up to the commentary box. Kari and Rhino will take you through this one. The news from the toss in match 9 is that the Austrians, they won the toss. They're going to have a bat. So over to you guys. I'm going to stay here for a while.
Superb.
Vinny Sandu down in the fan zone. I suspect he'll just be chugging down a few hype energy drinks rather than some of the golden nectar coming from Victoria Cerveza. But whatever you love to drink down there, it's certainly a wonderful way to watch the cricket here. The resplendent looking Cartama Oval doesn't look a treat from the aerial camera. And I think we've got a treat for viewers of the European Cricket League today. Big contest coming up. Vienna Cricket Club up against the Finnish champions, the Helsinki Titans. Two pretty strong lineups who have looked really good at times throughout this tournament, have been down to the doldrums at others. At least both of them have a win on the board now. Vienna probably coming in with a bit less confidence after they were pumped by Dreux in their previous game. Helsinki at least had the confidence boost this morning of a victory over the hapless Bruno Cricket Club. And joining me in the commentary box this afternoon, the Dream Team back together, it is Mr. Kari Rutgers. Kari, how are you?
Yeah, very good, Rhino. Having a look at that quick supercomputer, saying it should be a tight affair. This is a bit of a prelude to the Eliminator tomorrow. These two teams are going to finish 3rd and 4th, irrespective of what happens in the next few hours. So you want a bit of bragging rights, don't you? You want to go out there, show the troops what you're made of, and if you can get a win tonight versus your opposition, you're likely to come up against them tomorrow morning.
Very true, all psychological. Given I'm contractually required to care about your opinion on this game, who do you think is going to win it?
Yeah, well, because I'm contractually obliged to answer, tough. I'm going to say golden ball.
Big
early call.
Ball.
Let me have a look at the sweepstakes, and that's why it's my game on the sweepstakes. See the C next to this game? That would be a little bit of crumbs come into my empty wallet, and I'd be very happy indeed.
Well, we could see Rutgers out on the town here in Malaga tonight if we get a goldie on this one. The man who's got a golden bat at times, Eckstein, he's going to face up to Faisal Shahzad, who's got a cracking pair of shades on. As it comes to the late afternoon game.
Oh, sensational. I think he's going to bowl with the shades on as well. Obviously, he's going to try over alpha big D, which is never easy.
Tough call. Eckstein on strike, first ball. Shahzad drifts onto his pads. Cannons into the front leg. Eckstein, tell you what, he gets a little bit of bat on that. There is no protection over on that leg side. The fielder out at deep mid-wicket.
If there was a stylish award going, I think Shahzad would take it with both hands. The nice sun he's on, the ambling in-swing.
I like the way that his hair flops about in a way that lets us know which the direction the wind is flowing here at Cartama Oval as comes in for the second ball. Loaded just outside off stump. X-Team plays it conservatively. No run again. Nice little start from Shazad.
Yeah, Shazad's been a wily old customer with his dibbly-dobblies, but you don't underestimate him. We'll be looking for a couple of early inroads in this one.
Very happy to have the breeze floating around. X-Team's probably going to go hard here. Drifts onto the leg side. Lovely shot. Shazad just swung too much into the pads. Great strike behind square. Gets off the mark with a Maximo. Nice shot.
Big D only works in boundaries usually. He's a powerful man, and yeah, it's a pick-me-up shot. Nice shot. He goes with the swing. The first big one in this one.
Yeah, look at the excitement coming from the Vienna Cricket Club. No one wasting any energy and getting on their feet to clap. Big Daniel Eckstein on that occasion, but I'm sure they were happy on the inside. Well, allows Eckstein to flick to the legs again. Wonderful shot, 6-4. And Vienna Cricket Club are up and away. I have to say, actually, Corey, the areas that Eckstein hits to, he's probably happier than most to be facing a bowler of the nature of Shazad.
Well, this is a little bit similar to probably the bowling they face in the domestic circuit. A bit slower than maybe some of the Forfarshire bowlers indeed, but big Eckstein, he's looking the goods, and now they've got a pretty peculiar looking field. They've put a man exactly there.
Floats that much wider outside off stump, and Eckstein just drives neatly down to the fielder at long on, taken by Bilal Masood, but certainly be happy with his work in the first over. First look we get at Mark Simpson-Parker in this game. Played very well for a half century last night.
MSP, talented player. He is, and he'll be looking to get himself in here. Rumour has it you made a quick debut in 2023 last night for the Empanada stall. How'd you go, Rhino?
Thoroughly enjoyed it. I mean, I know you're a massive fan of it. I didn't quite reach the lofty heights of, I think you chugged down about 8 of them, didn't you? To see Shazad get through this final delivery. Simpson-Parker drives elegantly. Well fielded, shy at the stumps. Tell you what, I think X-Team was gone if that hit. I think that was Aniket Pushte, the skipper of Helsinki. But as it is, end of the over, Vienna Cricket Club, 11 for none after 1.
So end of that first over, and a good first over. And we'll have a quick look at the run rates. And well, Group D is tracking in the right direction if you enjoy runs. Group C had a little bit of a lull in the middle period, but overall we're seeing once again the pass score, 104. I mean, Group A, Rhino, not too sure if you saw much of it, but the scores were very high.
I couldn't work out whether they were daily run rates or empanadas eaten over each day of the tournament.
I would say I'm in between the 8.2 to 9.3.
Shinawari, lovely ball, just angled across. He's going to be a much more difficult customer, I think, for Eckstein, although he will swing it back towards leg stump. But Corey, talk us in particular, you've got a fascination with the chorizo-flavoured empanadas.
Well, I think it's an underrated flavour, and well, we asked the Don Mundo last night what his thoughts on it, and he said, look, all outsiders favour the chorizo.
Nice ball from Shinawari, just an off stump, but Eckstein doesn't mind that length. Swings hard across the line, takes it out to mid-wicket. Yep. 4 runs.
Belligerent, violent, Big D doing Big D things, isn't he? It's not the worst ball you'll ever see in the world, but that is a rude shot almost, saying you can't bowl to me, young man.
Just in that in-between length from Shinawari, isn't it? Probably not a bad length on a 4-day game, but as it is in this form of cricket, Eckstein just sweating on that. Swings it across the leg side. Nice shot. Certainly a much better start in this game than Vienna Cricket Club had in their previous contest against Dreux.
I imagine he'd be sweating at the best of times anyway. It's pretty hot out there. And 26 degrees, I believe, here today in Cartama. A slight breeze left to right on your screen, but it is warm for the players.
Eckstein enjoying his work at the moment, though. Lovely time to be out in the field, actually. Probably a little bit of the sting taken out of the day. Not that it's gotten ridiculously hot whatsoever, but a lot of these guys coming from, particularly these two, coming from countries that experience a fair bit of cold during the winter. Bit fuller from Shinawari. Eckstein hits it to almost the same spot. Consecutive boundaries. Shinawari under pressure for one of the first times in this tournament. It's good batting.
Big D is just saying, well, where are you going to bowl to me at the moment? Happy to play these leg side shots. It's very bottom-handed, but hey, if you hit the gap, it usually scoots away for 4. right now, it's a much more promising start for the NCC. I think in the morning game, that one stage, they were 9 for 33.
Yeah, not a great start to your innings, but
not great.
Much better on this occasion. Murray, 8 off his first 3 balls. Hits the front pad, big appeal, but umpire not interested. Eckstein was quite a few steps down on the track. Interesting, after he'd had a lot of success just swinging the ball to leg from a stationary position, that he decides to mix it up and charge the young left armour.
Yeah, I always find it quite funny when club cricketers charging opening bowlers down the ground trying to play a Virat Kohli style of shot, but a lot of people watch TV and want to imitate their heroes, and I can understand Big D being like that.
That's all off stump. Simpson Parker's ripped a gorgeous cover drive, but it's well fielded. Pushay, he's come up with a couple of good stops in that position. Gee, that's an elegant shot, though.
Tough game, isn't it? I think Eckstein, if he had the same balls, probably playing an ugly, shoveled, bottom-handed shot that will go for 4, and MS plays probably shot of the day for none.
Yeah, he'll learn. He's still a young man. Shimwari for a lovely ball. You could see that Simpson Parker was almost lining up a similar strike, but that one curved in late. Great finish to the over. And the Vienna Cricket Club, 20 for none after 2.
Yeah, Shinwari loves a Jaffa just as much as I do. This is the table. Well, we have to say it's probably all over for Burno. If they beat the... Oh, well, no, it is all over, sorry. They've played 4. I won't even boom it up. My apologies. So this is a little bit of a dead rubber, but you do want to get some bragging rights over your opposition, and these two will meet in the eliminator tomorrow.
What, dead rubber? What commentary school did you go to, Craig? This is a crucial clash in the context of Group D. This decides who finishes 3rd or 4th, which, admittedly, unless there's rain tomorrow, will have absolutely no bearing. But the psychological impact of a victory here.
Just checking the weather, if there is a little bit around. And unfortunately, there isn't. So it doesn't matter who finishes 3rd or 4th, Rhino.
Anything can happen in T10 cricket, even a major change of the weather forecast. Shazad coming in for his second, floats it outside off stump, and that is dispatched over the long on boundary. Daniel Eckstein, he is seeing it like a beach ball at the moment. Great strike.
Yeah, lovely stroke that. It's a half volley, and well, he puts it away. That's all you have to do, and that goes a long way, Rhino. 3rd versus 4th playoff. What a game.
Big game. Shazad, he's now taken the sunglasses off. He's coming around the wicket. This is a massive change from the opening bowler. Floats it onto leg. High ball. Fielder under it at 3rd man, and he's taken it. Great catch from Zaki Kamal. Hasn't been involved in the tournament too much to date, but he's taken a really important catch. And Shazad, I'm not sure what worked more, the move around the wicket or taking the shades off.
Well, he probably takes the shades off. That did look slightly tinted, so he starts to hit a better area on the pitch. And, well, Big D, he'll be going off feeling pretty proud of himself because he's got his team off to a flyer in this crucial encounter at Cartama Oval.
Yeah, he batted really well, Daniel Eckstein, and particularly after the issues they had. The top order in the last game, him striking 25 off 11 was a much-needed boost, but good wicket for the Helsinki Titans. So they managed to go through the entire power play and not taken one of the openers out. They would have felt like they were behind the 8 ball, but might be able to just bring the run rate a little bit under control now that they've got a new batter at the crease. Looks like Iqbal Hussain. We've been waiting for him to explode at some point in this tournament, but hasn't lasted more than an over or 2. Corey, I think he's a genuine X-factor for Vienna Cricket Club.
I don't know if you want to show it now when you're playing him tomorrow. Probably want a little failure to keep it a bit of a secret, really.
Wide outside off start. Well, Hussain taking Corey's advice, plays and misses.
When you don't have a sticker on your bat as well, obviously looking for some sponsorship. So he's obviously come out with a plan. Let's see if it works.
Shazad continuing the no shades, but come back over the wicket. Floats it on to off stump. Hussain's got a good piece of that one. Cracks into the Rhino lights. But that is a maximum, and Vienna Cricket pick up where they left off.
We'll have to check the lights later. We might be a bit dark at deep mid-wicket. I mean, he didn't get all of that either, but just enough. Proper 53-metre hit that. Goes for 6.
Only requires it to sneak over the boundary. Shazad floats it outside off. Hussain goes high. He goes handsome. and he goes very, very long. Well, if the last one was 53 metres, he said, I can go a bit longer than that, yeah, Corey Rutgers.
I'm going to add 27 metres to that. That's an 80-metre hit. He got every piece of that. And, well, if he didn't have a bat sponsor recently, I'm sure he'll have one soon enough.
Lovely striking from Iqbal Hussain. Poor Mark Simpson-Parker can't get back on strike. He's still only faced 3 balls. Hussain, 12 of his first 3. The ball's wide, didn't come back for Shahzad like he needed.
Yeah, one of those funny innings for MSP. Hasn't been able to get himself on strike, but I'm sure he's enjoying the lofty blows from the non-strikers end.
Not a bad position to be watching this Group D clash. That into the block hole, nicely bowled, but that's a good shot, and it's a fast bit of the outfield out there. And Iqbal Hussain goes 6-6-4, finishes the over with a flourish, and Vienna Cricket Club 43 for 1 after the power play.
Yeah, very good power play indeed for Vienna CC. They'll be stoked with that. 11, 9 and 23, a magical over in the third. Yeah, probably missed his lengths, the Shahzad there at the end, but it does happen. It looks like Adnan Saeed at the corner of my eye will come on and bowl the 4th.
Yeah, well, pretty well this morning. Saeed obviously probably against a less threatening bowling attack. One with the Bruno boys, but we've said many times they acquitted themselves very well throughout this tournament, have done Czech cricket proud, but as things stand, Cricket Club in Helsinki Titans will be going through to the next stage of Group D, so we'll see them back here tomorrow, but all to play for in terms of psychological warfare in this game as Saeed gets smoked down the ground by Simpson-Parker. Lovely shot. 2 players have managed to do the Sydney Harbour Bridge over the top of it, and it's rolled away for a boundary.
Well, turn away if you're a big Helsinki Titans fan, because you'd be let down by the fellas at deep mid-off and deep mid-on. He hits it okay, it must be said, but this is Sydney Harbour 1, and the other man is already off the bridge. He was in the deep end of the water, and that's pretty interesting backing up, Rhino.
Or you could make the suggestion that Simpson-Parker could not have placed that any better in between 2 fielders. Lovely strike from him. He's up to 4 off 4. Loose shot over the offside. I think it might fall between those 2 fielders. Oh, please tell me this is not going to go to the boundary. Looks like Khalid Mangel manages to retrieve his footing. Well, like the ball just in time.
What does go up must come down, and it felt like it came down with a little bit too much heat. It is warm out there. I do feel for Helsinki, probably -2 degrees out there at the moment in back home. So
just a typical summer's day in Helsinki.
Saw some videos in the Netherlands today. Actually, it's snowing and it is cold.
Well, anyone in Finland, Austria, the Netherlands, anywhere around Europe, you're more than welcome to join us here in Cartama. It's outside off stump. Gorgeous stroke from Simpson-Parker. Unfurls that cover drive along the carpet the whole way. Superb batting.
Yeah, well, he's a tall man. He's got some good reach, and that's a gorgeous shot. And it's actually textbook, which we don't often see here on the ECN network, and the old traditional cover drive along the carpet. Good to see.
Yeah, great to see. It's pretty quick outfield here at Cartama. It does give you...
Like the whacker sometimes, ain't it?
Well, probably less susceptible to locust attacks than the whacker, but either way, it's pretty quick along the ground. As Saeed drops short, Simpson-Parker, fortunately not in his cover driving zone, so he hasn't timed it, but underneath edge rolls away for an easy single.
Yeah, it does race away here. You do get value for your shots, and yeah, I do like this format, because if you get yourself in, and I do wonder sometimes, do batsmen take unnecessary risks always going aerial? You can crunch it along the ground for 4 here.
Yeah, a lot of it's about picking your spot, isn't it?
Yep.
Like with 5 fielders patrolling the boundary, not always easy. Saeed outside off stump. Saeed probably could have done with actually hitting that wide of cover, but as he has a want to do, drags it across the line. Just a pretty easy single. But Corey, you mentioned yesterday about how much of it is playing a little chess game with the fielders and using the ramp shots or the shots behind the wicket to force captains to go away from their plan in terms of outfielders. Good Yorker. Inside edge from Simpson-Parker. Hunter not really backing up much at the other end, so no run there. Vienna Cricket Club, 55 for 1, 4 overs down.
Yeah, I do feel that this is a game that you can get a bit funky with your shots to help that rate go up, and you can play 360 with the, especially with fine leg and third man, usually staying in the ring for most of the 10 overs. But good start this for Vienna CC. Quite remarkable, actually, when you think about that. We've got a singular round robin, and we already have the table sorted out only after 7 games. No, 8 games. It's not often you get that.
It's very un-ECL-esque, isn't it? Good to see a change here. The man who took the catch that delivered their first wicket.
Zaki.
It is Zaki Kamal coming to the bowling crease. He's around the wicket. Floats it across the right-hander. Drags it across to wide of long on, but it's just going to be a single down there to Bilal Masood.
You know why these games used to be my favourite games as a cricketer? Because I couldn't bowl it to save my life. So this is when you're not a bowler and you're putting your hand up and saying, Skip, this is my time to shine. In the dead rubber, give me the pill.
Kamal, he's come up with a couple of decent balls to start with. I don't know if there's a little outside edge there. I think there might have been. Signal by the umpire as run, so unlucky Kamal. Needed his keeper to move to the right. Tell you what, we may have treat coming up based on what Corey's just yanked out of his kit bag here. But just coming back to the bowling, Corey, so let me just probe this a little bit more. So when you say you couldn't bowl to save yourself, as in you are legitimately a garbage bowler?
Oh, no, I'm a weapon, but that's edged away. It goes away for 4. And, well, Simpson Parker didn't go to maybe the region he was hoping, but he gets back-to-back 4s.
Yeah, he might have. Let's go back to your bowling for a moment.
That's okay. It's steady.
So as in, it's not the sort of thing where if you came to me in the nets that I would turn away and just look, you're a waste of time.
No, but I was never in the top 7 bowlers in a team, so you're always looking to the skip. I used to be the guy that would come on when the opposition's 2 for 380 in the 82nd, and you'd be like, this is my time.
Technically known as a partnership breaker in cricketing parlance. Kamal comes around the wicket, nicely flicked across to mid-wicket, but it's just the single as these two are accumulating at a pretty steady rate. Simpson Parker managing to find the boundary a couple of times in recent balls.
Yeah, it was my first time on with you today, Rano. We started a new segment for Comcam. You might get a little treat, actually.
Oh, wait. One's a little bit bouncy, a little bit gentle, Hussain trying to pop it behind point. Jumped on him. It's a nice bit of bowling for Kamal. It's actually a pretty good over, given it's his first stint at the bowling crease for the Titans. One more to get through. Yeah, good ball. Almost Yorker for an off-spinner. I like it. Good stuff from him. Vienna Cricket Club, 5 overs down in their innings. They are 65 for 1. Yeah, so good start here from Vienna Cricket Club. 65 for 1 after the 5 overs, but we do have plenty more action coming up. Obviously, Group D finals tomorrow. But, Corey, from Group E and Group F, who are you really looking forward to seeing? I suspect the Sporting Alphas from Spain.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing them. And obviously in Group F, I think that the Cypriot team, Punjab Lions, Nicosia. Nicosia? Is that how you say it?
Nicosia.
Yeah, that sounds right. I'm looking forward to seeing them. Actually, they played last year. They were really impressive. Obviously, the Irish team will come with quite a good history in the sport compared to maybe some of the lesser-known nations. But, look, there's 10 more exciting teams still to come.
Yeah, certainly is. We'll have a look at that again in a moment as Saeed bowls a full one on middle and leg. Dragged across by Simpson Parker. A little bit sluggish getting away. Good athlete between the wickets most of the time. Safely home for a single. I agree. I think actually that Group F's a really interesting one. 2 teams I know pretty well from former commentary sense of the Uera Swans, who are representing Portugal this time around, led by Conrad Greenshields and cult hero of Portuguese cricket, Butch Matza. They'll be turning out for one of the most, I suspect, elegantly dressed teams in this tournament. They've got a gorgeous orange and blue set of team colours, but I think they'll actually perform pretty well. And then the Ariana O'Keefe side from Sweden, they've got some really, really good players, and that is a competitive domestic setup. Plenty of teams who fight for participation for Sweden in this T10, and we had Elvis Elmi from Sweden make finals week last year. Bit of a surprise packet, beat the Germans in the group stage, but Sweden's a pretty good hotbed of cricket on the European continent.
Yeah, it's growing fast all over in every part, to be honest. And who would have thought that a few years ago when we started with 8 teams, we'd have 31 competing for the ECL. Unbelievable.
So he charges in, misses the Yorker, flicked around to the leg side. Lovely shot from Simpson Parker. Batter of his quality is not going to miss out on that sort of delivery. Good thing with Simpson Parker, he really seems to have refined his T10 hitting core. He's standing very stable at the crease, playing the ball on its merits, and just letting his technique guide him to the right part of the field. It's good to see.
It looks good. He's playing quite technically, but he's getting the boundaries. A strong man as well. This is a great platform for Vienna.
Might be an even better one after that strike. Excellent effort in the outfield. I expect that's Khalid Mangala over there, but that was laced to the boundary by Simpson Parker.
It was. He's seeing it like a football, isn't he? He didn't really move his feet too well, to be said. It was more of a cavalier shot, West Indian circa 1980s. But 4 runs nonetheless.
A great strike from Simpson Parker. He's looking in good touch again. Scored a 50 in the nighttime game yesterday evening to secure a victory for Vienna. Saeed comes charging in, tries the, I'm not even going to call that a reverse Malachi. That was just a slightly awkward.
That's it. He's gone for the ramp, and then obviously the bowler makes an adjustment. He tries to catch up with it. Not easy to do. A good bit of gamesmanship from the bowler. He'll be disappointed. And it was called a wide, so the batsman did move early, but still.
And the ball to the 6th over. Saeed outside off stump. He uses his foot to stop it.
Oh.
Nice bit of work. Threatening throw. Nothing happens in the end though. Vienna Cricket Club 76 for 1. They've got 4 overs to go.
So a little bit of foot fielding to end that over. Oh, yeah, really good from Vienna CC. They've got their batting boots on compared to this morning's games. All the batsmen that we've seen so far are looking pretty strong.
Still plenty of batting to come for Vienna Cricket Club too. Arslan Arif shown himself to be a very competent cricketer, and I suspect when they get to maybe the 8th over, Quinton Norris, who batted very nicely last night in partnership with Simpson Parker, probably will be the next man in. It could even be the wild thing. Javiz Zadran, as Kamal comes on for his second. So he gets a little bit of bat on that, but just squeezes it away for a single down to fine leg.
Kamal's getting quite a bit of bounce actually. He gets up and over the top. It doesn't look too bad. And might be asking his captain for more of a bowl in the games to come.
Doing a nice job, particularly considering he's still bowling to top order players. Only the 1 wicket for Helsinki so far. Been the least penetrating that their team has been, and that pitch is playing a few tricks. Generally, we've seen the spinners get a little bit of jump down this end, but that one shot through.
That's good from Kamal. He doesn't do too much with it, just putting in the right areas at the moment.
Well, Parker has put that in the right area about 15.
Oh, no.
Who was that, Corey?
Well, you tell me.
One of the boys from the Blue Crew didn't get a great look, but he shelled, which was a pretty gettable chance, but that's a lovely strike.
Well, there's only one member of the crowd out there, and they picked him out perfectly, and he shells it. Well, he'll be having to hand in his badge soon.
One's on the leg side. Ball hit the badge of the helmet of Simpson Parker, possibly.
I reckon that's a bit of a top edge into the beak. He's a tall man. I think he's okay.
Yep, as you say. No, as said yesterday, quick concussion test. Should be fine. Top edge in. Good reason why wearing a helmet against a spinner, particularly on these artificial pitches, is a pretty sensible approach. Short ball. Oh, he's cracked Hussain with a vicious short ball.
Kamal, he's bent his back and ragged it into his head. Oh, the viciousness.
If I was the off spinner, I'd be running up the other end of the pitch, having a few words. Beat him with pace. I like it.
What a ball.
Kamal. It might be good to see the back of him if you're a Vienna CC batter. That ball's gone high. Man coming under it from fine leg. He's dropped the catch. Faisal Shahzad, well, wasn't enough that he's had a tough time with the ball so far in the game. Maybe should have kept the shades off because he's shelled what was a very gettable opportunity. Fortunately for the Finns, still only 1 wicket down, 85 on the board. Late in this game, 3 overs to go.
Yeah, you have to feel for Kamal a little bit as well, the bowler. It's actually quite a tidy spell, and not to pick up a wicket will be a bit of a shame for him. This is what's happened so far. The tail of the tape. Hornchurch from England, Farmers from Jersey, Beverin sneaking through from Belgium. We'll find out 3 more winners, and then Pakaiker Ballona. Well, they're probably sitting at home watching a bit of this. They'll be excited.
Yeah, you can just picture Mohammed Cameron there sitting with a bowl of popcorn on the chair.
Couple of
relaxing mode for the afternoon, enjoying some of the European cricket action.
He'll be having a couple of energy sticks, he likes to call them.
Sure, he'll be into the hype as soon as he gets down here as man drags that to the leg side. Hussain, after a pretty bright little patch where he hit consecutive boundaries. Struggled for timing in the last few overs.
It happens. The ebbs and flows of this T10 format. I mean, a good finish here for Helsinki Titans. They might only be chasing 115. They'll be okay with that.
Pretty crucial last 17 balls coming up. And Kari with the ball. Drifts on the leg stump. Fortunately for them, they've got a fielder down there at fine leg. Keeper can't be bothered getting to the stumps in time, and Hussain makes it through for a pretty easy single. Simpson Parker, he's played a pretty good innings here. Hitting form at the right time for Vienna. Would have loved to have some runs against Dreux earlier today, but he's going to be a big, big man for them in the finals day tomorrow. Kari drops on the leg. Hussain still struggling to get his rhythm back.
Funny old innings this. They came out the blocks, they were hitting it all past. They've just lost a little bit of flow since Kamal, the off spinner, came into the attack. And I'll tell you what, if Helsinki keep them under that 120 mark, they'll hold their heads up high and they'll feel if a good power play with the bat, no reason they can't win this crucial encounter.
Well, no reason that they can't have a good power play with Gulam Abbas, but as Kari beats Simpson Parker outside off stump. Well, a few times he hasn't got that front foot moving in the right direction.
A few people in the chat asking if first or second makes a difference. Yeah, it does. If you finish first, you will end up being the home team for tomorrow, which means a lot because you get choice of dugout.
Choice of dugout, choice of jersey. Kari steaming in, nicely flicked off the toes. Classic cricket.
Well, it's classical, and if you do enjoy a bit of classical cricket, that's a lovely little stroke off his toes. Looks like Alistair Priddle's going to do the ball boying. Good work from him. MSP every now and then just shows a little bit of class, and 4 runs.
They haven't really had a breakout over at all in this innings, aside from Faisal Shazad with the third that went for 23. But the remainder, they've been there or thereabouts the 10 mark. Kari underneath edge for Simpson Parker. Hussain streaming through. Desperate to get Simpson Parker back on strike for the next over. It's a pretty good over from Kari, only goes for 8. Vienna Cricket Club slowly creeping towards a pretty decent score, 93 for 1 after 8.
It's 93 for 1, so it's not, hasn't broken away from them, has it? It's still thereabouts. A really crucial 12 balls. You can see that. It was like a nice brisk walk on the way home there. After a steady jog early, you just decide to walk it off.
One of the more consistent run rates we've seen throughout the tournament. I wouldn't say it's a straight line, but certainly for the T10 format, they've managed to tick along at a very, very consistent rate as Shimori comes on, bowl his second. Full ball, nicely struck by Simpson Parker. Didn't quite get it off the middle of the bat though, just out for 1.
I still think Helsinki Titans will be okay with this at the moment. We know they can be destructive with the bat. There's bragging rights on the line, and I know when these two teams run into the hotel bar tonight, there'll be a few wagging of the fingers if you get the win here. You want that psychological advantage.
Certainly been a feature of the sunset in the evening exchanges. As that has gone a long way for a cut shot off the outside. What looked like not the middle of the safe bat, but boy, is that flowed.
I don't know how he's got so much elevation on this. Yeah, it's short and wide. He's just swinging his bat and somehow it's ballooned miles in the air. Take the 6. I'm pretty sure that brings up the 100 for Vienna CC.
Feels actually quite a while since we've had a Maximo go into that area of the field, doesn't it?
Well, some teams do get a little bit leg side happy in this format. But, no, nice to see a shot over backward point.
Well, Shinwari under pressure again. Well, bails out of this. Sees a rampaging Iqbal Hussain at the other end. And
I haven't seen a man-cad yet. It's upsetting.
That's a fair call.
It's time to let's break the book. Let's see something chaos.
I love a good man-cad.
I love a good man-cad.
See Shamwari, has he been listening? Simpson Parker responsibly stays in his crease. That has gone high again. It's going to drop short, and somehow no fielder is able to get to it. Nice throw coming in from the boundary. Hussain sprints through for 2.
Yeah, a lot of teams are employing this square leg in the ring. I don't always agree with it, but if you do that, that might happen. And a handy 2 runs.
I've got to say, Corey, with the amount of bounce that's in this wicket, I would think square leg on the boundary is an absolute must, particularly the left armour moving it back in. That one's outside off stump. Somehow finds the gap, not in control of it, but races away to the boundary. And Hussain, he's woken up again.
It looks like Hussain's just gone to the lottery here and thought, I'm going to swing this piece of wood as hard as I can. And it goes his way this time. And Nothing agricultural about that. 1 bounce 4.
Nothing agricultural about that.
Oh, it's been a long day for me, Rhino.
Everything agricultural about that swing, but comes out with a great result for the Austrian superstar. Well, full ball pumped straight down the ground. Hussein, he hasn't just woken up, he has erupted. That's also a no ball for the young left armour. It's all gone wrong for Helsinki this over, and Hussein is flaming hot.
Oh, you know what my favourite type of lemonade is? It's 7-Up, and there's one of them. And it's a tough call, it's a tight call, but 7 free runs. And well, this over's all of a sudden changed the whole dynamic. Poor young Shinwari, who's been pretty good with the pill in hand, just lost it this over. And this is a free hit, Rhino.
Hussein's not going to block this. Well, it's gone up high. So that bat is made of some magical wood once again. It hasn't got a great piece of it, but it's absolutely flown 60 metres. Yet another Maximo.
Well, kids, if you're watching back home, tell your parents to go buy you a good bat, because that's a horrific shot that's flown for 6 again. And it doesn't matter about technique, it depends on the bat. The more money you spend on it, the more the ball will fly.
What a great message to kids around the world.
Don't worry about the textbook, just spend your money, get some grizzly bats in and let it fly.
That's stunning stuff from Hussein. He's up to 47. And he's gone again. What a way to bring up what should have been the half century. As it is, that's actually dropped about 5 minutes inside the boundary. I thought he'd absolutely smoked that ball, but as it is, Bilal Masood has taken a good catch.
Well, I think air traffic control saw a little blip on the radar there, because that went miles in the air. It sounded good off the bat. Unfortunately, he has to go. It went so high. It's actually quite difficult to hit a ball that high and not far. Good catch in the end.
Absolutely incredible. A really good catch in the end from Bilal Masood. That would have been shifting around in the breeze. And Iqbal Hussein, I thought he'd set me up for a massive call for the half century, but as it is, he's dropping back into the pavilion for a short rest before Vienna Cricket Club come out to defend this score. That is the end of the over. Vienna are 119 for 2.
That little innings there has really propelled them. Looks like Quinny, ACN Blue Crew member, has come out at number 4 to enjoy himself for the last 6 deliveries.
Qureshi on the bowl. Simpson Parker probably doesn't get the full piece of it, but at least it's in the gap, and he just strolls through for a single, trying to give Quinton Norris a little bit of strike while he's out there for a short cameo.
Yeah. Any relation to Chuck?
I suspect second cousin.
Okay.
Norris on strike. And, well, it's not the sort of shot that Chuck Norris would appreciate, but it's a lovely one for cricket purists, just manipulating the wrists down to...
Opened up a can of worms. What shot would Chuck Norris appreciate?
What would Chuck Norris appreciate? I suspect he'd be an Iqbal Hussein fan.
Yeah, okay.
Myself. Maybe requiring a little bit more control as a martial arts exponent, but the chopping of Hussein, I think Norris would love. It's a big swing, no contact. Simpson Parker. Qureshi's actually bowled a pretty good spell here today.
Yeah, he's done well. I mean, 9 deliveries so far, only going for 10 runs. I mean, look, it's a decent score, but they haven't battered them out of the competition. Helsinki Titans will believe with a good start. We saw them get to about 70 or 4 overs versus the Scottish. So you never know.
If Cool Mother Spud gets going, they'll chase this down in about 5 overs. It's stroked out to out of cover and neatly fielded by Khalid Mangal. He's had a bit of work down there today.
MSP might be joining a famous list of opening batsmen to carry their bat and not make a 50 as well. He's getting close to that record.
He's just struggled to get his fair share of balls, MSP. Only 27 this innings, been out there the whole time. Norris swings it over the leg side. That's going to kick off the ground and roll for yet another 4. Qureshi just drifting onto the pads.
Yeah, well, Q Norris, he knows the game and he knows the angle. Square leg in the ring, gets that front foot down. That's a lovely little sweep off the medium pacer.
Yeah, a bit of a slap in the face from Qureshi, isn't it, though?
Oh, it is. If you get on your knee to the medium pacer, you'd be a bit like, oh, well, might put this upstairs. Last ball of the innings.
Qureshi steams in. Norris tries a big swipe across the line. They'll scamper through for the single. Qureshi happy not to see that go flying. Square leg again. As it is, not a bad pair of overs from him, but Vienna Cricket Club They end up 127 for 2 off their 10 overs. Mark Simpson-Parker undefeated, 45 off 27, and nice little cameo for Quinton Norris. He ends up with 6 runs off 3 balls. Corey, that feels like it's an advantage to Vienna.
It does feel advantage. It's that ninth over. That ninth over off Shinwari really took the game away just at that back end. I mean, they only lose 2 wickets. Helsinki Titans fought a lot, but credit to MSP. Carries his bat, doesn't get the personal accolade, but they've done pretty well, and you can see why they're smiling.
Just 2 male models down there. Look at that.
Oh.
Friday. Didn't the boys look sharp? Even though we didn't have the commentator cam in the 5th over, but there was still plenty of action happening on the field as Daniel Eckstein got Vienna off to a rock and roll start. The big man heaving it to the leg side.
Yeah, Big D came out and he showed some real promise. He hit the ball to the leg side often, but he hit it pretty cleanly, and that's all that matters. Until this one, skied one that was well caught. Helsinki Titans only 1 of 2 wickets, but to be honest, they put in a lot of effort and they fought hard.
Yeah, certainly fought hard. Their bowling attack, and particularly the 2 openers, Ahmadullah Shinwari and Faisal Shahzad, have actually been very effective in the tournament to date. Tough day for both of them here. Both got pumped for an over in excess of 20 runs. It was pretty clean striking throughout. Mark Simpson-Parker unfurled one of the nicest cover drives you could want to see before following it up with a little outside edge to the 3rd-man boundary. Smacked one through the covers again. That was absolutely laced by the young man. Good little spell from Zaki Kamal, who came on with his off spinners around the wicket. Fortunately, the fielding outside of the ground wasn't quite as sharp as it was inside the ground. Brought a smile to the face of the Vienna Cricket Club before Iqbal Hussain went absolutely ballistic for a couple of balls. His main target was Ahmadullah Shinwari, and the young left armour was taken to the cleaners for eventually Iqbal skied one. Well taken from Bilal Masood, but it was smiles all round for the Austrian star as he finally found some form in this competition. Q Norris, he came in, little cameo at the end, one nicely struck boundary out to the leg side. And the 2 good friends, Norris and Simpson-Parker, they enjoyed their time out in the middle, as did most of the Vienna Cricket Club batting lineup. Good contributions from everyone. 25 for Eckstein, Simpson-Parker undefeated on 45, and then Iqbal Hussain, he really gave the innings some acceleration in 2 little patches. But that was a tough day at the office for the Helsinki bowlers. Only 2 wickets in the end. 2 openers both going for 34 off their pair of overs. And Saeed wasn't spared too much either. Zaki Kamal was probably the most impressive out of the lot, and Adi Qureshi did a good job towards the back end of the innings as well. But this is a pretty decent target from Vienna Cricket Club, and they will certainly go into back up this game as favourites to take this a contest. But there is plenty of good striking, plenty of power in that Helsinki Titans lineup. They will give this a good shake. So the Titans need 128 off 60 balls. It's Andrew Ryan for the European Cricket Network. I'm here with Corey Rutgers, and we'll be back to take you through the second innings from Cartama Oval in just a few minutes.
The European Cricket League is brought to you by HCL Software, Dream 11, and Andalusia European Region for Sport.
European cricket fans, welcome back to the Cartama Oval. Applause in the background for the big collection of fans that are here today to see this Group D clash between the Helsinki Titans and Vienna Cricket Club. And over to the superstar Kari Resurgence, who has got something to say.
And news coming in, whoever wins this game will finish third and whoever loses will finish fourth. So strap yourself in, because that has a huge weight on who the home team is for the eliminator tomorrow morning. I can't wait.
Kari Resurgence, what analysis.
You strap yourself in, because this is...
Daniel Eckstein, please get us underway of this second innings. Umpire just with the arm out, allowing Butt to get himself settled. First ball, swinging down the leg side. So wide, not a great start from Eckstein, who did get Vienna Cricket Club away with an excellent innings at the top of the order. Starting to find a little bit of form, the big man.
Bit of Shane Watson about him, I should say. Opens the batting, opens the bowling. So obviously he's their key player, Big Eckstein.
Underrated cricketer Shane Watson was.
Massively
underappreciated.
Underrated. Yeah, massively. Love to kick him though.
Well, Eckstein drifts a little bit on the leg stump, but weight on the back foot, couldn't really get great purchased, and swings out to Simpson Parker patrolling the boundary. Just a single.
Just the one to get Abbas Butt off the mark. Qureshi's going to have to play a bit of a hand here as well. Helsinki Titans, they want minimum 40 off this power play.
Setting high standards, the Spanish national coach, Kari Resurgence. Eckstein, one floats in quite slowly just outside of off stump. Nicely cut, but straight to the man, Shaquille Khan, who's fielding there at point.
So Rhino, you've been here a few days now. You're doing an apps job. You've seen all 5 kits from Group D, and I always like to touch on this. What's your favourite? What's the one that makes your eyes pop the most?
I think they've all got something to say tonight, and I don't say that as a man sitting on the fence. I'm quite tempted to buy one of these kits before we leave, but actually this Group D lot is giving me a lot of consternation, as we'll come back to that as Eckstein drifts. Another one down the leg side. It's an appeal.
Well,
the keeper probably should have taken the ball cleanly if they wanted to go through with that.
Well, it's not being called a wide. So is there a bit of glove on this? And we'll have to have a closer look. Hard to tell. Unfortunately, Quinny fumbles it, and that might be a life.
Well, certainly will go down as one, given the umpire, as you say, didn't give them the extra.
But yeah, don't sit on the fence. Tell me, what's the best kit you've seen in Group D?
Yeah, it's I've got some fascination with the Bruno one, because as I said this morning, I think it looks like a KFC shopping bag, as that one is pumped out. The fielder coming around from deep mid-wicket. Unfortunately, Qureshi goes without troubling the scorers, and Helsinki, they needed something from their top order. It's not the start they want. 2 for 1.
Well, and in this crucial encounter, we don't want a fizzler, and if they keep losing wickets, it'll go that way. It's a duck, and unfortunately, he just didn't get enough of it. Sounded awful off the bat, and he'll have to go.
Yeah, so back to obviously the more important topic of the kits for today. I think Dreux and Forfarshire look really smart, but probably not enough happening with them for ECL purposes. And Vienna looks absolutely fabulous, because there's not that many teams that will carry around yellow with a bit of black.
A bit of Richmond Tigers about them in the AFL, isn't there?
It is. I like the Vienna kit a lot. I wish maybe a bit more was happening on the chest.
I don't think you can go for me. You can't go past Bruno.
No, I think Bruno's great. I will probably, just because of my slight allegiance to the Finns, will probably go for Helsinki Titans outfit.
In punditry, you can't be biased, my friend, innit?
Not being biased, I actually quite like a little bit of hot pink on the black outfit.
There you go.
Daniel Eckstein, he just likes using the new ball. 2 balls to go. Swings back into Bilal Masood.
Do you think, sorry to interrupt, do you think this is an opportunity where Vienna CC could have maybe tinkered with their bowling lineup of bowling matchups, or you think they're so set in stone, they're like, Big D takes a new ball no matter what?
I honestly thought you were about to ask me what they could do with their jersey to not make it look like a broken barcode, but either way, yes, I suspect if they're in control of this game, they might get wickets to that top edge. Norris goes back. He's taken the catch. It's arrowed into his hat and then gone to the keeper.
Well, he is so lucky. He's edged it and it's blown his hat off. I tell you what, go buy yourself a lottery ticket. I'd rather get a duck than lose my front teeth. I've never seen that before, ever. He's top-edged it and has blown his hat off.
Oh, Bilal Masood, he's lucky to not cop a Kookaburra imprint into his forehead, but also unfortunate that Norris made such good grounds. We see this swings across the line. It has knocked his cap off, and then the big man's got on his skates to take the catch.
He is, I don't know, is he lucky or unlucky? That is remarkable. The top edge into the cap and caught.
That's incredible.
That's incredible.
Absolutely incredible. Might teach him to wear a helmet next time. But either way, he might allege that that would have gone over the keeper's head had it not hit the headwear.
Be curious if you asked him, would you prefer to lose your front teeth and be not out, or would you prefer your hat blown off and be out for a duck?
Well, it depends if he's intending to make a trip to Molly's Roadhouse for a little bit of entertainment this evening, but either way, he can conserve some energy back in the pavilion because he's the second wicket to fall. End of the first over, Helsinki Titans 2 for 2.
Looks like Keel Khan will bowl the second.
Slapped across the line. It's actually a pretty decent shot from Bart. Simpson Parker makes excellent ground. Coming around, keeping it to 1.
He is so lucky. In all seriousness, he's extremely lucky. That could have been bad. I think you just take your duck, you walk off, and you go ask the Grizzly Sports Supplies for a helmet.
Doesn't really have much choice. He wasn't invited to come on for a second opportunity as Mangal joins Bart. Flash outside off stump, an easy call for the umpire, called wide.
Yeah, unfortunately, this chase is, well, it's not a chase just yet. It's going the wrong way for Helsinki Titans. This group's been a bit funny, hasn't it? We've probably lacked a couple of real close encounters at this stage, whereas Group C was the complete opposite. Every game went topsy-turvy, topsy-turvy. This T10 format never ceases to amaze.
And steams in. That's actually a lovely shot out to the covers. Well, we may not have seen some close games, but we've seen some uncannily good striking of a cricket ball. Mangal, seen his previous batter come out having his head almost ripped off. He says, doesn't matter, I'm coming out with the cap and then I'll just smoke one over the covers.
Tell you what, if you want to send a postcard to some loved ones around the world, that's it. Mangal's kitchen delivers 6 runs.
Bad way to get your innings started, is it? You might actually be ahead of your strike rate here, Corey.
No, not after this ball.
Oh, he goes for the boundaries. He's keeping ahead. There's stress in the commentary boxes. Corey Rutgers slightly concerned about the massive top inning strike rate that he's held for the ECL.
Yeah, but he has to get out eventually, and that will bring it right down. A little bit of luck this time. Goes, well, hey, they need this. This is good from the Titans. We want to see a chase here. We want a close encounter. Bring the fans to their feet.
They've multiplied their score by 7 in the last 2 balls, which has been helpful. Khan outside off stump, swung around to the leg side. Fielder's going to come and take it from mid-wicket, but Mangal has turned up in some sort of mood.
Would you say that it's gutsy or just pure stupidity to wear a hat that you've seen blown off from your previous partner by the nice grizzly ball and then to walk out with a hat, or is it just brave? Is it brave?
It's hard. Look, I don't want to be a hypocrite because up until a couple of years ago, I would happily bat in the cap. Yep. But in the modern day, as that one is sent very, very wide.
So I've gone halfway. I wear a jockey lid.
A what?
Jockey lid.
Literally one that a jockey will wear in a horse race.
No, not close.
Do you wear cerise colours to try to identify which stable you come from?
I'm probably the height of a jockey, but no, I'll tell you after this ball. Maybe get you a photo, actually.
That comes in. That's another one wide. What a glorious shot over cover again. Second Maximo in the over. That is a stunning strike from Butt.
Yeah, Butt gets going. Width on offer, and he clatters it. No, a jockey lid. 1980s, Alan Border. I've angle grinded my grill off, and I just go out there with a jockey lid these days. It's the better part in between. If you don't want to wear a helmet, wear a jockey lid.
So the Rutgers smile is not protected by a grill, but the grey hair is.
Silver Fox, my friend.
Hey, you and Scotty Cameron. That was just come off the back of the butt bat. Almost a bit of a mouthful there as Khan goes for 20 in his over. Not a bad return from Helsinki. They recover from a terrible first over. They're up to 22 for 2 after 2.
We'll do it more politely. 22 for 2 after 2. Richie Benno. You ever had a favourite commentator?
Oh, I think Richie would definitely have to be up there. We were talking the other day about how difficult it would be to do, as we'll just probably...
Sorry, I'll just interrupt you. Yeah, whoever wins this, I'm telling you, gets the home advantage in the Eliminator. Hold on to your horses, because that home advantage tomorrow could really swing the bout.
Yeah, see our viewer list just plummeting thanks to your contextualisation of this game, Corey, as X10 comes charging in.
Oh, what a shot!
Awkward one, to say the least, but it scooted around for a single. A little bit of late in-swing.
Tell me what shot's this? If you go to the coach's manual, what do you want to call this, Rhino? I'll let you name it.
Almost came off the top of his bat handle. Wasn't the most elegant piece of batting, but either way, they scooted through for a single. We're back to the far more important discussion of the commentary. So hard to do a 12th man type album with the current almost generic nature. That is a beautiful shot from Butt. The young man just trying to get through some thoughts on commentary impersonations, while Butt just decides to launch one over long off.
Yeah, well, Butt seems to have got himself going, and well, when he hits it, it stays hit. There's a lot of muscle there. And, well, Helsinki Titans just eating their way back into this fixture.
He bats deep in the crease, doesn't he? But gives himself the greatest chance to have a look at what the Pill's doing. X10 absolutely slapped last ball. That's another one in the slot, taken over to the leg side, leaping effort from, I think, probably Arcelana Reef out there around the square leg boundary, but Bud got enough of it. That's consecutive boundaries for him. He's starting to motor.
Yeah, let me remind you, there is a huge, huge thing on the line here. You want that home advantage, and this game is starting to turn into a pressure cooker. But go on, you're still your favourite commentators? Richie Benno, that's it?
Oh, no, Richie, absolutely. Richie, I haven't taken a single lesson out of his book on how to commentate as that one slapped down the ground. Actually, it might... I thought that might have been both fielders. Simpson Parker, speaking of jockey, he hurdles over the top of his teammates. Crunch him in the head.
Oh, I was a bit worried there we were going to see a collision. And what's that sport, that new sport? Parkour or
Parkour.
Parkour, yeah. Well, watch this. There you go.
Oh, Simpson Parker eluding the moving target. It's a good bit of athleticism from the young man. X10 comes charging in. Decent ball, got it in the block hole, but unfortunately, Khalid Mangal manages to squeeze it out. Yeah, I don't think there will be anyone other that you could nominate aside from the absolute doyen of country. But sorry, I'm ready to hear your opinion.
Mine's Rico Full, I would have to say, has taken the cake for me. I mean, he's inventing the wheel himself, and some of the terms that come out, the duck noises, the baby voice, the balle. Just what a man! He's reinventing it.
The duck noise is special.
It is good.
It is quite a contribution, as that one just drifts onto the pads. No runs. We'll come back to that in a moment. Helsinki Titans have got their run rate up a little bit, 37 for 2 off the 3 overs.
Yeah, good to see everyone in the chat. Ramesh Thiessen just saying, not here to watch dead rubbers, but here to listen to some puns. Don't you worry, we've got plenty of them. We have a quick look at, well, the Manhattan graph, and a 20 and a 15 in the back 2 overs of the power play. Very handy indeed. And that 9th over for Vienna CC really pushed them above what they were looking at for quite some time.
So I've got a question for you. Have we actually used any puns today?
Probably not.
I can't say it's possibly not a specialty, but either way, I'm glad the chat is recognising the effort to make some. Occasionally, let us know.
The chat's always on, mate. The chat doesn't stop.
Chad might go into overdrive here as the male model Mark Simpson Parker.
Well, it makes me wonder, look, MSP opened the batting, and so did X10. Now they're both bowling to each. Is there anyone else in this team for Vienna CC that they should be having a look at, seeing if there's other options?
Maybe the answer's just no.
Yeah, okay.
Simpson Parker waving around his field, likes to set the field, so the captain lets him take the responsibility. Charges in, bowls his usual Simpson Parker channel, just a little bit of away movement. Nice ball.
Yeah, that's one thing I've noticed in Group D. The ball seems to be staying pretty fresh and swinging just enough for all the canny operators out there that keep their seam position up.
So a good comment from Steve McVeigh in the chat, referencing, let's see what the Danube Owler can do for Vienna here. Obviously a reference to the location of Simpson Parker. The big man comes striding in. Good off-stump line, just jags back a little bit against Mangal. He's got himself in a few awkward spots, but somehow he's still got his strike rate up to 14 off 7.
Well, Mangal just not doing enough. the real man's Abbas, but 21 off 8. We know how destructive he can be. 90 off 40. Still need someone to play a pretty good innings, an innings of substance, really.
Yeah, well, while Abbas Buddy's still there, they've still got a chance. It's a lovely flick over to the leg side. Glorious flick, but only one run as Arslan Arif fields defensively out at mid-wicket. It's Norris just marshalling the troops here, the big man, keeping control of what should be a defendable target for them, but Helsinki have shown the last few overs.
It's my golden ball game, so I'm hoping for a bit of fire from Helsinki here.
The chances of this for C. Rutgers are dwindling by the minute. Simpson Parker drifts a little bit on the leg stump somehow. Mangel has flicked that with a decent bit of power straight down the ground.
Mangel's definitely got his own coach's manual that he's been reading for 15 years of his life. And a little Chippingtons for one there. And, well, yeah, interesting game this. You just feel something's got to give here. A couple of big sixes or a wicket. We'll have to wait and see.
Simpson Parker, 2 balls left in the over. Goes foolish again. Lovely shot, but hits straight down the throat of the one man in this team you do not want to launch a catch at. Arslan Arif, he's got an excellent set of hands, bounding around with useful enthusiasm on that mid-wicket boundary. And unfortunately for Helsinki, not only does Ghulam Abbas Butt go back to the pavilion, but he's also had to swap bats with his partner just to make things look a little bit more village. That is their 3rd wicket down, 40 on the board.
I'm glad you brought that up, actually, as he's caught well at deep square. I've actually wanted to take this up with management a few times, that you should only be allowed 1 bat swap in innings, and that once whoever does the bat swap, after that, it is not allowed.
So it's essentially almost like an umpire review that you can only use.
1 bat swap in innings. So let's say he swaps his bat there. Now, every player that walks out must use the wood they bring.
Yeah, it's not a bad call. I've been in a couple of games in Switzerland where you've had the batters literally trying to swap that thing.
Well, why would you ever want to use someone's bat that's just gotten out? I've never understood it.
It's an unlucky piece of wood to have in your hand. So.
Are you superstitious?
A little bit, yeah. Certainly things like putting the left pad and the left shoe on first get a little bit that way as Simpson Parker just one outside the off stump. We've got to come back to the superstitions at the start of the next over, because the Helsinki Tigers, they've gone through their first 4, 41 for 3 on the board.
Did you ever hear about the Neil McKenzie back in the day? Apparently he used to sticky tape his bats to the roof overnight. So he'd sleep on and all the bats were hanging from the ceiling. It was good luck, dead set, no word of a lie.
Well, I'd heard a few stories about Neil McKenzie and other members of his family, but I don't think I'd heard the one about the sticky taped bats.
Yeah, that was his superstition.
I mean, first and foremost, you must have some pretty strong South African sticky tape to keep
If you've ever been there and you need to get through an evening, that sticky tape can really help once required. But 41 for 3 here after 4.
Well, you asked for some new blood at the bowling crease. Corey Javed's come on. He's floated a nice inducker to get started this over.
Look, yeah, I'm a bit cunning sometimes, I must say. And if this was me, I wouldn't be showing Helsinki Titans anything they'd be facing tomorrow. I'd be giving everyone a bowl, because, look, that home advantage does mean a lot. But sometimes seeing in the away dugout in an eliminator does a little bit of underdog story, you know?
So what? Well, we'll just watch Javed bowl this second ball. Drifts onto the pads. Mangel actually hits it fine enough that it's going to evade the sprinting Arslan Arif. Much needed boundary for the Titans. Question is there a designated home and away team pavilion up there, Corey?
No, I don't really know. Just sort of making it up on the fly, as that was a gorgeous shot on the leg side. No, you do usually, though, if you're ahead on the table, you get the home dugout, and that will mean you're 1 step closer to the bar.
Always handy. As Javed comes in, 3rd ball, once again drifts on the leg side, flicked across nice. And Mango looks like he's got the intention to push for it too. His skipper, on the other hand, is looking to face his 3rd ball. Wants a bit of the strike. Unusual tournament for Anikath Pushte. He's looked good at times, particularly in the field. He's got some elegance and quality with the bat, but hasn't played an innings of substance. So that one is neatly educated, and it's going to race down to the 3rd man boundary for a 4.
Yeah, well, I have to say, I've been impressed with this group, just using the angles a little bit more. There's a few more deflection shots, and I really do enjoy it. A late cut this time for 4.
Yeah, lovely bit of batmanship from Bush. I'd much rather see that too. He's been moving around the crease a lot in his innings so far in the tournament. I think he's got enough of a range of shots that he should just stay stable. Like that, he's managed to flick it, timed it beautifully. As a commentator, don't you love to see that when you're giving a guy a wrap? Takes a beautiful shot over square leg for 6.
Yeah, what a shot. It's all wrists, and well, when you've got strong wrists, you're going to benefit in many ways. And that's a gorgeous shot. Times it beautifully for 6.
Great shot indeed. Yeah, people helping to look for the ball to feed it back. The bowler, or David, I think he's probably got to show them something other than the in-swinger, because I think Puste has started to read it. Gets across to that one, just decides to farm the strike. Keep it for himself. Puste 13 off 5, and the Helsinki Titans race up to 58 for 3 after the first 5. Helsinki Titans, wouldn't say they're favourites in this game by any stretch, Corey, but up to needing 70 off 30, which is a better position than they were a couple of overs ago.
Yeah, they've still got a sniff in this match, definitely. And well, we're at that halfway stage where it's super exciting. I did say to you, Rhino, I did have a surprise for you. This is all the way from home. Not sure if they're selling you the old traditional wagon wheel.
That is, well, you call that...
It's been a pleasure having you.
First and foremost, thank you very much, Corey. It's a very, very generous treat. Thank you to your mum who has sent these over, and we hope she's very, very well back home. But calling it a traditional wagon wheel, it does feel about 1/3 of the size of the wagon wheels from when I was last residing full-time in Australia. But we were reminiscing about this last night of the previous time that someone ate live on ECS commentary. Andrew the Cat Goulding, who was with me in Portugal a couple of years ago.
Where's he now?
I don't think he's been back on the mic for a while, but you never know. I might rip open this wagon wheel and recreate the Cat's effort by chowing down live. Well, he's trying to recreate the victory from this morning. Thrash that to the point boundary. Cracking shot.
Yeah, well, what a shot that is. He's just thrown his hands. It's lavish, and it flies away. What a shot. Seeing a few comments in the chat. A few people seem a bit upset in the world about Gary Lineker. Seems to be off the BBC. And look, if they were sacking everyone for a comment or two, I think I'd be in... I'd be at the Centrelink stages a long time ago.
Not sure cancel culture and Corey Rutgers should be the same.
I'm worried about where the world's going, to be completely honest with you, because I reckon I say maybe 200 to 300 lines a day that are probably touching the boat.
Not sure the BBC will be engaging C. Rutgers for Ashes commentary later this year. Not as a comment on the quality, but more so the risk profile on national linear television.
It's hard when that's your taboo, when that's your style, to push the boat, but you can't push it too far. Where's the line?
Mate, I think there's more chance of C. Rutgers getting his OnlyFans channel up and running than there is of you getting engaged by the BBC. Big chance of this going. Oh, I thought it was going to the boundary, but Big Eckstein, I think, has managed to keep it in the field of play. I thought that would spin and kick to the boundary, but I think he's done a cracking job there, Corey.
Yeah, I think so. Let's have a closer look. Has he tapped it back in time? Yeah, well done. He keeps it to 2.
Great job indeed. Saves 2 runs and sensational bit of fielding. Probably lucky he didn't get sconed by the ball coming over his head. It looks like he lost track of it for a moment. As the drive gets slapped wide of cover. What a stunning strike from Mangal. He holds the key here.
Oh, he holds the key, all right. He's got the key to my heart at the moment. Some of these shots are, well, just beautiful. That is... Yeah, have a piece of that.
He's a rare batter within the ECL structure that seems far more comfortable hitting out to cover than he does to cow corner, but a couple of stunning strikes from the young man. Just having a look at the chat, Dave, one of our moderators, he's mentioned in the last 40 years, wagon wheels have halved in size and more than doubled in price. Doubled in price, I suspect, is at least partially due to inflation, but the halving in size, that is a national disgrace.
It is a national disgrace, and I can understand why so many people in uproar as he comes in again and is mowed, but straight to deep extra cover now. Who takes a tumble? Well, he slipped and then somehow stopped it in his left juke.
Tell you what, Shaquille Khan.
Shaquille O'Neal
caught that ball. That would have been the most amazing catch in ECL history. He slipped at the critical moment, still stuck the left mid out. This is great entertainment as Tron pumps one down the leg side. Q stick can't get his left mitt down to stop it, so they'll take the extra run.
Tell you what, Rhino, this game's all of a sudden come to life. And just to remind viewers, this is for third or fourth. Oh, buckle your seats in.
Imagine if they weren't playing for something so momentous as Zadran comes in. Short ball, Mangal hits it high. It's going to skip on inside the boundary, I think. I suspect that's just a 4, but yet another boundary, and Zadran has been pumped. That is sensational batting. Absolutely beautiful striking from Malaga, who has shown a range of shots here. That's all of the excitement. That's the end of the over, but Helsinki 76 for 3.
Ah, well, look at this. Well, I've called for it early because I've got a gigantic tingle, and it's not from the 7 hypes I've had today. I've got a normal tingle. It's my sweepstake game, and I reckon that this is on here. Looking forward to seeing the last 4 overs in this do-or-die clash.
Well, if that's what hypes do to you, I'm not sure that's the greatest advertisement for the product range.
Might have had cardiac arrest for a brief moment as well.
Great for them to be with us here at Cartama. As well, it's a pretty sedate start to the over after we've seen an explosion of boundaries and extras. Mohammed comes in, his first ball of the tournament, and it's just a pedestrian medium pacer that goes through to the keeper.
Sometimes slower and less pace on the ball works. State, how's he going to handle this?
Oh, he gets a full toss and he spanked it backward of square for a Maximo. Kari asked for it. It's not only the 6, but it's clearly a no ball. Puste puts away the shocking delivery from Mohammed, and the Titans are in this.
Well, it's a 7-up, and I can't believe my eyes, but the Titans have come back, and it's unbelievable to watch. A little nice message from Lena in the chat saying, hello, can you please say hello to Quinton Norris? It's her dad out there, and nice to have you in the chat, Lena, and I hope you're enjoying your father's game.
Why don't you put yourself onto silent, Corey, and scream out that Lena's saying hello to Dad, because he's got a bit of time now while they search for that kookaburra somewhere in the forest behind the ground.
Sure, I'll tell Quinny a little bit later. And yeah, that's another... Was it a kookaburra or a grizzly we're using? I keep getting confused as well, but let's just say we have moved on to grizzlies, so I hope it's another grizzly ball gone.
No doubt. It's great pill, that grizzly ball.
Free hit time.
Very easy to find too. As Puste is lining up another big one, doesn't take advantage of the free hit. They might try to scamper for 2 here. Throw goes into the keeper. Norris takes the bails off. They're confident, and I suspect, despite the big man's army roll that was executed pretty poorly, I think this might be gone, Corey.
Well, question marks have to be called on the common sense here by the Helsinki Titans, who look for a 2 on a 50-metre field. This isn't T20 cricket. They're going to go up to the 3rd umpire. And I reckon that he's going to be given out. He hasn't walked off yet, but the replays will probably show he's going to be short.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, when the replay comes up, it's going to take us off the shot of Daniel XT with his great sunglasses. Norris takes the bails off. Umpire Andrew Ryan, correct 120% of the time.
What's he thinking, Rhino? What's he thinking? There's never a 2 there.
Well, certainly Khalid Mangal was able to make it through reasonably comfortably. He turned blind and just sprinted. Unfortunately, Puste, he was the man on strike. The big Q stick. He's gone and acted as the artificial pitch roller for a few metres. Might be able to hit a good spot there when they're bowling tomorrow, but that's a big wicket.
It's a massive wicket, and well, a warm round of applause for this man on your screen. He has gotten the Titans back into the fixture. 21 off 9 for Puste, 2 6 and a 4 striking at 233.
Yeah, I wouldn't be smiling if my partner had just barbecued me in a crucial part of a game, which is, I mean, you reminded us a few times how big this contest is too, Corey.
It really could change the weight of this competition. 84 for 4. Bhatia comes out. The weight of the world's on his shoulders at the moment.
Yeah, I tell you what, didn't Lena chime in at a good time to see her dad not only execute a run out, but do a massive army roll in the middle of the pitch after stumbling. Well done to the Q stick, and well done to Lena for tuning in. Your dad has provided some great entertainment and no shortage of quality, but unfortunately Mohammed just finishes that up with a wide. Just get the heart rate down a little bit, tries the in-swinger, and that one drifts down the side. Q sharp with the gloves again.
And Mohammed under the pump a little bit here. He hasn't been able to execute. look, he can't control it seam up. This is where he probably needs to go cross seam, Rhino.
Got the new batter, Barty, giving him a look at a couple without putting any pressure on him. One's outside off stump, just bend it out to the leg side. If they've got any sense, they'll just keep this to a single.
Yeah, quick learners, the Titans, realising there's no two there. Well, it's up to Mangal's kitchen, it sort of feels like. He's going to have to keep going. I mean, 41 off 21, is it? It's not easy still, a long way to go.
Almost two a ball required. Muhammad charges in, that's a wide ball. Mangal happy to take the extra.
They'll be happy, just keep ticking. Keep ticking. They have made a good fist of this chase after being 2 for 2 early on.
Pressure on Muhammad. No one floats into the leg stump. It's gone very high. It's going to fall inside the boundary, and a good catch. Oh, Muhammad would have had his heart in his mouth there for a moment. Thought that one might have been launched into the tents, but as it is, really good catch on the boundary, and that's a huge wicket, Corey. That's going to put a big dent in the Helsinki hopes.
Yeah, sometimes the floaty bowlers just seem to have a happy knack of picking up wickets, and really, it has to be said, it was a little bit of a poor stroke. They just lost a wicket. Mangal will have to go. Nice safe catch.
Yeah, nice safe catch, but if they were going to target one of the bowlers, then Muhammad started pretty shakily, so can't blame Mangal for trying to launch him while he had the opportunity. Brings Zaki Kamal out of the crease. Mangal, really good innings from him, 35 off 16. Great strike
rate. A lot of people are saying that this is a must-win match, but let's not count out... No, wait, it is a must-win match. Yeah, Bruno are out, poor fellas. I feel bad for Bruno. There's a tough baptism of fire. I think if they were in another group, they probably would have got a win.
You think?
No.
Oh, we'll see. It was a tough group. Quality all round. Kamal at the batting crease. Lovely shot. Oh. Where has this man been, Helsinki Titans? Bowls a couple of good overs of off spin, then comes out, times his first ball and smokes the boundary.
Oh, Muhammad has a death stare at his fielders as well. He feels like they didn't read that at first. This over's been productive with the runs, but also quite a lot of wickets, so interesting last ball coming up. Oh!
Left side. Kamal's second attempt is not so attractive and might be giving his nether regions a quick rub. Muhammad ends his first over going for 16. Helsinki 92 for 5 after 7 overs.
Well, can only hope that his friends and family back home have turned the tap off for a second there. You got to feel for the man as half the population of the earth feel that. Have a look what's coming up tonight. And well, what I like about this, you got two teams 3-0, and Forfarshire have won the toss and elected to bat. Big out. Leask is out.
Wow. I mean, that is
some byplay, you think?
I don't know. I mean, for a must-win contest, it's a strange call.
Still strong batting lineup without Leask, but Dreux, they'll be...
To be fair, Leask was the only failure in the last game, as we see Simpson Parker come in. Good Yorker, but driven nicely. Oh. Going to be a race. Can see Simpson Parker. Clever cricket. Gets the ball in the stumps and yanks it out.
What do we look? They're going up to the third umpire here.
I think this is out, Corey.
Well, it's out, isn't it?
See the replay. The ball cannon to the stumps, and Simpson Parker, he's an intelligent young cricketer. Fails get dislodged, so you have to get the stump out of the ground.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the playing conditions, you only have to get it out of the ground. You don't even have to pick it up, but he does even more than that. That is...
Oh, picks it up. It's a strange maneuver. I thought he picked it up with the ball attached to it, but anyway, we'll see.
I'm pretty sure that's out. I don't think that can't not be out, right?
We'll get the third umpire to officiate, but looks like it has been sent upstairs.
Oh no, he might be getting told right now. Look, he's been told that maybe, yeah.
I think you have to dislodge the stump.
Wow, it's going to be not out. What a bit of interesting, because the playing conditions, you just saw the umpire explain, is you have to hit the stump out without pulling it out.
Yep. If we saw
or hit the ball first and pull it out.
We saw the slow motion replay.
Wow.
Simpson Parker grabbed the stump out of the ground and then ball went to it. And that's a glorious shot out to wide of long on again. Tell you what, when Kamal takes the long handle, he can strike a ball.
Tell you what, did not expect to see that. And Joe Foster in chat saying wrong hand collected the stump. Maybe Joe's an umpire that's been with us before as well. Who knows? Anyway, it's not out. We got 34 off 16 in this do or die encounter.
I'll take back what I said about Simpson Park being a smart cricketer. He's managed to butcher a run out there. That one's only just collected by Eckstein. Boy, Ruckers and Andrew Ryan rising to their feet in the commentary boxes. You can just feel the excitement.
Well, here we go again. Let's have a look here. What did he do? Grabbed it with the left, hit it with the right. I don't know. That should just be out for me, but hey, I'm not an umpire.
Well, you haven't written the rule book either, Corey, so the MCC don't care as that one strikes straight back down the ground. Fielded by long on, just for a single. Tell you what, it's not something I expected to see today.
No, you don't get that very often. We've got a game on our hands, people. 32 off 14. Good over from MSP, though, right now.
Despite the butchered run out. What a casual with the catch. Well, could have been 2 wickets easily this over. It almost came too slowly to him.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed. He went with the one hand on the catch this time. You can understand why. Sort of a little leap in the air probably didn't help. There's an opportunity again.
Looked like he was in the Vienna Ballet for the moment, the way he took off there, accompanying the Vienna Boys Choir as that one's flicked out to the leg side. Zaki's running hard, trying to torment them as Arslan Arifi saying, come and take on my arm, sunshine. No one's taking on that rocket. End of the over, 98 for 5, with 2 overs left. Helsinki still need 30.
30 required. I'd still say with 2 pretty new bats that the bowling side's ahead, but if you look at the worm, well, if you like DNA, we're getting a bit of it.
That's actually, I mean, look, leaving aside, this is the closest game we've had throughout this Group D. This is actually a tight contest, and you have to say if they had at least one of their big hitters still in there, Helsinki, give them a really good chance. That one's cracked straight back to the ground. You almost sense this is their opportunity. Zadran is either going to take a couple of scalps with his pace, or the pace could work against him. A couple of balls flying off the edges to the boundary.
Yeah, I feel like they're going to need some edges and a little bit of luck still.
To be tempted to have third man down on the boundary as well, so it's shifted to the leg side. Marty is running hard, but they'll only take the one, especially to that man's arm. Arslan Arif out there on the leg side boundary.
Yeah, it's time to load up. Deep in the box, keep your head still and swing that piece of wood at 100 miles an hour if you can. It's 28 off 10. It's a lot to ask of the middle to low order.
I'm surprised they haven't shifted Simpson Parker maybe 5 steps to his right, given that's where Kamal's been aiming. Big swing from the big man. Probably just needs to stay stable at the crease here.
Yeah, you can see the Helsinki Titans dugout freaking out because they're the home team this game and could be the away team tomorrow. And you can see right there the tension building.
Which seat am I going to have? Zadran full on the leg side. Not that shockingly far off a no ball, which would have added a bit of drama.
Yeah, it just feels like they're a little bit too much to ask, isn't it, Rhino? The lights are coming on. The pressure cooker of a Cartama oval match.
Duran goes for the slower ball. I like it. You can see Bardia really getting his weight back, trying to launch that out to mid-wicket. Excellent bowling.
Sensational, and it's not a no ball unless he's about 5'1". He's not, unfortunately, in this game slipping away.
Still being a chance for the last over. Love a boundary here. Big one down the leg side. Norris pads it away.
Handy free 2 runs. I mean, if Norris didn't get his pad on that, there could have been a little minimo there.
Well, probably lucky for Norris that it wasn't a full-speed ball from Zadran, because when he sprays it down the leg side, he can spray it big. Not taking any time between balls. Another one in the slot. It's cracked down the field, but it's only going to be a single. In the end, that's actually not a bad little over from Zadran. No boundaries off it. Helsinki Titans, 104 for 5, a 1 over left, 24 needed.
24 required, 23 if you're in a sweepstake. The sweat palpable.
How confident are you of the golden ball, Corey?
Well, I've made some investments during this innings, expecting that it would be, so I'm a little bit nervous now. 24, look, I think the highest we've had off a final over to win at was 23. So you're touching greatness if you are to do it.
Well, Bhatia, Kamal, and have a fair few folks back in Helsinki watching them at the moment who would love them to create history. Khan went for 20 in his first. And he gets a dot ball to start off his second over. Tell you what, if you were the captain and you're looking around your options to bowl this second over, like you went none for 20 in his first over, would he be the one that you're throwing the pill to?
Yeah, because you probably win the game by 3 runs and you take that.
Well, he gets a dot ball first of all. Second one in the slot. Oh. It's hit very high. That's going a long, long way.
Oh.
Well caught on the outfield by one of the Dreux players just warming up for the next game. That's a great strike from Kamal.
Well, 18 off 4. Do we have a late comeback? You never know.
Well, negative Nancy Corey Rutgers said it couldn't be done. Rushing through this over. Oh, big call from the umpire. I think it's the correct one, but Khan living dangerously.
Well, is it a game killer? Oh, if I'm a batsman, my hair's being pulled out because now it's 18 off 3.
3 maximised in succession. Can Kamal do it? Well, might not need to. Wide there.
Well, that opens up the option of a 6-6-4 for a golden ball.
Yeah, which I think is the main thing that most of the folks at home are concerned about at the moment. Chances of Corey Rutgers winning the sweepstakes for the next golden ball game. Khan sprinting through his work here. It's in the slot.
Give it a wide
swing from Kamal. Manages to get it just inside the tram lines. Rutgers is despondent here in the commentary box.
Wow. Unbelievable scenes. This is really going to shake up what happens tomorrow.
Khan striding in. That one's gone a Yorker length. Just missed the off stump. Head in the hands. He's come up with a pretty reasonable over here, aside from the maximum. Just gets under the Kamal bat. Thought he was in with a chance of spaking that to the mid-wicket boundary, but good bowling in the end from Khan.
Bragging rights.
Final ball. That one was more in the slot. Kamal unfortunately can't make contact, and well, that final over from Khan, it only goes for 7 after he was batted to all places in the first over, but he does the job that's needed of him, and the Helsinki Titans end up 111 for 5, and unfortunately for them, 17 runs short of the target. Unfortunately for Corey, 16 runs short of a golden ball.
Yeah, it's a good game of cricket. We haven't had too many close ones in Group D, but a 16-run victory to Vienna CC will mean they get the home dugout tomorrow. And that means for Helsinki Titans, they're going to have to walk the extra 6 metres to the away dugout. So it's going to be tough on them, but a good game of cricket, Ryan. I enjoyed that.
Yeah, it certainly was. You want every advantage you can going into finals day tomorrow. And speaking of two teams who would love an advantage, both home dugout and psychological coming up in this final match. I cannot believe we've had to wait until the end of the group stage to see these two lock horns. Dreux, who have slowly worked their way into this tournament, a few of their top order finding form, in particular Mohamed Nassar. He's been good coming in at number 3. Up against Forfarshire from Scotland, 2 teams undefeated. They've got nice variety in their bowling lineup. The 2 leggies in there again, Jack Hogarth and Fergus Duncan. Corey, that'll be a cracker. But before we go on, take us through the highlights.
Yeah, I'll take us through the highlights, all right, because there was plenty of them. It was 2 early wickets, though. And for Vienna CC, they took the earlier momentum in this run chase. And was well caught by Asif out there. And, well, that was the blow your cap off. He's so lucky. Quinny takes a good catch, but that's probably got a bit of the scone as well.
If that's not on the social media of European cricket already, then I do not know what is happening. Just as much for the Quinton Norris catch as it was for Bilal having his hat ripped off, but some pretty good shots off the offside, but continued with his merry way with the bat after a great innings this morning. He's joined up there by Khalid Mangal. Unfortunately, Butt found the most reliable outfielder possibly in this entire group, Arslan Arif. Don't take on that man, but managed to keep the boundaries ticking, and Puste actually looked the best he has all tournament.
Yeah, he looked really good. He timed the ball well. I think Helsinki hit it 360 as well as Big Eckstein. That was a crucial 2 runs he saved. His Sonny's definitely up. They hit the ball to the offside a little bit more than I've seen, and I think that might be something they can take with them. This was a big moment, obviously, because it went for 4, and then there was a no ball 6. A couple of 7-ups helped, but overall, they just ran out of a little bit of steam at the wrong time. This run out was massive.
This run out was huge. It was probably the turning point in the game. Puste was looking good. Mangle was there with him, finding the boundary with regularity, but just a suicidal second run. Mangle kept on trying hard, launched that one very high, but unfortunately for him, dropped into the hands of a willing fielder from Vienna Cricket Club. And from that point on, the run rate started to balloon. It became very difficult. Great comedy here from Mark Simpson-Parker, though.
Well, actually, I probably would have done the same thing. It's not something you always look at, the playing conditions, and you can see he's saying, oh, shot you out. That's not out. So it wasn't out. And you can understand that, unfortunately, for Helsinki Titans, despite these late blows, it just wasn't up. But a pretty good game of cricket.
Yeah, pretty good game of cricket. Sets it up for a good contest between these two. They're pretty evenly matched teams, and you never know, the difference could be that dugout position tomorrow. But as it stands, that wasn't a bad chase from Helsinki, but got them off to a pretty good start. Unfortunately, losing those two top-order batters to Daniel Eckstein. He bowled a nice spell at the start of the game, but Qureshi and Bilal both going for ducks. Have a look at the bowling figures. Eckstein was probably the pick of them for Vienna. Not a bad over coming back in the ninth as a drum when there was still a good opportunity. And also Mark Simpson-Parker, 1 for 10 off his 2 overs. Looking pretty neat with the ball. As it is, Helsinki managed to fall 17 runs short of their target for match 9 here at Group D. Vienna Cricket Club victorious, and they will take third position in this Group D. Helsinki finishing 4th. Vienna Cricket Club beating Helsinki Titans by 16 runs. Corey Rutgers, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you on commentary with me this afternoon. Andrew Wright for the European Cricket Network. We will be back in approximately 25 minutes' time for the final game tonight and the final game of the Group D group stage. It's Dreux up against Forfarshire. Please join us on the European Cricket Network for this mouth-watering contest.
This is how we play cricket
On the Costa song.
The European Cricket League is brought to you by HCL Software, Dream 11, and Andalusia European Region for Sport.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
Hello and welcome back. It's match 10 time between Dreux of France and Forfarshire of Scotland. We're ready for the all-important coin toss. Let's cut to Rob Kebbing, the match referee.
Heads. Heads is called. He's a roller. It is heads. We'll have a bat.
News from the toss that Forfarshire have won the toss and they've elected to have a bat first, and there were some very big cheers in the crowd from a lot of people around because we haven't seen the Scots bat first. This will be interesting because Leask isn't playing, so maybe they're playing around with their team just a little bit. But let's say batting first against this Dreux side, they might be looking to post maybe around 130 to 140. I can't wait to see how this goes. For Dreux, well look, they're more a batting side, but with the bowling of Abdul and their captain Bhatti, it's going to be an interesting contest, and I'm really excited to see how this pans out. There is no dead rubbers in the ECN. These two teams are undefeated. They'll play in qualifier 1 tomorrow, so let's see how this one goes. I'm not in the commentary box. Vinny Sandu and Andrew Ryan will bring you the nighttime game. I might hit the fan zone for a beverage. Enjoy the match.
Corey Rutger as well. We'll see how long you stay in the fan zone for. You might get a call up to the commentary box sooner rather than later, but as it is, the Cartama Oval looking exquisite in the night sky. Just into the sunset period here at the moment. The light's starting to take effect, and the two combatants here for this final game of Group D are ready to take the field. It is the two undefeated teams, Dreux and the blue for France, and Forfarshire in the only slightly darker blue for Scotland. These two proud nations, one with a fair bit more cricketing history than the other, but both of these teams have shown they have the capacity to not just make a dent in finals week, but also to be big chances when we get to championship week. So this will be a great indicator of where we sit as far as these two go, because there is a pretty good chance we'll see them in the finals tomorrow. Rory mentioned superstar Michael Leaf left out of the Scottish side. Obviously they were fairly disappointed with his innings of 0 off 1, undefeated in the previous game, and have decided to punish him by yanking him out of the side this evening. Dreux, they've got Hamza Niaz and Ahmed Nabi at the top of the order. Mohammed Nisar, he's probably been the most consistent player across the tournament for them, rather than the two openers who have been a little bit more hit and miss. Those two chaps at the top of the order for the Scots, Callum Garden and Craig Wallace, although it actually looks like Jack O'Neill's striding out to the arena to open up the batting. Interesting change from them. But they're just trying to give him a few more reps in front of the ball before they get into finals day tomorrow. I don't think that's a bad move. So there's an interesting game, this one. See how much we can glean from it. Callum Garden out there opening, as he has done throughout the tournament so far. Ball's just going to drop down the order rather than take up his typical place, opening up the innings. Jack O'Neill, seen him hit a few big bombs across the tournament so far. And taking the new ball, top opening bowler from Dreux, it is Afridi Yassin. We are almost ready to go here under lights at the Cartama Oval. Umpire about to give the all clear. Start of game 5. Holding for a moment. Lights really starting to take effect now here in Andalusia. Lovely evening. We've had a superb day. Not so many clouds in the sky. It's been a pretty comfortable 25, 26 degrees. Seen steaming in, first ball. Around to the leg side. It is actually Wallace who's opening the batting. Garden's the one that's dropped down the order, but they have got big Jack O'Neill. He's going to be facing up straight away. And pugilist. And pretty effective with his tweakers as well throughout the tournament. A critical man as they get into the latter stages of this tournament. See, nice ball just outside off stump. Showed the capability to move the ball away from the right-hander consistently with the new ball, but he controls it pretty well. They're just having a sighter, but you give him the responsibility up the order, so I'm not surprised that he just wants to make sure that he doesn't thrash about. As soon as he gets in, take advantage of this opportunity that's been gifted to him by team management. Scene bails out. A bit of a preference for swinging over to square leg side of the field, but he's got shots all around the ground. It'd be good to get a look at him for an extended period tonight. He's nice and tall at the crease. Big levers. Short of a length. Cuts straight to the ground. They're going to be a shot. The stumps doesn't miss by much. Beck O'Neill would have been sent home packing if that hadn't hit. Nice bit of fielding. Picked up cleanly. Didn't miss by much at all, and he was well out of the picture. As it is, goes in the scorebook as a single. Not on the board for Forfarshire, but they seem to be pretty happy keeping these two in check throughout the opening stages. Full ball, cracked. Great shot from Wallace. Probably didn't get a hold of it completely, but whacks it through the gap on the leg side, and it's the first boundary for Forfarshire. Their innings is up and away. Takes that big step back, gets underneath the ball. Hands, that turned in his hands a touch, probably explain why he didn't time it perfectly, but good shot nonetheless. Seeing decent length ball, diving effort at point, but that one races away to the boundary. 2 fours in successive balls. Great effort from Abdurrahman Amadzi there at point. Athletic stuff, but it's a really, really good shot from Craig Wallace. Noted in the last game, he's got a big exaggerated stance out to mid-wicket. You find some players who take that stance, struggle a little bit to get those wide ones at the offside, but no problems for Wallace. No problem smoking another one over the boundary. That's carried for a 6 by about 15 metres. Finish the first over. That's a maximo of Forfarshire. 16 for none after the first. Lovely shot. Really, really good timing. It's a good hip swivel. Generates some power under that ball. Craig Wallace, he started nicely today. And that's what these two teams are eyeing off. They'll go into tomorrow as absolute favourites to meet in the final of Group D. 3 qualifiers already in there, and the Group A, B and C winners, Hornchurch Farmers and Beveren, and as the reigning Kings of Europe, Bacoquer Badalona. See another Spanish team come in next week as well, so they're well represented in this part of the world. As we see, hit Abdul. And with the bat phone, he's dispatched in the first ball. Just dismissively spanked the ball. Great shot. Just put it up in the slot just outside off stump, and Jack O'Neill didn't need a second invitation to get his out account. Moving along, nice boundary. And another man who moves along pretty well in the form of Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandu. Good to have you up in the box.
Just like the sand through the hourglass. I'm back. Wasn't going anywhere for too long. Anyway, runs coming thick and fast at the moment. 4th under lights for the first time in this tournament. Likewise, Dreux. So, you know what's pretty useful? A lot of people, are saying this could be the final tomorrow night. I think form would suggest that. A lot of things can happen on finals day. We know that as well. But, of course, that game will be played under lights. You can see there just the last of the natural light going at the moment. So it's a good hit out for these two teams. Here's the headband warrior, Wahid Abdul, in over number 2. Woof from Wallace, tries to go down the ground. Now, he's a guy that can hurt you real fast. Again, we haven't quite seen the best of him for an extended period yet. In fact, we haven't really seen any Scottish batter for an extended period because they've been chasing the runs down within the 10 overs. So I do like this. I thought they might have done it earlier, but they've won the toss. They're batting. They're going to use the whole 10.
Yeah, I think they'll be really happy to get the full 10 overs. Still bowling pretty decent overs so far. He's got the ability, a bit like a Freedy, to really ratchet up his pace as he goes on. Terrible delivery. That's going to be called no ball, I suspect. races away to the boundary, but may have been kept in there by a diving effort from Ahmed Nabi. The third umpire checked this one. Big leap at the end, just to check whether or not he makes contact with the boundary rope.
I think it's a good call first up, seemed high, it's probably waist high. But then this is what interests me here. Now, does he have any contact with the rope when he's doing this? Oh, can't tell from that. We'll go forward a bit more. I think that's okay. Oh, does it hit that right hand on the way through? It's very hard. They've said it's okay. Benefit of doubt goes to the fielder. Anyway, this is no good to the fielding side. There's cuatro carreras más. The free hit cashed in by Wallace, who's up in the 20s in next to no time at all.
Yeah, a bit unlucky for the bowler there, but put himself in a difficult position with the full toss, no ball, the previous delivery. It wasn't actually a bad seed, that one, but Wallace can go hard and gets the top edge, flying down to the boundary. And Forfarshire, their run rate's in a pretty healthy position at the moment. 28 on the board.
Wallace likes to go hard. You know that about him. Certainly likes to be a bit of a menace for opening attacks. He'd love the opportunity to bat throughout this innings. If he lasts, again, see that attacking intent again. Abdul gets this one past him.
Teams had a chat to Abdul before this tournament and suggested the bat phone is permanently put in the kit bag.
Well, he did bring it out earlier on today.
Someone wasn't watching closely.
It was just, yeah, it's okay. You might have missed it. It was a bit of a subtle one. I think he's topped up his prepaid credit and he's ready to go. Last ball of the over, though. He'd love the big wicket of Wallace. Well, he might get it too, because this is in the air. It's a big moment. It's Ahmed Zai, and he catches it. Wow, what a catch that is. He's rolled back in, and, well, Wahid Abdul gets his man in the end. It got very low on Ahmed Zai, didn't it? But he gets it, pretty low to terra firma. And, yeah, seemed like a clean catch to me. Don't know if they want a close look at it, but Wallace has to go. He'll go no further, gone for 21. 28 for 1.
Yeah, nice piece of bowling from Wahid Abdul. Consistently hit that length that was getting a bit of jump off the pitch. It's an awkward grab, but it looks like he's held on despite the ball doing his best to pop out.
Yeah, and he just protects the ball, doesn't he, from going to ground. It was pretty close to banging into the grass, but he just held it up. So, Wallace, he knows a guy that likes to go large. He'll have to settle for 21. Off just 9 balls. Wahid Abdul with the breakthrough, 28 for 1.
Yeah, prototype openers innings there though from Wallace. He got moving pretty quickly, 21 off 9, more than acceptable contribution, and a fair round of applause for the skipper Scott Cameron coming out at the number 3 position.
I want to say a big hello to all the Scottish fans as well. Really enjoyed getting to know some of them over the last couple of days. Forfarshire 6 points, likewise Dreux. Whoever wins this tops the table. That's kind of academic, isn't it? It'll be the 1 versus 2 tomorrow night. And barring weather, I feel like they'll be fighting it out in qualifier 1 for that automatic spot in the final. Winner goes straight through to the final. Loser has to play the winner of 3 and 4. Qualifier 2. Here's the 3rd over. Zai pitches up, he's driven but no run. Yeah, hello to all the guys from Dundee as well. They've been enjoying their cricket. This is just a really nice spectacle. All the fans I've been talking to that have travelled, they said this is great. And they've been saying a lot of their friends that aren't normally interested in cricket back in Scotland and all the other places that our spectators are from, have been saying they've found it really entertaining as well. I suppose that's what it's all about. Another full toss, this is cracked. And it wasn't too far from the fielder, but it still disappears past him, 4 runs.
He's a powerful young man, Jack O'Neill. That was nothing more than a forearm jab. Pretty ordinary delivery from Ahmed Zai, but just gets the elbow in front, cracks it, and wasn't far off being a maximo.
It wasn't far off being a no ball either. It's probably thigh high, but I think O'Neill's pretty tall, so you get away with it. Just the 4-run signal. There's Tyrone Peters. Great job. I'm going to say all the umpires have been fantastic. The bad ball shows his stumps. They go on contact, forces the fumble from the fielder.
He's a clean striker, O'Neill, isn't he? Got the front foot away there. Looked like he was trying to give himself some room, but gives it the full face of the bat. Absolutely drilled to cover. There's a fair bit of work on the ball. Well, they're trying to keep this as fresh. It hasn't been a bad power play for Dreux. Also not a bad one for the batting team. Only 1 wicket down, into the 30s already.
The ball finds that channel. reaching for it.
Cameron wouldn't mind a few balls tonight to just get himself in good nick for the finals day tomorrow. Vinny said, haven't really faced a great amount of balls as a team.
Is there any real negative I can think of, to be honest, for the Scots? Pitches up, comes back in. Should find a fielder, just a single. For two. What I really like about Forfs, I've said this before, I like the way they play good cricket, they do the basics well, they're pretty professional in their approach. But they're also having fun. I think they're really buying into what the European Cricket League is all about. They've earned the right to be here as a representative club from Scotland. Exciting match that got them here in the first place. This one's pushed a bit too wide, doesn't come back from Ahmedzai.
Don't mind that bowling approach from Ahmedzai though. Knows that O'Neill's strong part is definitely that mid-wicket region. He's doing his best to push it across the right-hander. Probably happy to give away the occasional wide for the sake of not drifting onto his pads.
Other thing the Scottish fans are telling me a lot about is they remember Carlton last year won every game but lost the final. So they'll know the job's not done until it's done for Forfs. This is just okay. Yeah, it's good umpiring as well. He just sneaks inside. That'll be the end of the over. So Ahmedzai, one of the worst over in the world, goes for 7. Have a look at this on the replay thanks to Spring Productions. When it passes the crease, I think it's just inside. Great umpiring actually. So that's the end of the power play. It's 35 for 1.
It's a beautiful sight in the background here at Cartama Oval as we're just at the end of the sunset period. A little red sky matching up the powder blue that we've had for the rest of the day. Absolutely glorious scenes, and you couldn't find a better place to be playing cricket this evening. And we probably couldn't have a better contest from Group D than this one. The two superstar teams facing off against each other. Freddie Yassine, he's coming on for his second over. Pretty tidy one, although he went for 3 boundaries at the end of his first, but got a little bit of shape away. Captain's decided to give him another bowl while the ball is still fresh.
Oh, lucky one for Cameron. Chose his stumps. He's lucky to get a Scarrick bat on that bottom corner. Results in 4.
Yeah, that's pretty unlucky for Yassine. That was actually a nice ball right up in the block hole. Big edge from Cameron, and that goes flying away.
He's headed for the stumps if he didn't get anything on it. Yeah, ECN After Dark is on the way. And 2 teams that are fancy, no doubt about it. I feel like this is 2 prize fighters feeling themselves out, feeling each other out. The big battles potentially still to come. But yeah, let's not write it in before it happens either, because this T10 is pretty unpredictable.
Taking a little while to get this ball back. They'll be very, very conscious of not giving away any freebie runs while having some issues with the time at the back end this innings.
Freddie Yassine was so good earlier, wasn't he, with his 4 wickets? Really shook up the top order. Hasn't had as much success here at the moment. It's time to crack at Cameron. Cameron just seems to want to stay leg side of the ball a lot. I don't know if that's the percentages. I think you look at the fact there's no fine leg, for example. I think if you go the other way, even just stand still and maybe go to off, then maybe you could turn something around the corner for an easier 4. I think that a lot of these top order guys, they have good eyes, are seeing as nobody back on the offside in the point region. That's where he's aiming. It's not so easy.
Yeah, not so easy. I don't mind the tactics for him though, Vinny. Seems trying to dig the ball into the pitch. There is no outfielder all the way from long off down to 3rd man here. So if he beats that infield or goes over the top of it, it's undoubtedly a boundary. He just hasn't been able to make contact. And you've seen beating him with pace a couple of times.
Yeah, I like this matchup. Very different backgrounds, I think, for these 2 teams, but very interesting. This time he does go. How high, how far? He is dropped. Not an easy one, but Rafa was herring in from the boundary. Couldn't hold on.
Yeah, good effort from him coming in from a long on. Got on his skates early. Fortunately, just couldn't get there at all. Certainly not enough to control that ball. And Scott Cameron has a life, although he's not doing too much damage with the bat at the moment. They may not be disappointed to see him out there chewing up a few more deliveries.
He wants to get funky, and he will. That has gone 1 bounce, 4 runs. Really good batting from O'Neill, putting on a show under lights of the Cartama Oval.
Oh, just too funky for me. That's a delicious shot from Jack O'Neill. Telegraphed it early, but Yassine put it right in the spot that he wanted. Makes good contact, almost goes for a Maximo.
And they're enjoying themselves. That's a real key to their cricket. Should they go through, they're going to have sterner tests ahead, I think, as well. I think that team spirit, something that I've really picked up on from Forfs. As for Dreux, they're a plucky team as well, looking to make it to championship week for the first time. Neil plays right over the top of this one. Yassine can't quite break through in the end. His 2 overs go for 25. 4 overs down, it's 44 for 1.
Rated 11 and over for the Scots so far. It feels like it's actually a really even contest. Maybe if another wicket was down in the books, the Dreux boys from France will be a little bit happier, but as it is, run rate's certainly not out of control. Neither of these batters have reached a great point of fluency, as we've seen just a little bit of a dip after that first heavy over from Yassine, but the rest of it feels like it's actually been a good even contest.
Still pretty even, I think. I agree with that. The big question for me, how will France handle Scotland's bowling? And obviously Scotland in the field, they don't put down too many. They play a high-risk game, but we certainly saw last year Dreux kind of ate it up against the English, end up going down to them in the final of the group. But there was one game where they had a real heater. France will be thinking they could do that again. Ahmedzai comes in and he rocks him out. Wow, how about that? Cameron, he was swinging like a rusty gate for a fair few of those 7 deliveries that he faces. Ahmedzai right on target. 2 down now. The captain's gone. It's 44 for 2.
Yeah, he's a good bowler, Ahmedzai. He's really at the batter. I think he's bowling some good plans. Scott Cameron, after trying to back away for the previous over, has tried to launch that delivery over the leg side. As it is, he gets castled by the young quick. Seen some good left arm pace earlier in this day. Barlowell's been excellent. The opening bowler from the Helsinki Titans has been tremendous as well. But this young man, Abdurrahman Ahmedzai, he might be the finest of the lot.
Yeah, Cameron, disappointing for him. It was a bit like a closing down sail there. Everything had to go. Unfortunately, couldn't make contact with that one. He's gone for 6. New batter comes to the crease just before the halfway point. It's James Sim for Forfs, and certainly getting tested. I think the sternest test so far for an extended period. I mean, we know they had a bit of a collapse against Vienna CC, but by then the game was pretty much won. So I think this is the first time we've really seen their batting unit put under some sort of pressure. Dreux going all cylinders at the moment. Comes back at him and able to knock it down for 1.
Feels like the best spell that Ahmedzai's bowled in the tournament so far. He's getting some real zip off the pitch. Not massive swing, but it's late. It's making the batters adjust. See Sim really caught that one in an awkward spot. Top quality fast bowling.
He's got him on the gloves, a bit back so far. This is his last over, Ahmedzai, so he better make the most of it. O'Neill's a good test for him. Bad ball, but he'll adjust to the swing. He's able to drill it down the ground for 1.
Get out the rest of this over without a boundary coming. It's going to be a really, really good pair. Set the platform for Dreux to just bring the score under control. They get out halfway point and scores around 50. I think they'll see that as a win.
Sada in the comment section saying, really looking forward to seeing the championship week, and some of the teams will get to see go against each other. Still to see. Oh, another one for Ahmedzai. He swings this straight through, and now Sim's the next to go. I said Ahmedzai has to make the most of it. He has. Swing around corners. Oh, the French team up and about now. Sim can't move the needle. He goes for 1, and it's 46 for 3.
Oh, may we. What a delicious delivery from Abdurrahman Ahmedzai. This is top draw fast bowling. This is one of the nicest Yorkers you will see in ECL 2023. Heat-seeking missile that clatters into middle and leg stump. Superb stuff. Well done to the young quick.
It's just really, really good location from Ahmedzai, isn't it? And look, to get good players out, you better bowl good deliveries. And good deliveries move off the straight, don't they? That certainly came back into Sim. Fortunately, he has to go for just a single. 46 for 3.
Tell you what, if you're James Sim, you haven't had much opportunity at the crease so far in the tournament, and you get that second ball, that is incredibly unlucky. He would have liked a longer stay, but as it is, it's brought Jack Hogarth, the leg spinner, to the crease. He's got a little bit of work to do. 3 wickets down, a bit more pressure on this Forfarshire batting lineup than they faced in the tournament.
Oh, another one that's coming back in towards the stumps. Have to hustle. There for a single. I like this. It's intense at the moment. Run rates dip below 10 as well. And I tell you what, around 100 would be really interesting, I think, if that's what Dreux were after in the second half of this game.
Be good to see how this Forfarshire batting lineup reacts, being put under some pressure both, and also having more balls to play with than they've had in the rest of the tournament. O'Neill on strike.
Nice ball for Abdo. O'Neill just eats the dot, why not? Good spell from the left armour, 2 for 10 in his 2 overs. And that's the end of 5. It's 47 for 3. Want to welcome all our viewers around the world, wherever you've been watching from. Great to have your company. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. Andrew Ryan with me. Ryan, it's been great to be here once again. Great to have you. A big thanks to Kari Ruckers as well. I want to just highlight one group of people I think have been outstanding over the first couple of weeks. I know they're kind of changing the crew out at the end of Group D, but that's the umpires. I think that they have been so good under pressure. And look, they're actually quite a fun bunch as well. When you consider their officials, there's Ian Ramage, Tyrone Peter, Suleiman Saeed, and Nilkesh Patel. Just have a bit of fun with that photo, with a few cricket signals. Even Tyrone's horns gets a look in there. But honestly, they're under so much pressure, the scrutiny, I think they've handled it really well.
Yeah, absolutely. Tyrone loves putting the horns up. I don't think I've seen an umpire love it more than he does. But the whole 4 of them, they have been superb. We're actually having a talk today about a couple of decisions in the last game, which the guys were wanting our opinion on. But all in all, you just say every call they've made is completely justifiable. Even one that Ian made in the last game of where Mark Simpson-Parker dragged the stumps out before.
I was watching that. So he had the ball in his right hand, but he actually took the stump out with his left before bringing them together. So if he had the ball in both hands and then used both hands to pull out, it would have been all right. But that was a brilliant piece of umpiring as well.
Great vision. It all happened so quickly as well. As it flashes out the outside edge of the blade of Jack O'Neill, but superb piece of umpiring, showing his experience.
And look, some people ask about what the finals lineup will be. We're not quite sure yet, but stay tuned. One thing I will say, the things that we may not agree with, okay, the odd wide call here or the odd judgment error, it's going to happen. These guys are human. But I think, if you talk to any of the players, they'll tell you, that's nicked and it's gone up in the air, bounced off Zahir, but he couldn't find it. But if you talk to any of the players, they'll tell you this umpiring standard is very good. Obviously, comparisons being made with different competitions, but it's just, you have to be on your game the whole time. See, that nicks hits him in the wrist and pops up, not really a chance, but if he got lucky there, might pop up for a second opportunity.
Nice bit of bowling from Barty, though.
Barty's clever, although he gets pumped here, and that's going to be runs. It's gone all the way. Maximo! O'Neill, hasn't had too much of the strike, but the Australian sensation, he's there to make a difference, and he is at the moment, 6 runs.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure what you fed that Scottish crowd during the last game, Vinny, but they have become extremely vocal. All of a sudden, Dundee has taken over Cartama, and aren't the crowd loving it? Jack O'Neill putting on a show.
I've got my theories about how the crowd's a little bit louder now than they were earlier. I'll leave our viewers to make up their mind about why that might be, but pretty noisy stuff at the moment.
Amazing what a couple of bottles of hype energy drink will do to a young man. They're thoroughly enjoying their time in the fan zone.
This is pumped off the pad, has no idea what it is, so does Zahir. One person that does know is Hogarth, who takes the opportunity to come through for a leg bite. Yeah, so just going back to the umpiring just finally, you'll never agree 100% with every decision another human being makes. But I think for me, as long as they can justify that decision, if it's a judgment call, if the process is followed, which you kind of have to do with this volume of cricket, I think they're doing a really good job. So I want to say well done to those guys again, to those that are leaving us. This is straight to the fielder, but as they go straight away, they'll get a single. End of the 6th over, it's 58 for 3.
Really intriguing battle. No hands here, Vinny. We knew this would be a good contest. We knew it was the top 2 teams in Group D. A few moments of shuffling around the order for Forfarshire. The guys at the top, Craig Wallace gave them a really good acceleration at the top. Jack O'Neill's got into his work now. Probably needs to go on with this and find the boundary a few times in the coming overs, but this is precariously poised. Run rate under 10, 6 overs gone.
I think the most notable name we haven't seen batting yet is Callum Garden, but some information there that perhaps he's just got a slight back complaint. They're trying to use some other options. Obviously Hogarth at 5, probably a bit higher than we often see him. It's just going to be Usman Khan's bowl over number 7. What a great test though for Force, and that's one thing I think I want to see him tested. Because like I said, there's tests ahead for them tomorrow and possibly beyond. Here's over number 7, a little bit short. Can't really time it up, but he will get a single.
There's Jack O'Neill back on strike. He's really the key man at this point for Forfarshire. Chewed up 15 balls, up to 23, hit a couple of good shots, but hasn't found the boundary with regularity. Has shown a capacity to take shots all around the ground. Lovely little ramp earlier on and power over mid-wicket, but he's got a job to do for the Scots.
On left and out of here. Maximo! O'Neill goes large. The crowd love it. Usman Khan not so much. 6 more to 4th.
Yeah, absolutely. Hit an absolute bullet like that in the game yesterday. Repeated the dose here. Unfortunately, Usman just drops a little bit short. Doesn't have the pace to do so, and O'Neill takes him to the cleaners.
Yeah, Hogarth loves it. There's a bit of communication from Hogarth, so maybe taking partial credit for that shot. I think the male on Usman Khan is just angled it into you. This one kind of holds its line, hanging there a long time. Fielder, don't think he can get there. It's going to go all the way. Maximo! 6 more. Well, that was all about the placement. If the fielder was back on the rope on that line, he probably had the play on that, but it was into the gap. Back-to-back 6s for 4th.
It shows you the upper body strength of this young man, Biddy. I think he only got that towards the toe end of the bat. Nicely elevated, but had the strength to push through. Great strike.
Usman to come back. That's a pretty good ball, but it's gone wide.
What he's got a fair bit of purchase off the pitch on that slower ball. Ripped the fingers across it with the leg spinner, but turned a little bit too much.
Yeah, broke a bit too much. I like what he's thinking. I think it's a good call. And you see even Tyrone justifying his decision to the bowler, saying, look, yeah, just broke the line at the crease. Now there's another slow ball. This time it's hanging there. Fielder goes all the way back to the rope and he's gone. So it's going to be 6-6 and out for O'Neill, and you can see the French fighting back. Usman pretty happy to see the back of him, and why not? As this game takes another twist, it's 72 for 4.
Well, I'll tell you what, the crowd atmosphere here, it's almost reminiscent of big finals day. Imagine what it's going to be like when we're back here tomorrow night. The 2 sets of supporters and the 2 teams, don't tell them that this contest doesn't mean anything. They are desperate for a victory, and to top Group D. Excellent catch on the boundary, and O'Neill's heading back to the pavilion.
I like that he goes back to the slower ball there. He tried at the ball before, just missed his spot, called for a wide. He was wanting to force Jack O'Neill to make the pace. He did, but he could only get 95% of the way to the boundary. Still a good innings from the man entrusted with the opening spot in this game as he departs for 35. It's 72 for 4.
Yeah, certainly accelerated towards the back end of his innings, which he needed to do. He would have loved to be there for at least another over, but as it is, he's headed back to his comfortable seat in the pavilion, and Fraser Ross comes out to join Hogarth at the batting crease.
Fraser Ross,
deeper parts of the Scottish order.
They're okay to bat him in a night game, I tell you. I hope he's got the factor 50 on if the sun comes out. First one hits him. They're going to go through. Here's the kick. This is the penalty, but I think Hogarth was home.
Nice little use of the instep from Usman Khan. Come back, he was about his heart in his mouth with that ball that launched into the night sky off the bat of Jack O'Neill. Fortunately, his fielders helped him out on the boundary. Much easier task bowling to a new batter, and particularly one who's making their debut at the batting crease.
I love the atmosphere though. One guy that will be loving this is Jack Hogarth. I think he loves the atmosphere and the excitement of this tournament. This one's going to be called a wide. It's touch and go. Again, one thing I like about these kind of black and white wide interpretations is that the bowlers, they know the rules. If this breaks the line at all, which it probably does, the bowler shrugs it off. There's no real complaints. Gets back to his work. There's a slower ball again. This time it's cracked over and up into the gap. One bounce for Hogarth. He's like he knew what was coming. That will also be the end of the over. They'll be happy to get that one away, and at the end of 7 and 78 for 4.
Yeah, good patience from him there. That slower ball held up. The last couple had actually kicked off the surface a little bit. Went a little bit shorter, a little bit slower. Gave him the opportunity to just ride the spin and take it to the cover boundary. Having a look at our schedule for finals day. We start here at 11:30 tomorrow morning. It's 11:30 CET, 1600 Indian Standard Time. And we start off with the eliminator, Vienna Cricket Club, who took down Helsinki Titans in the second last game today. Those two combatants will lock horns again before we get into qualifier 1, first versus second. Don't know who will take those placings, but it will certainly be Forfarshire up against the boys from Dreux. And Wahid Abdul back to the bowling crease.
Here's the headband warrior. Outswinger. Should be knocked down. It is Nabi does the fielding. And look, can't wait to see how he goes about his work. He knows 3 speeds, fast, very fast, and supersonic. And see how he handles the fourths bowlers. Abdul loosening his shoelaces right now in anticipation of a wicket late in the piece.
They're a combative team, Drew, but they really, really fire up in these big contests. And I suspect tomorrow that will be a cracking contest to start to give us a second game of the day. That one tried to pull over the leg side from Hogarth, but shoots through a little bit on him. Well taken by the keeper.
We love a bit of atmosphere, don't we? And that's what we're getting at the moment. Wahid Abdul won't back away from a contest either. This is what you want. You want competitive cricket. I mean, I know we've had a few one-sided matches. That one threatened to go to the last over last time, but this one is on at the moment. Oh, that's pretty close. Maybe the height. They're going to go for 2, and it's never on. They're going to go to the bowler. Oh, and that might have got him. Oh, that's nasty. Oh, they go to the bowl. I can't believe Hogarth's even tried to. Wahid Abdul, he might as well have been cut from stone. And he just got a nasty bounce throw. First, that may have just been missing. You can understand why the umpire doesn't give it first up. But just have a look at this bounce. Abdul, oh, he just cops it straight in the face. He is hard as you like.
Isn't he? I'm more concerned about the condition of the ball after it's hit the face of Wahid Abdul. He is a hard man. He's gone down and he's going to get some treatment from the medic coming out. Didn't see too much blood flashing around, at least at the first look, which is a good thing, but that has to hurt.
Would have thought a little shovel to the keeper there would have done the job. Hogarth was on a suicide mission, I thought, going for 2. That ball was never more than about 20 yards from the bat. A credit to him, made up his mind straight away. Got to say, shout out, there's Magic Spray Mary. I don't know if it'll be the spray to the face, but she'll know exactly what to do. I just want to take this opportunity to welcome everybody while Wahid Abdul gets that attention. And look, we got the crowd in tonight. Give us a big wave. We're up here in the commentary box. Benny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, and Andrew Ryan. Big thank you to Corey Rutgers as well. Rico off in Group D. But hopefully you guys are enjoying the atmosphere. We're enjoying the crowd noise here at the moment, Rhino.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a fantastic atmosphere. And I said if it's this noisy for this final game of Group D, imagine what it's going to be like for the actual final tomorrow night. These two teams lock horns again, which we think is probably fairly likely based on current form. This could be an absolute tinderbox.
What I will say, though, is let's not count our chickens before they've hatched, because of the NSCC, I mean, you saw them put a big score on the board in that last game against Helsinki Titans. They'll feel, you know, if they play Dreux, let's say, for example, they'll feel they've got some unsettled business there after they kind of capitulated against the Dreux bowling. I think the NSCC are a lot better than we've seen from them in the first 4 matches of their tournament. Obviously today we had to say goodbye to Bruno. Unfortunately weren't able to secure a win, but you know, they represent their country proudly, and hopefully their cricket can go forward because of this. Titans as well, I mean, they've got some unfinished business against the NSCC. Now it looks like he is actually coming off, so maybe there was a little bit of bleeding from the nose. The other thing is Abdul's halfway through and over, so someone else is going to have to bowl it. It was a real tough shot. It just bounced higher. There you go. You can see it's just gone, I think, straight into the nose. Maybe it's even actually gone from the nose into the eye.
Yeah, hopefully just a bit of a graze across the bridge, but he'll receive some excellent treatment out there from our medical team and may even be able to return to the field later on. But in the meantime, it looks like Cameron Ahmadzai is going to come and complete his over. Someone we saw at the bowling crease earlier in the tournament, but it was pretty expensive, so the injury to Abdul gives him the opportunity to press his claims for a spot in the bowling rotation when they get back to the finals.
That's true. And that's basically the end of Abdul with the ball as well. He's bowled a partial over. Half the eighth to come. A bad ball first up from Cameron Ahmedzai. He's a pretty handy replacement.
Certainly is. Bustling paceman. Bowls with a decent bit of pace. Just didn't have quite the control that he would have expected earlier on in the tournament. Good ball into the block hole. Hey Garth. But with the man who's got to take control in these final 2 overs and 2 balls for Forfarshire.
Such an interesting point in the game. He goes in, goes high. Not sure this will carry. And quite. Just a single. I'm going to post here around about 100. Looks like maybe a few more than that, but it's a great chance for Dreux. Maybe a bit of a dress rehearsal for tomorrow when the finals pressure is on. You know they're batting. It's exciting, but they can be fragile. Pitched up and Ross drives. He'll get a single. Takes us to the end of 8. Ahmedzai does a good job with the remaining half of the over. Only 2 off the 3 balls he bowls, and it's 83 for 4 after 8.
Good stuff from Ahmedzai, coming in a pressure situation where he's just seen his teammate have to leave the field, but he's completed that over well. I think Dreux would be feeling probably slightly bit happier than their opponents from Scotland at this stage. These two at the crease, not really peppering the boundaries, so they'll feel that they probably could keep it around the 100, at worst 105 range. I suspect this is Barty coming to the bowling crease for the 9th over, and
big over, hey?
It really is. A couple of boundaries here. If they can get up to 110, 115, they'd be very, very happy. The Scots with their bowling attack probably feeling confident of defending that. But as it is, if Dreux can keep them around 100, we know the explosiveness in their batting lineup. They will feel they can chase that down without any problems at all.
Barty is so cool under pressure. Let's see how he handles the 9th. So thick outside edge. Nabi's got it covered, just the 1. So not the best throw back. Nabi is in the team for his batting. I'll say that. Not a bad pair of hands as well on the catch.
Well, they are not a professional fielder like Alexandra Kartuk, who we haven't seen.
Oh, missing Alexandra Kartuk, the specialist fielder, but he just can't get into the 11 at the moment. Shows you they're even stronger than last year, Dreux. There's the reverse, gets a little bit on it. More Nabi. Put a bit of shame there. Like, Nabi will do the fielding, but it's only because it means that then he gets a bat. I mean, like, he'll do it. And I think
like a sideline for him rather than a core part of his
when he's in the field,
deployment.
his brain is just thinking about hitting 120-metre sixes, and that's about it. Barty, 2 singles off first 2 balls. This is up in the air. Nabi takes the catch. Wow, that guy's a ball magnet. Might have a leather poisoning if it keeps going like this. So it goes 1-1 out. Ross can't quite get on top of that delivery from Barty. He's the 5th man to fall. It's 85 for 5.
Well, he'll no doubt enjoy watching this stream back at the hotel later tonight. Maximo subtly sledging his fielding, and then he pockets a very neat catch off the bat of Fraser Ross, who unfortunately never got going in this innings. Top edge, neatly taken by Nabi. Looking very, very sharp in the wide-brimmed hat. He'll be happy to have a catch in the books, and Fraser Ross back into the pavilion, and Forfarshire just stuttering in the final overs. He goes for 3 off 5.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed, but he's doing the right thing. He's trying to move things along either side of Nabi. That probably goes to the boundary. But wasn't quite out the middle of the bat. A few questions about Michael Leask not playing. It might be a bit of a ploy to make sure the French don't see him. But he will be joining us in the commentary box, actually, for the first half of the second innings. So it's going to be nice to have Michael put in a bit of a guest in. We can get his thoughts on what the tournament's been like for Forth so far.
Talk about how much he looks like Chris Rogers, according to a lot of our fans.
When he put that to him, he said he's actually played with Chris Rogers before. Sounds like a nightmare for the scorers. Anyway, this is Aman Bailwal, who really could be batting higher up the order by all accounts. Doesn't have too long to make an impression. There's 9 balls left in this innings. This is out on this one. Barty keeping things quiet right now. For the first time, I think we're really seeing a game that Forths aren't really well on top, with Dreux bringing it to them. This game, for me, pretty even keeled at the moment.
Yeah, certainly not one-way traffic for the Scots in this contest. Well, drifts over to the leg side, swings it nicely behind square. Much-needed boundary.
Yeah, great batting. I think this is smart. He gets across outside off, so he can pretty much sweep anything with a bit of length. So Yeah, Barwell found this easy than going back and cutting. Yeah, good eye there from him, gets away from the fielder. Valuable runs coming at the end for the Scots.
Yeah, that's clever batting too, Vinny, because he's coming from fairly wide on the crease, left arm orthodox. At least he's hitting with the natural plane of the ball movement. I think that's clever stuff from Barwell.
Nice ball at 9. Well, he's from outside the line here. One leg by. I don't think they can try for 2. Maybe a bit of bat in that, according to the umpire anyway. So it'll go down as a run for Barwell, and that's the end of 9. The score is 90 for 5. See what we pick up here. Maybe a little double noise, but I think even if there was no bat, it was going to be safe from LBW. Looking at the bowling figures, certainly some good formers in there. I think Abdurrahman Ahmadai bowled so well 2 for 10 when the game was struggling, was threatening to get away from the French. Also wickets for Ahmed Abdul, but went off with that facial injury. Butty, pretty good stint from him, 1 for 16 off his 2. Usman Khan did take a wicket, but a bit expensive in his over. It went for 19. Ahmadzai, you've got the ability to bring him back here. Yeah, why not? They will. He's the one that finished the over from Wahid Abdul. So he's bowled 3 balls for 2. Get a full over here. Abdul's looking all right. I think if he needs to bat, he will. Take more than that to knock him around. Batted Yorks himself here. It's well knocked down by Rafa. Pardon me, it's Tabish Bhatti who's gone down there. Yeah, a bit surprised we haven't seen Rafa. I think there's a bit of cat and mouse with the bowling here as well. No Leask in the lineup for Forfs, but no Rafa bowled. He's one guy that has a bit of extra pace, I think, for Dreux. He can understand those kind of tactics.
He's sharp, Rafa. I'd love to see him rolling his arm over more on finals day. Really has a good short ball. Hurried a few batters already in this group.
Can they get the ton? Like that. Hogarth swings and misses. He's a really entertaining character. The man they call the Bison, Jack Hogarth. Again, the question is, how will France handle the bowling? Hogarth's one of those threats. He can bowl early. Very kind of quick through the air wrist spinner. A lot of top spinners can bowl wrong as well. Strike 2. This time actually goes. He walks. That's good sportsmanship as well from Hogarth and Ahmadzai. He looks more than an emergency option, doesn't he, with the ball? Gets this through, little feather through to the keeper. Ahmadzai here does the rest. So Jack, he can get ready to bowl now because he is gone. Out for 10, the score 91 for 6.
Yeah, for a chap who was only an afterthought, being thrown the ball after Wahid Abdul couldn't complete his over because of his facial injury. Ahmadzai's been very, very good. Hit the pitch hard, carrying through to the keeper with a fair bit of velocity. He's really bustling in. He wants the ball on finals day, and he has responded. Interesting bit of batting there from Hogarth as the crowd from Dreux really, really pumped to see him back in the pavilion. Few cheers coming out from the fan area as we speak, but I think Hogarth was tactically doing the right thing there to absolutely pack the leg side with outfielders, trying to use the pace of Ahmadzai to crack one over the top of the offside, all in the ring. Fortunately, nothing but a feather and well pouched by the wicketkeeper, Amir Zahir.
Not a bad guy to come out and replace him. It's Garden coming out at number 8. And well, he's going to lodge a police report for robbery for the player of the match in their previous game. Barwell stole it, 2 for 1. Garden might have said, well, one of those was because I took a really good catch behind the stumps, also coming off a 40-odd. And now he's going to pick up where he left off. He's going to get 4. So Ahmadzai just drifting into the pads, and Callum Garden does the rest.
Itself from the reaction of the fans, they're quite happy to see Garden there for the last couple of balls of this innings. Just steps inside that ball. Unfortunately, Ahmadzai drifting onto the leg stump. Beautifully played. He's a class act with the bat.
They call him Dino. You can hear the Dino chant going around the Cartama Oval. He's one man that can drag them over the 100, but he's only got 2 balls to play with. Ahmadzai with the comeback. Pretty well bowled. I'd be happy to see the back of him. They'll probably get 2 here. And that's good running.
Good recognition from Barwell. Knew he wanted to get Garden back on strike. The ball drifted out pretty slowly to the outfield. 2 good athletes at the crease. They scamper through for an easy double.
Yeah, I like that. Good awareness. These guys really play for each other. Both teams really would say that. Can he get him over the 100? Let's find out. Last ball. Well, he hits it pretty hard into a gap. That'll be 4. They do get to the 100. Garden comes out. Shows no sign of discomfort. So shows no sign of fatigue. And the Dino chant goes up again. The three figures comes up. 101 for 6 will be the total for fourth. Dreux chasing 102 for the win here in Group D, match 10.
Yeah, flashing finish from Callum Garden. He's given them a boost at the end of the innings. So said both teams would be relatively comfortable if they made it to the 100 mark. So 101 on the board for Forfarshire. Certainly where they were stuttering along in that 7th, 8th and 9th over, they'll probably be really satisfied with that in the end. Gorgeous red sky meeting us, not to mention the gorgeous smile of Tyrone Peters.
Tyrone not throwing the ball to the other umpire like before. We saw a new ball be wasted as it went down the stairs and got banged around. Speaking of banged around, that's what the Scottish openers were hoping to do. And Wallace was doing the major banging early on. Thought if he went for any decent length of time, this could have been a massive score. Again, holding your catch is super important. This one was taken. It was a big moment in the game. That was the headband warrior when he had a properly figured face early on with the wicket. And we saw a bit of skill as well. Look, all things considered, if you said to Dreux you're chasing 102, I think they would have taken it, but they're going to have to bat really well. And I think they owe a big debt of thanks to Abdurrahman Ahmedzai. His 2 wickets were crucial in these middle overs.
Yeah, that left arm seed to get rid of Jack O'Neill. That is one of the balls of this group so far. An absolute corker. That one was smoked over the long on boundary. Jack O'Neill swinging that one to mid-wicket. The arms go up from the umpire. The arms go up from the Scottish supporters. Didn't they love that? Before the ball was skied, and a pretty good catch out on the boundary sent him packing back to the pavilion. So much excitement for the fan base, but they were a little bit more despondent after Wahid copped one in the face.
It was a proper schnoz buster, wasn't it, that Wahid Abdul copped? I think it went into his eye socket as well. Ross went late in the piece. Look, I think we talk about other teams learning. I think the Forfs are learning as they go as well, and I think they need a test. I think they're going to find one tonight. Hoagie stuck around for a while, ended up going for 10. Cameron Ahmedzai, certainly a guy I think should be used at least for 1 over, maybe a second. I like the French crowd as well, giving a bit back as well. I think that's healthy. A lot of mutual respect, I think, being built between these two teams. Garden came for a quick curtain call, whacked a couple of boundaries, got them into the 3 figures, but only just. They get 101 off their 10 overs. 35 O'Neill impressed us, didn't he? Usman Khan got him in a fairly expensive over after O'Neill took him down a couple of times. Wallace got the ball rolling with 21. Apart from that, Hogarth with 10, Callum Garden with 10 towards the end. Not too many extras. Okay, 5 leg buys, take that out. You just got 3 wides and no ball, so not too bad at all for Dreux. Looking at the bowling, Ahmedzai for me best of the bowlers, 2 for 10 off his 2. Wahid Abdul, hopefully he's all right, looked okay, he's already patched up. Wicket for him off his 1.5 overs. Also wickets to Bhatti, who bowled a good spell. Usman Khan a bit expensive, took a wicket. And Cameron Ahmedzai chipped in with a good over and a half of his own. Well, Rhino, Forfs, they're here to play. They're going to have to play. Dreux are explosive, and I think it's a very unpredictable second innings coming up.
Yeah, absolutely. You cannot miss this chase. This game will decide who finishes top of Group D. We are set up for an absolute thriller here at Cartama Oval under lights. We'll be back in a few minutes. It's Andrew Ryan with Vinny Sandhu for the European Cricket Network. Please join us for the second innings.
The European Cricket League is brought to you by HCL Software, Dream 11, and Andalusia European Region for Sport. Hello and welcome back to the Cartama Oval. Great to have your company. It's Friday night cricket live from the Costa del Sol. Lights are on, time to play. Two teams with visions of going all the way here in Group D. There's Tyrone Peters and Sullivan Saeed. We saw a bit earlier, posing for the cameras. Right now, it's time for the players to go out there and show what they can do. It's the last into the group stage. Dreux, the champions of France, coming out to chase this total of 102. Forfarshire, the champions of Scotland, won the toss. Their captain, Scott Cameron, wanted to bat. They made 101 for 6 off their 10 overs. They were certainly tested, I think, more than at any time during this tournament so far. And now the test is for their bowling unit under a bit of pressure. I think this is also the first time that they've had to defend a total. Got to say, quite a few interesting characters over there in the fan zone. I think they're enjoying their time here on the Costa del Sol as well. It's Fergus Duncan getting another run for fourths. Frank Hogarth contributed 10 to the total. Garden batted low, didn't he? Some thoughts that he might be bothered a bit by a back injury, but hopefully it's not too serious. He's a class player. I think he's still going to have to take some time later to lodge a police report about the burglary of the Player of the Match award, which went to Hamad Balwal a little bit earlier on in the day. Anyway, speaking of that, there's the perpetrator. Left arm been pretty useful as well for 4. So this should be a really entertaining 10 overs. Let's strap yourselves in wherever you're watching from around the world. Special guest standing by as well. Excuse him in a moment. Could very well be out there. I hesitate to say he might be out there tomorrow. These teams destined for the top 2 spots. The bragging rights on offer. As Corey said, there's no dead rubbers on ECN. Here we go with Barwal opening up to Hamza Niaz. And there we go. Old having a look at it from the Dreux opener. When you sound to him, Mr. Maximo joining me is a guy over 1,000 ODI runs, a lot of international experience, and of course great to have him at the ECL. It is Michael Leask. Michael, welcome to the broadcast.
Vinny, thanks for having us. Yeah, it's unbelievable to be here. Great view from the commentary box. I'd love to be out there, but Scott had other plans for this game.
Well, I think you're in my best 11 anyway. This one's going to be called a wide. Just grabs a little bit of the line, doesn't really come back from Barwal. Yeah, it's great to have you here. Obviously, you played a lot of cricket for Scotland, had a lot of success as well at the international level. What does it mean to be here with your club side?
Yeah, it's very special. We've built something very special at Forfarshire. We've got a very good group of players, young, old. Well, old 32 is probably the oldest.
This one just popped away for 1.
There's a big difference in age, but we've got a lot of talent at the club.
I think that's very obvious. I mean, obviously, you guys earned your right to be here by winning the domestic championship in Scotland. Tell us a little bit about that. Particularly a final was quite a game, right?
Yeah, the final of the T20, we posted 180.
Bad score. Short. Nabi likes to go after absolutely everything. This will be the one bouncer for the over.
Yeah, so we put a challenge in total of 180, and the team we played against, Fergus League, came out with an absolute flyer. Their opener was 45 off 10 balls, I believe. Yeah, we got put under a bit of pressure, but the captain came through for us and bowled an unbelievable spell that day.
It's Barwal. One again threatens to swing, kind of in the gap. Well fielded. And it's Fraser Ross that does the work. Right in front of the big parochial, I'd say majority Scottish crowd there as well. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm so glad you got over the line because you are here. Like, I'm really happy that you guys did qualify, because you did qualify once for the ECL before. It was in one of the pandemic years and we couldn't have you out there. But you've earned your way here again, and now we do get to see what you can do. Well bowled by Barwal, just kind of going across the right-hander. Dibbly Dobblies in the comment section as well. If you do have any questions or something you'd like to say to Michael Leask, Scottish international and Forfarshire all-rounder, please put them in those comments. But tell us how your experience has been so far.
Yeah, absolutely loving it. It's bonkers cricket, really. I mean, what couldn't you love?
Well said. It's Barwal. This time he does pop it up. Could be chance though, and it's gone. Good fielding. It's Wallace that goes round to his left. And well, this time he leaves the mouth closed, but Forfarshire, they do get the wicket, don't they? Niaz is a dangerous customer, but he'll only contribute 1 here in match 10. An early wicket's always handy, 3 for 1. And look, your fielding has been a hallmark of your play. Once again, a chance is gobbled up in the infield.
Yeah, absolutely. It's something we've prided ourselves on. The skippers had many a blow up at us about bad fielding, and it's really starting to pay off. We've worked really hard, and it's something we really pride ourselves on. Although it's not got in very clean again from Craig, but he's caught it at the end of the day.
Yeah, outcome-based analysis. The crowd's loving it. Not quite sure. I've got my theories about why the crowd's picked up a bit in volume, but I'll leave all our viewers to decide what's been going on during the afternoon. Niaz, disappointment for him. He goes for 1. This will bring the dangerous Mohammad Nisar to the crease. And this kind of brings me to my question, which I've been asked in the comment section from Anish, saying, what's your opinion on the difference of quality between here and international cricket? You know, what are some of the similarities, some of the differences? And has any player impressed you that you've seen so far?
Yeah, absolutely. The quality's on show. The ball striking's been absolutely unbelievable.
Here's Cameron. Skipper having a ball, and this is high in the air. And speaking of ball striking, well, there you go. That grizzly bear ball into the night sky. Maximo! I hope you're not afraid of the dart. Go after it. And that one triples the score. First ball of the second.
Pretty much on cue. Look, the ball striking's on show. The ability with the ball as well. I've been very impressed with a lot of the bowlers. Getting the ball to move in the air has been very impressive.
Cameron can outswing up. This time just keeps it along the ground. Just 1. It's a different skill set in a way. I mean, it's cricket-based though, isn't it? I think if you're going to hit the ball well, it does help to have that technical background. It's just kind of an extension of those shots. Yeah,
it's just that extra shortened version of T20 where you're just having to do it a bit quicker in your innings, really.
Nisar gets his first ball, pumps it back to Cameron. Didn't see too much of it, but did field it on the bounce. Talk us through bowling, though. Obviously, these dimensions of the field, a lot of bowlers are, a little bit hesitant to get the ball in their hand, but does create a lot more chances as well. What's your strategy when you got the ball?
Very different from bowler to bowler. They've worked very hard in the nets for us about different varieties of delivery, really.
One down leg side, flicks the pad, or does it? No, he's walked. So Nisar goes, little bit of glove. I've got to say that's really good sportsmanship as well from Nisar, who's having a really good tournament. But this must have just flicked the glove on the strangle. Garden takes a great catch. Well, no signs of any discomfort there from the keeper. What a fantastic bit of cricket. And you'd have to say Nisar a bit unlucky, but also very sporting as he walks. Doesn't wait for the umpire's decision. He goes for a duck, and it's 10 for 2.
Yeah, once again, Callum Garden, I can't say enough about him this week already. He's been absolutely phenomenal behind the sticks for us. I mean, he's had 3 or 4 stumpings already that have been of high class, and that's just shown his talent again. Yeah,
brilliant work. And you could really see from the replay, it wasn't really near the body at all. It was outside the hip, and just a little bit of a touch on it. Nisar, he'll probably feel he'd rather get that one today than tomorrow as he goes without scoring, and it's 10 for 2. I would say the one thing that strikes me, probably coming from playing a lot of cricket in Australia, is that there's a real sense of community between the teams as well in this tournament. I mean, you'll travel on the bus together a lot of the time, you'll be at the hotel together. And one thing that I've actually told the other teams is, to speak to guys like yourself that have a bit more top-level experience and try and pick your brain and try and get a few tips, because I think it's something that, you can both get a lot out of.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a great opportunity. I spent about probably an hour last night speaking to the Helsinki players, and it was just amazing to find out about their experiences in cricket as well.
Cameron with the wicket now bowls to Ahmedzai. Traps past him for 1. Yeah, because there's such a diverse bunch of cricketers coming to this tournament. It's really unlike any other. So that's really great that you take the time to do that. I bet you enjoy that too.
Oh, I love it. I mean, you just don't know what other people go through to get to this opportunity as well. I mean, it's a great opportunity for Forf to be here, and as well as every other club they've won their tournaments and deserve every right to be here.
Last ball over for Cameron. He's gone for 8. It's a bit of swing. Hit to the man on the circle. They'll get a run. So Nabi, he's a real live wire. He's still there. He'll retain the strike after 2 overs. The score is 12 for 2. Anyway, Michael, once again, I'll just invite all of our viewers, if you've got any questions for Michael Leask, please put them in the comments section right now. It must be pretty nice to see a table with your team at the top, hey?
Yeah, I think we've played really well, actually. We played pretty exciting cricket. The bowlers have been fantastic for me. The way we've delivered with the ball and in the field especially has been outstanding for us. I think we've only dropped 2 catches and I'm the culprit of both. So I mean, that tells you everything. The boys have been outstanding, and with the bat they've been clinical so far, and we got put under pressure today, and we're now going to hopefully try and defend this with the ball.
Yeah, well, made a good start, that's for sure. Jordan O'Neill with a bit of spin in over number 3. And well, that's what Nabi thinks of it, because that one's going to fly into the fan zone. Maximal! Wow, that looked like a bit of a jungle walk for Jason. I don't think that was what he was thinking. Andrew Ryan just giving him a few tips. But yeah, this guy Nabi, what I like about it is the different mental approach. He does not think about batting the way that quote-unquote regular cricketers do. He's just thinking about how far he can go. Well, someone might need to fish Jay out of the jungle. He does find the ball though. O'Neill, some treatment first up. Now he goes with the spin again. That'll probably be 4 more. So this is what I love about the game, Michael. I know you probably haven't played a lot of T10 cricket, but the game can change really quickly. Momentum shifts come thick and fast.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we don't get much of a chance to do analysis on these players, so it's actually nice to stand and watch and actually pick up a few things. But Nabi looks like he's a very clean ball striker, and again, as you say, he doesn't think too much, but looks like a fantastic ball striker.
Got a great question coming up next. Nabi gets another gift, and this time it's going to be 1 bounce, 4 runs. And so it's gone 6-4-4. We've got all Scottish support up there. Got a fair few of the French fans out there. O'Neill in the furnace right now. Last over the power play.
Yeah, it's nice to see our lads under a bit of pressure as well. Jacko usually handles it quite well, but it's also lovely to see the French fans being so animated as well. Weren't quite sure what to expect fans-wise, but it's lovely to see other teams with lots of fans as well, isn't it?
Great to see that atmosphere created. Question from Aisha in the chat saying, Michael, what's your favourite match from your career? I can think of a couple that you might be putting up, but what's your answer?
Yeah, there's probably a few. Kenya back in 2014 to retain ODI status is probably a huge one. England is probably the one everyone's expecting.
That's what I was expecting, yeah.
Possibly.
Was that 350 apiece that game, something like that?
368, played 360. Yeah. Pretty good game of cricket, and then probably the recent series where I made my ODI 100, so can't go too far away.
For that as well. O'Neill, and this one's straight up in the air. Well, we know the Scottish team don't run catches. He's got to get there first. O'Neill, he will drop it. Well, he seemed to have most of it. Nabi gets a life. He'll give you a chance. Now, I'm not sure if the crowd realised yet, but that one didn't get held. Again, you can't always trust your vision under lights. And there was a bit of a hesitation there, wasn't it, about whether it was his catch or not. He had James Sim coming in from the infield and couldn't quite hold on.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. I don't think many of our lads have played under lights, so it's a real good experience this for them as well. It's a bit of a tricky one as well, trying to catch under lights for the first time as well.
Left-hander, well, more catching practice. This one surely he's not dropping. He won't, and he takes centre stump at the other end. And O'Neill saves his blushes, but it's Ahmedzai, the left-hander, that has to go. Just second ball for him. O'Neill gets one in the end. I don't think it's the one that he was really looking out for, but he'll take it. And Dreux loses a 3rd wicket. It's 27 for 3.
Yeah, exactly that. It's great comeback from Jacko there. As I say, he's usually got quite a big heart, so he's not going to die wondering as well, Jacko.
Tell us a little bit about Jack O'Neill as well, because I believe he came over to play last season from Australia, and what, he just didn't want to go home?
Yeah, he's fitted in really well with the boys. He's literally just become exactly one of the guys he's become one of the heart of the team, really. He's one fantastic batter, as you saw a little bit of him today, and bowls some really good spin for us as well. So yeah, he's decided to stay on all winter and decided to stay and play with us here.
Tell you what, he's shown commitment. If he can make it through a Scottish winter and he still wants to stay, and I think that's fantastic. So he gets Ahmedzai for a 2-ball 1. Here comes Usman Khan. One thing I really love is the clash of cricketing cultures coming together, and obviously you can see that Dreux have got a different way they go about it, and they don't seem to care if they give chances or not. I don't know how successful that is as far as consistency goes, but I mean, they are capable of doing some quite mercurial things. Pitched up, knocked away, but they will scramble through for a single, and so it's the end of the 3rd over, and the score is 28 for 3. And I want to welcome everybody into the commentary box. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Special guest commentator Michael Leask of Scotland and, of course, Forfarshire. And I know there's a lot of support here, but you've got a lot of supporters at home as well. Do you want to say hello to some of them at the moment?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've got a great support over there, but at home as well, we had Alex Steele sitting in the club on his own on the first game. I mean, he basically made the barman open the bar for him, and he sat there and watched all our fixtures. It just shows how special this club is to me and the rest of the people here and back home.
Yeah, well, the other thing is, obviously, it gives you another kind of incentive, not that you need incentives, but obviously to win that T20 again, and then you can come back here. The only other way you can come back here is if you win the whole thing. And to be honest, your club certainly has a chance of doing that as Kari comes in. Goes for one first ball. So yeah, obviously it's come a long way. The European Cricket League, it started in 2019. There were 8 clubs that were involved, 8 countries involved. Then of course, through the pandemic years, if you like, there were 2 times we couldn't hold it. By the time we held a second edition last year, it had expanded to 30 clubs. This year it's 31 clubs. So I just love the fact that it brings so many different types of cricketers together, experience levels together, professionalism levels together in one kind of atmosphere, as we see. And up and over, that's into the jungle. What a shot from Nabi Milestone. Well, he's a man that got dropped just moments ago. And Kari finds out the hard way that he's a pretty good striker of a cricket ball.
Yeah, wow. I mean, what more can you say? He's just dispatched that over extra cover. That's a hell of a cricket shot right there.
Let me tell you something about Nabi. So the second day of ECL cricket ever, it was right back in late July 2019. It was only the second day of ECN ever. He hit 100 off 28 balls, and there was nothing but 4s and 6s in it. He didn't hit a 1, 2 or a 3. So he hit 104 off 28 exclusively in 4s and 6s. I've never seen that before. I don't know if I'll ever see it again. There was one that he hit down a long off. We realised this about when he was on 40-something. He was on 70-something. He hit it straight down a long off, went straight through his legs for 4. So he kept it on. And now he wants more. Does he get the placement? Not really. Well handled by Fraser Ross. Right now, with Nabi like this, 30 off 10 makes 31 off 11 now. He's the guy you want at the other end.
Yeah, absolutely. The best thing for us right now is to figure out how to get a 1 from him. And that's something that we try and pride ourselves on. If someone is firing, we've got to try and work out how the best ball to bowl to get him at the non-striker, really.
Kari gets a chance at Usman Khan. Got his role to play as well. Knocks away for 1, probably smart, still 2 to come in the over. Okay, tell us about why you're not playing. I had my theory that maybe you don't want the French to have a look at you before tomorrow, or is it just maybe to give some of the other guys a go?
Well, a bit of both. I mean, Scott's the captain. It's his decision at the end of the day. I would have loved to have been out there and seen what it's like under lights. It looks very different. The chat coming back off was very different. So I mean, for me, I'd have liked to have been out there, but
oh, that's gone miles. Well, that might shoot the lights out. Maximo. 6 to Nabi, this is what he does, and he's one guy that can win you cricket games. You can see why.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, right there's exactly why he's got 100 without any 1s and 2s. That just shows it right there, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'd love to know what's going on inside his head. I feel like he should be studied scientifically because he's made of different stuff, but he's fun to watch.
Well, absolutely. I wouldn't think there's too much. I think it's just see ball and hit ball, to be quite honest. But look at it, he's got a fantastic eye for the ball, and he's not really miss-hit very many.
I think you need to be put under pressure. So this is good to see. Although this one, well, he loses his footing here. I don't think it was going to carry anyway. Down to Wallace. This will be the end of the over. It's 44 for 3.
Yeah, it's actually nice to see the boys under pressure and how we're going to react at this stage. I mean, Fergus Duncan's just about to get the ball again, and he can be a game changer. He's taken a lot of wickets for us at Forfs in the last couple of years, actually, so it'll be interesting to see how this matchup goes.
So you guys, Forfarshire were 44 after 4 overs. Dreux are 44 after 4 overs as well. Yeah, look, I think that you're going to be tested in this tournament. I don't think there's a team that isn't tested in this tournament. This group's kind of gone your way so far. Long way from winning it, of course. Potentially, even if you do, you're going to have even more tests ahead, I think, at Championship Week with some players and teams that are a bit more experienced in the format. And, you know, as you can see, the other teams aren't really intimidated that easily. Duncan comes in and he goes for miles. Has more catching practice in the cheap seats. If that one goes over the 10th, Maximo. Nabi to 44, what a hit.
Yeah, again, just shows his talent there again. Another massive 6. Fergus is now under a little bit of pressure. It's going to be interesting to see how our boys react when someone actually does get going like this, and it's very interesting for me sitting watching.
Let me tell you about this Dreux side last year as well. Against the English champions, okay, some very good cricket team, Tunbridge Wells, ended up coming second in the ECL last year. They got Tunbridge Wells in a bit of an off day with the bat, actually kept them to 87. They chased down the 88 in 3.1 overs. Nabi, I think he scored 36 off 7. He had 6 sixes and a dot. It was the highest power play we'd ever seen. 82 came off the 3 overs, and then the next ball went for 6 and the game was over. It was 13 minutes of madness, we called it, because that's how long their innings lasted. But yeah, they seem to kind of lift against good opposition, which I think is a bit of a scary proposition. Usman Khan, he tries to go large but misses out. Again with 3. It's kind of cricket under a magnifying glass here. Everything's magnified. You're having to make decisions really quickly. Captains have to act really quickly. This is a batter, you're always adjusting your strategy. Get one here. And what I find is quite situational. So we've seen quite a lot of innovation. We're up to almost 3,000 matches on ECN in T10 cricket. Things like sacrificing wickets to make sure that the preferable batter is on strike towards the end. Just a few tactical things. Yeah, I love the thinking element of it.
Yeah, I mean, T10 so far.
Oh, he's lucky to get away with that, Nabi.
From my experience, it is very tactical, as well as it being bonkers. There is a side to it where it's very strategic. As a bowler, depends on, do you do like Fergus is doing and take a lot of pace off, or the version I've gone where I've just tried to bowl Yorkers and take the pitch out of it, really.
Nice ball of a pretty good over from Duncan. Uh-oh, that was right in the wheelhouse for Nabi, but he'll only get the 1, and halfway through this innings, it is delicately poised. It's 53 for 3. But Michael, I want to say a big thank you for joining us. Really enjoyed having you in here. Hopefully we see you out there tomorrow. It's really an honour for us to have someone like you involved in the European Cricket League and the experience that's rubbing off on not just your teammates, but all the opposition as well. Wish you all the best for a successful summer ahead with the Scottish national team, as well as your club fourths. And yeah, good luck tomorrow. Maybe we'll see you in Championship Week.
Yeah, thank you very much. Look forward to being on the field tomorrow. Thank you.
Michael Leask. What a guy to have in the commentary box with me as we have a look ahead to tomorrow. We know that Forfarshire will be in the 1 versus 2 and Dreux will be in the 1 versus 2. Can't tell you the order. Not that it matters that much unless it rains. I don't see any clouds around. Vienna CC in the 3-4 game against the Helsinki Titans. That is the eliminator first thing in the morning. Pressure's on now. Here's Lewis James. Oh, this one really gets up and God, great take from him. Andrew Ryan rejoins me in the commentary box. Well, talk about your delicately poised games. This is a real humdinger at the moment. Crowd's a bit quiet now with a few French balls disappearing into the night sky.
Yeah, a few nerves on both sides of the fence. This is delicately poised. Halfway through, Lewis James, bit of pressure on him. He went for plenty in the last game. Captain's giving him some trust.
Oh, another big swing and a miss. Nabi's not happy with himself. Having said that, he is 46 off 19.
Yeah, Nabi's not holding back here. He's the absolute key for Dreux. 46 off 19. One of his most substantial innings of the tournament. He's got Usman Khan with him, but if Nabi can stay out there for probably at least another 2 overs, Dreux should be well on the way to chasing down this total. James, nice start.
It is. I feel like something's going to happen here, though. Well, down leg side will be a wide. I feel like you'd almost walk Nabi to get him away from the strike at the moment, though. So 2 more to the total. Ian Latine of Lathbury Lightning saying it's a very small world. He actually went to India on an academy trip with Michael and Aman 12 or 13 years ago. And they just miss each other here by a couple of days. Well, he'll be here tomorrow, Ian, if you want to make the trip up the highway. Right, Usman, he's got to get moving here. Wide. It's wide or out?
I
don't see how it's a dot. Well, the thing is this a wide? If it's not, am I crazy? Oh, it's a big wide. Oh, boy. Oh, that annoys you if you're a French fan. Yeah, the batter's saying, where's the call? Now it's up in the air, hanging and gone. Usman Khan, frustrating time in the crease for him. Chews up 7 balls for just 3. And he's the 4th wicket to fall. So it's a little 50-50 going against the French side, and Wallace, he's never going to drop that. Fairly flat catch. That is the 4th wicket now, 55 for 4.
Yeah, he's got one of the safest hands in this tournament. Craig Wallace took a couple of good catches in the last game. Wouldn't say that's a decisive wicket by any stretch. Usman Khan was not finding any fluency at the crease. Probably needed to just get Nabi back on strike, but handy wicket. And hasn't Lewis James come to the bowling crease and made a difference? As you said, really struggled in that previous game. Was the only bowler that was taken to task.
I like that they throw him the ball, though. You know, it's the way to get some confidence back. You want to talk about what you can get out of this, is you can certainly build confidence. Obviously, a lot of players are already feeling confident, but some that aren't. It gives them an opportunity to kind of get their mojo back a little bit.
I like the field placings that they got for him here too. They've got the 3rd man inside the 30, backward point, so it's giving him protection to bowl outside off stump, but he hasn't quite got the pace to be flying out of 3rd man.
Rafa likes to swing, but he'll take the 1 here. So James has really stemmed the bleeding, hasn't he? Now, yeah, interesting again. Now, Hogarth, we haven't seen him with the ball in this innings just yet. I think maybe they're holding him back because they don't really want the French to get a look at him. Obviously they will tomorrow at some point. Another big swing and a miss. Hasn't really dealt with that kind of line of length that well. But James, well, he does deal with the situation well. Just goes for 3 in that over. And the score is 56 for 4 after 6.
Certainly going to be a confidence builder for young Lewis James, being thrown into a pressure situation against a rampaging Ahmed Nabi. Not only does he keep the runs down, but he also picks up the wicket of Usman Khan. Still a bit of batting to go in this lineup, though. Tavish Bharti, he's relatively strong. Good play to have coming into a pressure situation, but they'd love for Rafa to accompany Nabi for probably at least the next couple of overs, but Nabi, he holds the key.
Duncan comes back for his 2nd over. And he's going to disappear out of the ground. Maximo! Well, that's horns, baby. As Rafa, he's been sent out there to hit, not play 2nd field on that one. Is miles out of the ground.
Yeah, 2nd over in succession for Duncan that he's been smoked for a maximum 1st ball. Recovered pretty well in the last over, only went for 3 further runs. Let's see how he responds here.
A bit of a challenge delivery from Duncan. Risky shot, but the risk had reward at the under end of the ledger. Back ball. Just flatter. He tries to take it on again. This into the gap, and I think this has gone as well. Maximo back to back as the French take control in this chase.
Yeah, it felt like a tentative delivery from Duncan. Leg spinner. Difficult situation when you've got the batters going hard. Maybe needed to give that a little bit of air, but dragged it down. Half tracker. Absolutely punished from Rafa. Better ball.
Goes again, and this one is going to go as well. Well, Maximo back to back to back. Rafa with the forehand has changed this game in 3 balls.
Well, if the Grizzly drew a bit of blood of Wahid Abdul, I think it's done the same thing for Aman Balwal coming in. He seemed to race off the boundary here unnecessarily. He's a good 5 metres in front of the rope. Maybe he thought the batter didn't quite get it as well as he did. I thought it was a good piece of bowling from Duncan. Felt like he actually beat him a touch in flight, and if Balwal had been back on the boundary rope, would have had a much better play.
Interesting moment of the game. Again, Scott's getting tested under lights, Friday night cricket, and yeah, looks like Balwal is getting some attention. May want to bring on Alchin, who's listed as 12th man in this game. But yeah, that looked like a finger tipper. And look, sometimes with these dimensions, fielders on the boundary, if you see something you perceive as a miss hit, your instinct is to rush in. But a lot of the time it will still carry you. It's just a bit close to the bat than you'd normally be, that long on, long off.
It's one of the maximums of cricket fielding though, isn't it, Vinny, that it's so much easier to move forward than it is to run back.
Yeah.
Well, there's only 50-metre boundaries here too, so you're always going to be able to make some ground forward if you need to. Fergus Duncan, he's been hit for 3 consecutive maximums of this over. His figure's starting to blow out. 27, still 3 balls to go. Raucous crowd, they are getting into the subfielder coming in. That's some great support. He makes his way to the middle as Balwal still getting some treatment.
Alchin, 12th man is coming on. You can see there 6-7 steps that he wishes he had back. If he just stayed still, would have had a better play on that. He knew it straight away. It's a classic injury to insult. Duncan nonplussed, and now he's going to go for more, or is he? Fielder goes all the way back and takes the catch. Great stuff. Well, fourth, their fielding has been the hallmark of their tournament so far. Rafa goes 6, 6, 6 and out. Brilliant catch taken down there. I think it's Fraser Ross down on the boundary that takes it. He had no room to spare, but he takes it in the shoebox at 74 for 5.
There couldn't have been any better place for that shot. It was a great strike, and tell you what, off the bat, I thought that was a Maximo, but Fraser Ross on the boundary, tiptoeing like he's just come out of ballet school, holds his balance. Great snare, huge wicket in the context of this game. If Rafa had been able to blow a few more to the boundary, it could have been curtains for this Scottish side. As it is, they bring a new batter to the crease, and a huge wicket. As seems like we might just be having one or two looks at where the feet are in proportion to the boundary line.
Heels in the air. I don't see it moving. Yeah, I think he's done pretty well. I mean, from that, yeah, for me that's fine. And if there's any doubt, it goes to the fielder.
Well, for me, if he doesn't feel like a cricket career, he could be an extra in the next Matrix movie, the way he managed to keep his balance and almost be standing on half a foot.
Any fans of ballet, they'd love the way he was on point there. Right on the toes, Fraser Ross. It's very smart not to put the heel down. Anyway, some revenge. And now, when Ahmadzai comes out, tries to smoke it out of the ground, but I mean, you certainly take that trade-off from Rafa. I mean, you contrast it with the batter above him. It was Usman Khan went 3 for 7. It's Mohamed Rafa, 19 for 5. 19 off 5.
I'd love to just have a single from Ahmadzai here, keep Nabi off strike.
Yeah, they're going to refuse the single. I don't mind that. I think it's worth more than one run to have Nabi on strike if you're Dreux. So that's the end of 7. The score is 74 for 5. Well, this is really what the ECL is all about, bringing people together from all kinds of different backgrounds. It's a melting pot of cricketing talent and excitement. It's great to have the crowd here. Great to have you back here as well. Right now, we've got a doozy of a contest.
Yeah, to be honest, I was quite happy hanging out in the fan zone for a few minutes while we had the wonderful Michael Leask in commentary. There's a fantastic atmosphere. The flames are going because the temperatures started to drop, but there is no drop in intensity over there. It's going to be a huge atmosphere for tomorrow night.
It's actually good that you were able to fish Jay out of the bushes as well, because we saw a 6 going in there, and Jay took a very good crowd catch earlier. But yeah, make sure you join us tomorrow for Group D Finals Day. Good to see Barwell's back out there. And they're going to go back to Carnegie here. 3 overs to go. Short, and that one is gone. Well, that one might have gone straight into championship week, because that's gone a long way. Brings up the 50 for Nabi. Well, he is insane, but we love it as that 50 comes up off 21 balls. That's his 6th Maximo.
Oh, if you got on the Wikipedia profile for Pulverized, you will now see the video of that shot sitting on there. That has been slaughtered to the leg side by Nabi. Look at that wagon wheel peppering the square leg boundary.
Now he goes big again, and that's over mid-off. It's 6 more. They could finish this quickly. The French back-to-back. Nabi on fire on a Friday night.
Oh, Nabi's come to life. Maximo's come to life. This entire crowd here at Cartama Oval has come to life. Nabi putting on a 6 hitting display.
What a shot. Pitched up. You cannot give this guy length. Okay, he's going to make mistakes from time to time, but when he doesn't, it's pretty exciting. When they put him down on 20-odd earlier, that's already cost him. Now 16 off 16, surely. French have to fall over to lose here.
I'm sure Carnegie is so happy that the skipper threw in the ball. He's got a rampaging Nabi at the crease. Huge test for the young man, 16 off 16.
Let's go again, but hasn't got it, but he'll get lucky, I think. In fact, where's that gone? It might have gone for 4. Might have gone for 6. We'll have to check it. I thought the fielder was going to make the stop, but Nabi will move into the 60s. Now it's under run a ball. Check the replay thanks to Spring Productions. And well, we can't see it there. I think it was given 4.
Yeah, tough call for the umpires. Big Jack O'Neill was right over the top of it. Shows the value of hitting arrow straight over the top of the bowler's head.
I think they've given it 4, look more likely to be 4 than 6, but 62 now for Nabi. Down to 12 off 15. Now he's beaten. This is the thing though, he needs a bit of luck, but when he gets it, when he gets confident, I don't think he's a better player to watch the entire European Cricket Network universe.
Oh, he's an absolute star. Good bowling from Carnegie, though, drifting that one right inside the tram line, at least keeping it out of his hitting zone.
Once more, it's going to get more. Picks the gap this time. Another 6. Maximo. One more will do it now. Well, I think, you know, this is the loss that maybe Forfarshire had to have to realise it's not going to be smooth sailing all the way through. This could have easily happened tomorrow night. Who's to say it won't? But right now, Group D very much alive.
Yeah, big question. Looks like Dreux are going to carry on and win this. Will there be scars that are carried tomorrow for the Scots?
This will make it 5 to win. This is a proper ECN classic really for Dreux, who did upset the English team last year. Looks like they're going to upset the Scottish team this year. This takes us to the end of the 8th over, and it's 97 for 5.
Yeah, this has been an exceptional innings from Ahmed Nabi. We knew one of the top order had to bat through as long as possible. Look at the acceleration level of that the grey worm of Dreux. They've built up steadily, and then it's been an explosion in the last few overs. And they now have 2 overs to complete this victory. Only 5 runs required. Lewis James bowled a sterling first over. He's been trusted with the 9th.
Well, needs to be a remarkable over to keep this game alive. This one's in the air, though. Is there some late drama? Wallace has got to go a long way. In fact, that's O'Neill. Can't hold the catch. It was a tough one. It'll be a long single. Nabi moves to 70.
Well, he's ridden his luck, Ahmed Nabi, but he's also belted the pill to all parts of the ground. Good effort here from O'Neill. Looks like he just didn't make the ground in time to get the hands underneath it. Didn't have much of a play. Fortunate for Nabi, but Dreux won't be complaining.
Now look, Dreux are so unpredictable, and we saw a game pretty much at this situation the other day. Somehow the fielding team pulled it out of the fire. I mean, James has been really good, economical in this game, but surely this is gone. I mean, any boundary does it now for Dreux, and they could do it at any moment. 4 to win. Probably just missing. No, it's gone. So Ahmedzai goes. It's a dot ball, more importantly, for the Scots. And the only question for me is it hits him in line. Is it doing too much? Is it missing the leg stump, or is it getting even a little bit of the leg stump? It'll be a fair enough decision. Ahmedzai plays across a straightish one, and he's going to have to go. It's 98 for 6, and maybe this game takes a mini turn.
Yeah, not to be too harsh, Vinny, but arguably Ahmedzai's job should have just been to get bat to ball. That's a pretty tough call against the batter, but either way, he's going back to the pavilion.
I suppose the question is, if he's chewing up balls, maybe you're better off having somebody else there, you could argue. Yeah, for me, I think with you got to realise we've got the benefit of a lot of replays, don't we? For me, yeah, it hits him, yeah. I think it's a harsh call, but the umpire's been very, very good. Give him that one.
Certainly say the bowler does come from a pretty straight-on position, not one of these that's coming from wide of the crease. So a bit of benefit of the doubt actually going to the bowler on that occasion. But Ahmedzai chews up 4 balls, can't score. New batter at the crease.
4 to win. And make that 3. As Butty, I mean, he is a steady head, Butty. Captain of the team last year. He's not an out-and-out slogger. He will be able to kind of work the ball around. Probably fitting that Nabi gets the opportunity to hit the winning runs here.
Yeah, I suspect he'll be trying to do this in 1 ball, but good play from Barty. As you said, just rotating the strike gives Nabi 2 opportunities here to finish the game.
Well, this will do it. It's a memorable night for the French. They've done it again. Upsetting a team from the British Isles. Well, Nabi shows his muscles as Dreux get there with 7 balls to spare. What a fantastic performance individually from Nabi, who'll finish on 76 not out, and Forfarshire, well, they've got some work to do on finals day. The top 2 teams go head-to-head in a heavyweight bout in Friday night cricket, and it's Dreux, the French champions, that come out on top.
Yeah, great call, Maximo. The French supporters from Dreux, they say merci to that superstar at the top of the order, Ahmed Nabi. That's a sensational innings for him. And regardless of the fact that the winner tonight it wasn't going to change positions or it wasn't going to change which game they were playing in tomorrow. It's certainly given a psychological advantage to Dreux, and it has certainly boosted the confidence level of Ahmad Nabi. He will go into tomorrow with wings the way he's been striking it tonight.
Look, both teams keeping some cards in their back pocket as well. I know, obviously, Michael Leake's not playing. Hogarth didn't bowl in that innings. But so would Dreux. I mean, Ruffa, we didn't see him bowling, for example. Ultimately, I think it showed there's a lot less between the two teams than some people might have thought. And Dreux answered the critics as well. They are the team that go through undefeated. They've beaten every single team here in Group D. And Nabi, well, we finally saw some emotion out of him. Points at the muscles. This is a guy who scored the first ever 100 on ECN back in 2019. Scott's very sporting as well. They're going to probably go back and look at where they might have gone wrong in this game. But obviously the crowd were a big factor, will be tomorrow night as well. But yeah, this sets up a pretty interesting 1 versus 2 match tomorrow for the automatic path through to the finals. And the other team that doesn't win that 1 versus 2 will have to go the hard way against the winner of Vienna CC and Helsinki Titans. But yeah, anyone that thought it was going to be a cakewalk for the Scots, well, they had another thing coming, and Dreux, Les Bleus, will enjoy the spoils of this victory in match 10.
Yeah, they certainly will. Good to see Wahid Abdul out there celebrating with them. We'll turn our thoughts to tomorrow. It is finals day from Group D. We bid farewell to Bruno, but we start things off with the eliminator. It's Vienna Cricket Club versus Helsinki Titans. There will be 2 desperate squads trying to hang on to their dreams of ECL Championship Week. And then a repeat of tonight's game. We have Dreux versus Forfarshire. Dreux qualifying number 1. They will lead us in the qualifier 1. And then the loser of that game plays qualifier 2. The winner of Dreux versus Forfarshire straight through to the final.
Yeah, it's going to be huge. And well, the seeds of maybe of a traditional rivalry being sown here. Yeah, it is possible these teams can meet 3 times. Well, what's he doing over there? That's Andrews, our director, on the day off with the crowd. They were ready to go. So were the umpires. So were Dreux, though, although you felt it could be business as usual. The early wicket of Hamza Niaz, he could really use some runs. Again, he's somebody that hasn't really fired yet. Scott Cameron was able to strangle Nisar down the leg side. So you felt here, Forfarshire right on top. They didn't count on Nabi having an absolute heater here on a Friday night.
No, absolutely. You got the feeling in the fan zone that once Nisar went to that brilliant leg side catch from Garden, that the Scots were well on top, but they did not count on a super innings from Nabi. Jack O'Neill, he's continued his strong tournament, but speaking of strong, the guns of Nabi pulverising the ball to all sections of Cartama Oval. Probably reports of unidentified flying objects as the Grizzly went to all spaces around the ground. No one was spared. It's one of the best exhibitions of brutal hitting that we have seen. Got plenty of support from his teammates at various times, and certainly the interjection of Mohammad Rafah hitting 3 consecutive maximums off the bowling of the leg spinner Fergus Duncan. The time the game was really in the balance of that 7th over, and he tipped it in favour of Dreux. And before he was caught out on the boundary, great tiptoeing effort from Fraser Ross.
Yeah.
That just allowed the big man Nabi to take over.
Oh, something about the white ball flying through the black sky. Yeah, something beautiful about it. All the French fans up and about. That was probably a bit of a dodgy one, to be fair. Like the umpires, if you can have a bit of a dodgy one, get it out of the way tonight. Same as Nisar getting strangled down the leg side. Meanwhile, Nabi didn't really care. Remember, he was dropped on about 23, I make it. So he goes on to pulverise another 50 runs. And, well, there's the muscles. I don't know if he has a licence for those guns, but, you know, Garden appreciates, I think, the Forfarshire. Very sporting there as well. And I think that Dreux, no arguments, they were the better team on the night. They handled the lights, they handled the atmosphere, they handled a pretty parochial Scottish crowd as well. And Nabi was the star, 76 off 28. 9 Maximos, 3 4s in his innings. And around him, look, no one else in that top 5 even hit a single 4. But it was Rafa that came and hit 3 6s. So apart from that, there were no boundaries in the innings. But that doesn't really matter. And when you look at the bowling, you see 6 bowlers used. 5 of them take wickets. Got to say, Balwa was good, but they never brought him back. I know they didn't use Hogarth. Ultimately, you can only beat the team out there in front of you, and that's what Dreux did. And that will give them a lot of confidence that they could still grab this Group D. A lot of A lot of kind of press about the Scots, but Dreux more experienced in the format and fearless.
Yeah, and they looked at tonight too. They were the confident team in that chase. They chased very well. Still 7 balls left in the kit bag, which shows you that there was actually some distance between the teams once Nabi got going. Sets up a mouth-watering clash for tomorrow. The leg spin Hogarth, he could be the key in those opening overs. It'll be interesting to see if Nabi can take him down as easily as the paceman from Scotland tonight. But we are set up for a cracking day of cricket tomorrow, Maximo.
Yeah, absolutely. Cannot wait. And it's your last day here as well. We have to try and keep you on. I have to close the borders, and I think to keep you, because we're having such a great time with you here, Rhino. But it was an interesting day, wasn't it? And we had to say goodbye to Bruno again. They'll be a bit disappointed. I think they'll understand all the positive things being said, but they will feel ultimately they didn't perform to their potential. Still, I think they'll get a lot out of this. We saw a preview of the Eliminator earlier with Vienna CC getting past Helsinki Titans, but certainly a fair bit of fight back from the Titans. That's a game that could go either way. Whoever plays better tomorrow will survive. And then you got the 1 versus 2, which is Dreux versus Forfs. Again, Forfs for me, I just think if you look at all the games, I think they've played better. But in this one-off game, Dreux did the business. They'll want to show it wasn't a fluke tomorrow. Really, this game thrown wide open by that result.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely 50-50 call for tomorrow. And we shouldn't forget, Vienna and Helsinki both looked better as this tournament has gone on. I would not completely rule out an upset when it comes to that qualifier for the final, but there's going to be a cracking game between those two to even see who can reach that far.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Don't forget, you can go to our website, EuropeanCricket.com, check out the fixtures, check out the scores, some of the stats as well as some cricket that is coming up on the European Cricket Network. You can also go to our YouTube channel, check out the highlights videos and the player of the match videos. And don't forget, if you don't already, to subscribe. And if you are watching on YouTube, to click the thumbs up and tell your family, tell your friends about the European Cricket Network. I know our community is growing all the time. I think it's the most exciting cricket pound for pound on the planet, and many people agree. Just finally, our social media at European Cricket, great place to see some of the best bits of the day. Big thank you to all of our blue crew, our Spring Productions, all the helpers around the ground. Big thank you to the crowd as well. They were really getting into the atmosphere as well. And of course, Rory Rutgers for joining us in the commentary box. Tomorrow's finals day. Well, time to find out who goes through, and I think it's must-watch TV, Rhino.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. You should be tuned in from 11:30 CET tomorrow for massive contests. You, me and Corey, we've got an absolute treat coming for us in the commentary box tomorrow. Been magnificent calling the games with you boys today. Looking forward for more of it on finals day.
We're going to have to look after you. Of course, if you are in the area, get in the fan zone. We are halfway down the A7059 between Cartama and Cohen, which is where I might head for a Maximo burger tonight. Anyway, from all of us here at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, Andrew Ryan on behalf of Corey Rutgers and the whole team here at the European Cricket family, hope you have a happy and a safe evening. Go home, practice those Maximos just like Nabi. We'll see you tomorrow for finals day here in Group T in this European Cricket League. Hasta mañana.